everybody. This is consecutive streaming day number 681. And it's an amazing day. It's all hitter, no shitter, all killer, no filler. Super League day 17, the last day before the break, everybody. We got some amazing games. We got a shitty camera, but we got some amazing games. That is Happy versus LawLiet to kick things off. It is LabyRinth versus Infi, a banger Undead versus Human. And the main event of the day is one of my personal favorite matches of them all in the history of Warcraft 3, and that is Lynn versus OneToZero. And we are here for hopefully many hours to bring you the best Warcraft 3 action on the planet. It is $32,000 on the line and the most prestigious tournament of them all. I want to give a moment of silence, though, as not only do we have good news, we also have some bad news. As yesterday, my alter ego, Disconnection, died at level 38 at World of Warcraft. It was sad. It was sad. But a part of me is gone. Another part of me has returned. Mr. Remo Demo's back. Hello! You're muted, Lamau!
It wouldn't be the same without it. Wouldn't be the same without it. Haven't used this microphone in a little while. Looks like it is still working though once you hit the right button. It is absolutely wonderful to be back from the dead, like Neo's character in World of Warcraft. Now finally, here I am, 13th of January. Super League. I am very sad that I have missed so many of the first couple of days. Lots of things going on in my personal life that were, they needed some attention. But now, very glad to be here once again. And I couldn't have picked a better day as well, because today is just absolutely bonkers with these games.
Exactly. And I think... Are you in the game?
No. I thought we were doing Flow TV.
Oh, brother. You missed a lot of these things with that Flow TV. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But thankfully, we got the Discord technology to bring you my wonderful in-game camera, so you can cast from that. We got Super League, everybody, and of course we got the ranking for the Super League as well. I didn't expect them to start this basically on time. Oh. Okay, cool. My camera just reset. Amazing. Wonderful technology. Fuck this camera. Anyway, here is Super League. Fortitude currently the best performing player there is with 4.5 points on average. Happy right behind. One loss against Life though in the matchup versus Night Elf. So can LawLiet be a second Life? Currently, LawLiet is the only player without a single win. He got some good performances, but he couldn't close it out. Not any single series. He got close, but then in game 5, he fell apart. There is no shot of falling apart here today. It's the rematch of the DreamHack Sweden Grand Final. It's the rematch of the very first Rara Land Grand Final. Since then,
best channel ever.
Happy has been improving. LawLiet, let's say, has diversified his skills more into a streamer/organizer direction. But here at Super League, high stakes. Maybe it's the time to shine. Our first match is live.
Yeah, it does seem a bit like heaven versus hell over here. I wonder if LawLiet is going to have a grand chance here against Happy today. I have indeed remembered many games from theirs in the past where things were really close. You mentioned some of the epic encounters in the past, like the DreamHack Grand Final, for example. That one wasn't that close, to be honest, if I remember right. That was one of the tournaments where Happy won the Grand Final 3-0 and won every single map that he played in. Already in the Super League Season 2, things have not been that easy for the Russian Phenom.
Exactly, especially life, but we'll see how this goes today. It could be between heaven and hell, man. This could be a 25-minute destruction, or LawLiet brings his A game and shows the world what he's capable of, finally, because there's so much untapped potential. There's two ways to approach this from a LawLiet perspective. Like, oh, I'm playing against Happy, I'm gonna lose anyway, let's focus on something else. Or the approach that I'm hoping to see is, now I'm gonna show the world.
I suppose there is a bit of a blueprint out there, thanks to Life, who did so well against Happy indeed in their series in the group stage. That was a win for the Night Elves, something that only very few Night Elves can boast of, being able to beat Happy. One of the toughest challenges in all of Warcraft history in competitive play. Happy, he's not as unbeatable anymore, maybe, against Night Elf, but still, man, you gotta come prepared and you gotta make sure you don't do any stupid mistakes, and especially gotta pay attention to your heroes.
Right on. And I pay attention to the Demon Hunter hero, and I don't like what I see, I have to say. Mana burn first, no immolation. I think the only way to beat Happy is pure pressure, as we see already. But with Immo and lots of ghoul kills, maybe... Ooh, lost it. Very, very close. Could have been level 2 for the Demon Hunter, but couldn't get it done with immolation. Maybe that would have been possible, but that way we got Happy on level 2 with Unholy Aura and the Demon fleeing.
And the first payoff clause picked up already. The next little thing to fight over here in the middle, the next important objective will be the green caps with the feared Hydra hatchling with the slow. Claws of attack here, absolutely crucial for Happy to boost damage on his Lich and maybe even Naga. And LawLiet also, for him, items are going to be important. He's going to be more looking for the defensive drops, the rings of protection especially. So this is what both want to be fighting over.
Good point by Young Fang yesterday. We, of course, point towards the Happy Life series of Super League. In the show match yesterday, Happy destroyed Life with 5-1. So making adjustments here for couple of weeks, it was pretty clear. Happy wants the tier 3 expansion. Every other undead wants the fast expansion. Happy has switched it up, though. It's less and less predictable in these matchups. One thing is clear, though. The Tavern will be crucial at the arrival of tier 2, as you just said, with that Naga. And once again, we got LawLiet in the right position, but with the wrong damage.
Yeah, I definitely have to piggyback on your suggestion. The immolation first, we've seen it from so many Night Elves. It is just so much more damage against ghouls early on. And normally, when there's no immolation, there's never really any danger for Happy to lose a ghoul. As I said that, one ghoul died, but it was denied, and it gave an item. So I'd say that's worth it. Double claws already on the DK, and no rings yet on this Demon Hunter, not even level 2.
That's quite some nice body blocks here by Happy, I have to say. First with the DK, then with the Ghoul, everything's saved. And Lumber Economy is looking fine. Happy had built the tendency to delay the graveyard a little bit. That is also fixed now. And we take a look at the Tavern, as we did so often in our lives, Mr. Remo Demo. Here we go. I hope you didn't pick up a Naga, but Happy surely does.
Yeah, I'm still standing here in front of you and not turned to stone, so that was not my adventure, but it is Happy's once again. This is something we've seen many times in the past. General rule of thumb is, if the Demon Hunter is low level, so lower than level 3 at the tier 2 stage, then Naga is pretty good, can pressure pretty well, or just go for ambitious creeping. If the Demon was level 3, a couple of burns on the Naga, she's very hurt, she has to back off. So Happy here playing the rather creep unintensive early game from LawLiet in a way that makes sense. He is amplifying with his Naga, and that's also where immolation comes in, right? No immolation means a lot harder to creep with.
Right on. We got the Naga on LawLiet's side finally. Still a creep jack, still some damage, but nothing too critical again. Critical, though, for us is your support, and we might finally have the time to thank you all. Thank you, Techo, for the sub. Storov with gifted subs left, right, and center. Thank you for the 5. Dorstis, Königer Postboten, and Drukon as well. Demon Hunter now in trouble. Got the boots, no coil. Detonate was money. And LawLiet fighting capabilities. Close. Naga about to die. Demon about to die. We've seen so many close calls in the past. Frost Arrow, Fiend Shot. Careful. He doesn't want to TP out. He got the boots. Fiend Shot again. Can't disjoint that. Calculating this so closely. Coil was already almost like in the air. The arm was in the air. But Happy survives with the Naga. LawLiet survives with the Demon Hunter. And I think we can assess that LawLiet is in quite good shape here on map 1.
Yeah, close call here. Both playing it right on the edge. That was well done. Those claws of attack, by the way, already coming into play. That plus 10 damage is real nice to have and will be for the rest of this game. I mentioned Happy's expansion attempt earlier. Indeed, tier 3 expo at the moment seems to be the thing he's looking most towards. Clearing the gold mine here already. LawLiet must be aware of this possibility. We've seen Night Elves lately also expanding, counter-expanding quite a bit on tier 4.
Yeah, but it's a lot of one base thus far. Ancient starts the creep camp, if on purpose or not, yet to be seen. We've seen quite some impactful Ancients of War recently, so letting that go to waste is a bit of a tragedy, I gotta say. 0 upgrades for LawLiet thus far, 0 upgrades for Happy. That's quite extraordinary. No Ultra Vision, no Burrow. Of course, we'll see Frenzy and Destroyers now. Question is at what timing, but also no prep for any bears.
And a very quick expansion is coming up. Proxy, not at this gold mine here, but towards the other one. LawLiet, that tells me he is absolutely expecting Happy to go for that expo. Maybe the Happy has become a bit predictable. And indeed, he's got the skull. He's getting ready. It's always great when you save the scouting acolyte from the early game. So you don't have to remake it. You save that 75. But he did have to cancel the ziggurat. Whoops, I guess the creeps here don't like this gentrification in their neighborhood.
Yeah, someone who lived for 12 years at Reeperbahn, I feel that. I feel that. Screw these theaters that are popping up left and right. Harbor bars is what we need more. Different topic though. Expansion, you said he has become quite predictable. Yesterday that wasn't the case, 2 days ago, but now he's back to the tier 3 expo. Maybe he thinks, oh, against LawLiet, that's gonna be enough. I just play my old shtick. He's not gonna be ready for me anyway. It's looking fine so far. We got ghouls, we got destroyers, but that devilish tier 3 push is a bit delayed.
Scouting around here with a Skelly as well. Didn't see a Trio of Life yet, but maybe the other position will be checked for. Happy's items, pretty good. He's got the double claws, is good. Pendant could be nice maybe with a mana potion. Got the heal scroll as well, but no invuln yet on either hero. Gotta pay attention to those heroes.
Dryad for free. No staff. There's a staff, but no orb. Interesting decision making here. Lots of elves have neglected that staff for a while. Big nukes, of course. Archer falling, bear ready. Reju, not on the Demon Hunter though. Might need it soon. 0 consumables as you say. Long range coil, B2W rip. Number 700,692 in the past 2 weeks. And it is, as it oftentimes is, LawLiet is flying too close to the sun, gets burned, and Happy takes the 1-0.
Yeah, I thought we were getting set up here for a nice, good late game. High army supply, 70 supply, maybe with lots of upgrades. We were looking that way, sort of, with both players setting up the expansion. But one quick kill can change it all. Yeah, man, you gotta have that staff, you know, hotkey ready. It was not on cooldown. He had it ready, but a little bit too slow.
Remo, there's gotta be the day, and it's very, very, very close, that I see one of these moments and I grab a hammer and I'm gonna destroy my entire setup in pure rage because of these moments like that. So many kills, man! How are there so many Demon Hunter kills all the time?
Yeah, especially seemed like Happy there at the start of the fight also didn't put too much attention on the Demon Hunter. He used the Nova and the Fog Lightning on the archers. Coil, I think, also aggressively on the archers, taking out the easy targets first, maybe lulling LawLiet in a bit of a false sense of security. He didn't have an invuln, but at least he had a Ring of Protection and the aforementioned staff. But the follow-up target fire comes towards him. But it felt like also LawLiet, he wasn't far behind necessarily, but losing the items, losing the experience ban in the middle didn't do too well for him. I think your first point you brought up, critical one, was very justified. No immolation just seems to make the Demon Hunter so slow out the gate and just one step behind the undead from the very beginning on.
Exactly. So hopefully we see something different here. Echo Isles is our next map, and we have seen Warden experiments, and I think with LawLiet we always have to say that, yeah, there could be a Warden now. Please don't let it be a Warden. That was atrocious in the past couple of weeks. I want to see a Demon Hunter. I want to see the Demon Hunter on fire. I want to see LawLiet on fire. And I want to see a 1-1 after the next map. Echo Isles has been lots of expansions, but also here, Happy has switched it up a little bit. He surprised, who was it? Moon with that strategy to not go for an expansion, but rather one base play, and Moon couldn't follow it up at all, so hopefully LawLiet is better prepared.
Yeah, in this Christmas tournament that we had right before the Super League, there's also a super sick game here where Happy went for Fast Expo, and Night Elf counter-expanded then right away. It feels like to me, counter Expo is really strong on this map right now for Night Elf. I think maybe one of the reasons why many Night Elves pick this. And then we saw a Gargoyle Frostworm game. Happy was behind for like 10 minutes by 30 supply, but he won that game somehow. I learned in that game, Neo, Freezy Breath stops Wisp mining. Isn't that crazy?
How could you not know this, Mr. Remo Demo? That's such a Warcraft basic knowledge. That's crazy, actually. Why don't we do this more often, I wonder? Yeah, wouldn't mind to see glimpses of that in this game. But oh no, oh no.
How are you feeling about the Warden, Neo? How are you feeling about this Warden?
So this is 2-0 Happy, ladies and gentlemen. Do we know what game 3 is gonna be?
Not yet, I suppose. But wait a minute. If you're going Warden, don't you creep Merc Camp first? Like, normally, Demon Hunter creeps this camp first, the green, picks up the item, then goes Harass, and then he's really strong with level 1 Immolation Harass. Level 1 Fan of Knives Harass doesn't have that same ring, if you ask me.
Well, he's doing both, isn't he? Ancient of Ward the Merc Camp, Ancient of Ward the green. Happy scouted both, so maybe he's mixing both things up. It's the Demon Hunter creep route at the top with the first item, instant harass with Warden, and then the second Ancient of War should be finished with maybe the second Archer. You creep up to level 3 and Mercs, and it's full pressure right away.
But it's a level 1 Warden, brother. How's that? Alright, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. He's gonna have 2 Phantom Knives, and he's gonna have to make them work.
Sweet, sweet. Detonate on 2 skeletons. Happy only here with ghouls. And pressure on the DK. Fan of Knives it is. Coil should secure the kill always. But it's not a bad harass by any means just yet. Wasn't there an opportunity to steal the Magi, I wonder? Has different priorities. That's ghoul number 1, that's ghoul number 2. And we might eat our words about this Warden.
Yeah, this is looking really good so far. If he gets a steal as well on the last one, that would be huge. The Warden gets it! Oh, damn, with the Fell Knives. Happy there, too slow with the coil heal. Warden is surrounded and is actually going to be forced to TP away. The longer you wait with the TP here, the more moon juice it's going to take. It was a good start so far for LawLiet, but the Warden, she is very reliant on her mana, so you got to be careful with how you use it.
Man, I love to be wrong sometimes. Happens very, very rarely, as you know, Mr. Remo Demo. Usually my call's 150% correct, but so far, LawLiet proves us both wrong. Ancient in position. A Ring of Regen would, of course, be fantastic. A Shadow Priest would be nice for some extra cheeky healing. And Happy, probably quite surprised by this harass as well.
Yeah, not looking too hot on the lumber right now. That is the ghoul losses here that are showing. I wonder if Happy could have crept this maybe a little bit better at the start. Maybe bring 4 ghouls, take out the trappers right away. Maybe something to work on in the future. Now the Expo is coming, Haunted in production. LawLiet honestly has a big army. He's got 2 archers, 2 mercs, Warden now hitting level 3. Items are, whatever. But level 3 is nice. Maybe he can go for a staff, go for a cancel. A cancel on this Haunted would be absolutely huge.
Advertising for more burps in public space.
Thank you, Jenny Elvas, for the beautiful 3-year resub. Much love. And yeah, Warden level 3. This seems to be a nice timing. Wonder what the pace now is. It's more creeping Warden solo. So this has been the case for LawLiet pretty much this entire tournament. He has great game plans, but at some point they fall apart. It looks good for the early, the mid game. Can he convert this into a strong late game as well? Shadow Strike, Focus Fire, Narrow is up, but can't save that worker.
No cancel here on the Haunted Goldmine. This was the plan for LawLiet. As you mentioned, he is just creeping up, relying on a strong, high-level, late-game Warden. And indeed, she's capable of much. But I would argue, against Undead, Tier 3, with expansion, this is the one matchup where a level 6 Warden isn't necessarily the game winner. So even if the Warden is starting off well so far, I don't think it's quite enough to call this a great position. For a great position, we also need a Night Elf expansion, which is now coming.
Alrighty, we got the Shadow Priest snipe. Happy Shadow Priest, that is. by only units. No spell, and the DK is getting pummeled. The strength of level 2 Shadow Strike. I really like this skill build so far. People don't like the game. Uh-oh. DK still being punished here. We have no more mana, but more right clicks, more dot. We do also have extra regeneration, and Happy saves himself into the Sanctuary of the Narrow Tower. Great escape.
That was quite close, by the way. If the Warden had one circlet, there might have been enough mana to get that kill. Happy has to go for another Shadow Priest. Not the cheapest of additions, especially with how easily it can get killed. And the Warden is still on the hunt.
How's the mana? 65. Needs a little bit more. Smart by Happy to go for the Shadow Priest. I really like that play. But DK is stuck on level 2. Not ideal. Also, creeping. Ancient of War in the middle. Unable to contest this. There was a ghoul run by. Couldn't cancel the second base of LawLiet on the left-hand side. Can't really contest the creep in the middle. And the Warden is still on the prowl.
This is a pretty damn good game for LawLiet so far. We know the Warden for her it's all about levels. And there she's looking good already. Hitting that level 4 here right now. Normally you love to have this for a fast level 2 blink. Of course, not quite the case this time around with this skill build. But still, really good timing. 7 minutes. That's wonderful. And so is the big mana.
I worry a little bit about macro of LawLiet. 1200 gold at the arrival of tier 2. No tier 3 yet, no lores yet, no second hero yet. I mean, he will spend it, but this could all be a bit faster, and maybe those are crucial seconds missing in the end.
While I was at the shop, he saw items on cooldown, like the Invis potion, so he knows the DK is prowling around here somewhere. Intentionally not going for the Ogre Magi here at the start. DK gets the steal. Is he dead? Ah, not really. Warden's low mana, but... Wait, never mind, she isn't. Hold on. Hell knives?
Ooh. Tick, tick, boom. No potion, of course. This will require a ritual dagger and unholy regeneration. Quite nice to have, isn't it? We take a look at the bases, because it's 2 crypts, 2 slaughterhouses, no more gargoyles. It's been dead, Remo. 2 weeks, and now they're all gone again.
I'm glad they're gone, honestly. It's such a stupid playstyle, man. Just
I don't know what you're talking about.
Powering up, laming up. Like, that one game I saw, literally, it was just about frustrating the opponent as much as possible until he runs into the towers. Which should end up working. And
but
the Warden, what's the gasp?
But the gasp is, oh, wait a second. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. Wardens surround, more Shadow Strike. So first of all, if you annoy a Night Elf, isn't that a good thing? And we got 4 production buildings by LawLiet. A Night Elf with more than 2 unit production buildings. That I live to see the day, Remo. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. Ancients of Winds here coming in for a late game potential of Talons against Destroyers could be really, really strong. Main idols lately have tried not really to go in this direction, but rather just go Demon Hunter, Naga, strong heroes, and Bear Dryads with strong upgrades. LawLiet here trying to innovate a little bit. We all know how good the Talons can be, but they take some time to get to.
Whew. Really good game plan, really good setup. But how good is it? We do indeed get the talents. That makes me happy because everybody knows, chat say it with me, talents make everything better. Every matchup, every playstyle, talents are gorgeous. And we don't have Web yet, so this timing might out really well.
Yeah, the Warden hit level 5. This is fantastic, dude. This is before tier 3. This is phenomenal. And now some easy more kills are going to be available. DK home to defend. And this tier 3 timing push already slowed down immensely. Already super valuable time for the talents.
And more ghouls slaughtered here. 11 minute 30 is usually the timing. Warden has a staff. Warden gets the item. Body block. Picks it up. Nicely done. Ring of Protection. Helps against Orb of Corruption and potential nuke. Bearmaster on the way. Crows on the way. LawLiet has the potential for a huge army. And maybe for the one-on-one.
Happy spending his money quickly, but no big bank left. Going for the claws of attack. Is it time for Alchemist? Maybe? Looks like there's going to be something happening at the tavern.
Alchemist it is. Remodemo with the calls. On the other side, no web, no burrow. Only one attack upgrade. How good is a destroyer push when we got so many talents? Well, it's 2. But if we have talents.
Quite some important movements here are going to be the webs as well coming out. But the Fiend count is low. The Ghoul count is low. Everything here for Happy seems to be quite small of an army, really.
Nice
And
call.
the Warden still has good spell damage.
Nice call Nova on the Berserker. Takes away some anti-air capabilities. Heal Scroll and Heal Spray on the Ghouls. They're all so fresh again. Talons on the ground. They can't help with the Fairy Fire, of course, and a little bit of magic damage. Sweet idea by LawLiet, seeing that there is no Destro. Now the Talons out of position. 2 more are coming in. Maybe the investment not worth it when there is no Destroyers. Army getting slaughtered currently. Still neck and neck fight. Happy with the coil. Fan of Knives a little bit later. But he doesn't like that position at all. And Town Portal's out. And that raises a question in me, Mr. Remo Demo. If your Fiends are Fairy Fired, do you see them when they're burrowed?
Pretty sure. I mean, it reveals Invis stuff, so it should.
Chat, do you know? Can you confirm? We get, oh my god. Wellspring. This early. My heart is melting.
Yeah, LawLiet managing his resources here pretty well, not having the significant lack of lumber as we sometimes see from some other Night Elves, but what is lacking is upgrades. Nothing yet on the Dryads and Bears and Talons. It's normally so great for Night Elf in the late game. They all share the upgrade types. I feel like LawLiet, if he can drag out this game for a high level Warden and more upgrades, this should not be looking bad for him.
Warden detected. Tome of Retraining. Wonder what that is. It's definitely going to be Blink, but is it AoE Blink or is it Hero Focus Blink? Questions, questions. It is Fan of Knives against an Alchemist on one base, on one hero. Interesting. Happy with another call. More and more Fiends. We get Mountain Giant upgrades as well, but that will still take some time.
Very importantly, LawLiet, by the way, he got the heal scroll from the shop. Happy has none right now against a level 5 Warden. Very dangerous proposition. Alchemist can, of course, heal with the heal spray, but if he's out of position, he can also die fast. And there he is, just one step too far. LawLiet's looking really good here, if you ask me.
It is a fantastic game by LawLiet. Indeed. Can he close it out, though? Coil at the ready. Alchemist melting, has a potion, needs it. And how somewhat funny it is, right? An Alchemist on level 1 has high HP, low armor, and therefore nukeable. Happy had a Ring of Protection on the upper right-hand side, but the Warden stole it, so this is still a ripple effect from like 10 minutes ago.
It was a really good exchange, though, for Happy here, especially as far as experience goes. He lost some items and the TP, but no units. Warden didn't get a kill here at all. Normally, once you're tier 3 solo hero Warden, you get level 6 so fast because of that bonus experience. But Happy has been denying that very well so far. As the supply, however, is still quite even.
The ultra late game is usually going to the Night Elf if they have this setup. We got a lot more support coming in. Thank you, No Cancer, please, for the close to 3 years. Much love. Every sub, of course, keeps the project running. Warden running straight into the Fiends, trying to drain more mana off of that Alchemist, trying to distract Happy, and that's exactly what's happening. Tome of Relics at the shop. He pre-splits against the Fan of Knives, the Happy classic.
And that's perhaps the thing, the single one that the Warden is the best at, better than anybody else, is harassing the economy. Will either force a severe reaction back at home or to push and force the Warden back, as we see here.
Nice Nova Knives, Fan of Knives. Big damage done again, but how do you stop this Alchemist from healing everything back up? Talons do amazing damage, but now weapons there in this position is not great at all. If there would be mana, it would be a destruction, but the destruction currently on the feet to the ledge with an invuln. Happy miscalculated this, or LawLiet a little bit lucky with the damage rolls. Whatever it is, the carry is down.
Yeah, it's a huge kill. Happy here. This was definitely a mistake. He just needed to walk a little bit off to the right for the Lich to survive this. It was really, really close right before the TP. And now there was also big experience for the Warden. She is going to hit that level 6. It's a guarantee now.
Oh, this one ghoul. This one ghoul could it be? We, of course, have seen these Fan of Knives attacks many times. Usually they counter that with the Zeppelin. On Echo Owls, no Zeppelin possible. Neanderthal, thank you for the prime. And that is indeed level 6. Will we use the avatar now at the graveyard, or does the warden need the avatar at home to defend?
Looks like he's going to be relying on the avatar to defend the expansion. Love the setup here, by the way, with the double Ancient of War. And LawLiet looking really good. Hit that level 6, still a big army. Upgrades starting to get there. And maybe most importantly, Happy doesn't have a heal scroll. Insane damage immediately again by the Warden.
Avatar is here. The Crows as well, pushing the Destroyers out of the fight. Warden 50%. Gotta be a little careful. There's no staff, no potion, nothing to save her except the blink. Heroes going down 50%. Blinks right back in. Is an Invo potion ready? Absolutely is. Has sold an item. Get the heal scroll too. Plus the dust. Big damage. Can only call one hero. That's the Lich. Still marching forward.
Happy kiting for everything that he's worth. I think that Alchemist might be dead. Invuln actually keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Warden, now no mana anymore, but the army now is doing the damage. Strong army indeed, with bears and talents and drives for the slow. And everything for Happy here is so hurt.
Talents free from the... Wow! But that's one! The one thing that's not allowed to happen did just happen. Warden down. Can he get it back from the tavern? Is it another beautiful Night Elf game ruined by a hero kill? Happy finds the way out, and the way out is Coil Nova.
You had the Invuln as well, LawLiet. I almost wonder, do we have to blame the ping here or something? That is a huge kill. Huge experience for these undead heroes. And tying the game back closer again to even.
73 versus 73. Talon Micro seems fine. There's another coil locked and loaded. Be careful here. And now portal back. And that amazing position that LawLiet was in. Ruined. We get Abominations now. We get Disease Cloud now. We get Happy. No consumables outside the drinks that he got currently, but no heal scroll. How fast can he get the Warden back up? There's still plenty of Moon Juice.
She's at the shop, wondering if she's going to go for a mana potion here, but doesn't do that. There's another shop, of course, over towards the expansion. A-bombs, you mentioned them. Now they're joining in. And that Disease Cloud could be really good over time, especially here it's going to be daytime again.
Happy gets caught with the DK far forward. A little bit of a nuke on an Alchemist, but still survives. 2 Fiends dying at the very last second there. 6 supply gone, 400 gold. Man, the total value graph is jumping back and forth, back and forth. Super tight game between them. One of the best games we've seen in all of Super League.
LawLiet again managing to get the heal scroll here. So important.
Alchemist.
Link in from the Warden. Oh, the Alchemist indeed. Can the heal potion save him?
Needs to. Okay, satisfied. Invo potion ready again. Take it. Nope. Okay.
Oh man, these potions are really important.
Well, not if you don't use them.
I guess the upside is he still had it available, but now it is gone. LawLiet, now you have to pay very, very close attention to that first hero of yours.
6.5, no follow-up. Lots more talents are necessary here against more destroyers and also against A-bombs. They're really good. Is this army good enough? 1-1 upgrades. Ancient of War finally chewed through. Talents are also automatically somewhat of an answer against bombs. No cannibalize on them just yet, but should only be a matter of time. Is Happy's pressure finally too much and LawLiet will crumble?
Level 6 Warden, like I mentioned earlier, not always necessarily the game winner in this matchup. Ideally here, we'd love to have a level 3 Panda as well, but there wasn't really time or room in this game. Still a winnable match for LawLiet, but Happy is a bit ahead on gold right now. Would love to spend that on some heal scrolls.
Big damage done. Heal scroll only available in 16 seconds. Alchemist again. Hurt, very hurt. Fiends, super hurt. Man, these Fiends would love to get the heal spray now. Currently impossible, but there's still Burrow. Now, items available again. Warden, got the eye on the shop. Who's faster? Happy is with both items.
Didn't he have the time?
He had
Should have had the time, though.
Cyclone, immediately punished. Yeah, I said it many times. LawLiet, very, very quick thinker. His APM oftentimes a bit low, and the Dryad! Remo, the Dryad!
Which, what are you doing, bro? You gotta keep moving.
A bit overwhelmed, maybe a bit exhausted here still. Man, LawLiet makes this even harder than it has to be, and that's a match against Happy. Like, what kind of a challenge do you need? The talents are coming from above. Not too many webs anymore. These destroyers, 15 food, could all be wiped within seconds. Happy knows it gets out.
That exchange of supply, again favoring Happy. LawLiet now looking low on mana and left the game.
What?
That must have been a disconnect. There was no GG.
Oh my god. No way. At this position, man? Let's see. Echo outs. Yep. Leave disconnect.
Yikes. Okay.
Oh shit.
What has been the policy so far in this tournament? Do they mostly give regames?
We haven't had many disconnects, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very happy I'm not an admin. I'm very, very happy I'm not an admin. This could be a bit controversial here now. Oh, no. Immediate call, regame.
Yeah, I think it was still a really even game. I feel like there wasn't really a big advantage to give it to either player. I would say, though, this was a almost picture-perfect Warden game. 2 ghoul kills in the early game, slowing down the undead expansion a lot. The level 5 timing was incredible, right? There was like 10 minutes 30 for level 5. This was about as good as you can hope for, meaning to say, I don't know if you can do it exactly like that again, especially if Happy has the, has the head start and knows this might be coming.
Okay, hopefully this is just a one-off and not a reoccurring problem. The War 3 champion server situation not necessarily the greatest at the moment for the past 3 to 4 weeks. And unfortunately also not really improving. Nobody's complaining. Regame call, all good. So yeah. That is now the question, of course. Can you do it again? Can you just play the same style again? Or will Happy have the perfect counter right away? Do you switch it up and go Demon Hunter? What's it gonna be?
I guess the question might be, how much does he trust his Warden right now? I would like to see Demon Hunter. Yeah, I think Demon Hunter Harass into counter expansion is really, really strong on this map. But if LawLiet feels like the Warden right now is his ticket, I mean, if there's one guy who can do it with her reliably again and again, it's him.
Oh, man. Okay. Oh, Happy didn't realize yet that it's a regame, but okay, he says go. Okay. He was a bit confused. He thought it's a tap out, but it wasn't. Wojtek, thank you for the prime. Happy not checking his phone in between games, Remo.
What is he checking on his phone? Is he a TikTok Andy? Is he scrolling through dance and food videos? Is that what he's doing?
Pretty sure that's exactly what he's doing. What can I do with orange juice and Oreos? Dude,
actually, I would love to see what Happy's algorithm is. That would be fascinating.
That would be fascinating for sure. There's got to be a purpose behind every little short form content that he's using. Otherwise, it's not effective enough. Oh, man. Oh, what a sad ending to a beautiful game. Good for us, though, that we get this again. More Warcraft is always more good.
We're getting our answer here early on as far as the question about is it going to be exactly the same opening again? And the answer is no. LawLiet switching it up is going for a Merc Camp first. And I feel like this has to be Warden, seeing this creep cap. If you want to go for a very passive game, I think Warden makes more sense. If you're playing Demon Hunter, then I think you really should be playing aggressive with Immolation.
Yeah, hopefully. But it is a Warden once again with a different creep route this time. No Ancient of War at the top. A standard Warden mercenary camp. Happy on the way to scout this with an Acolyte only. No ghoul pulls. And we have a DK ghoul opener, of course, with Happy, who's not moving away from his expansion, I'm sure.
Upside of this is you get level 2 Warden right away with Merc support and hopefully a nice little item. Downside is you can absolutely not slow down the Undead expansion. There is not going to be easy early ghoul kills. And very important here early on is the Night Elf. That Wisp, the first one moving across the map, or even the second one, if you want to bring 2 there, you have to make sure to deny those. You can't give away experience to the DK. If the DK gets the Wisp experience, he gets level 2 right away, and then your Expo will almost certainly get cancelled again and again.
Acolyte here, Shadow Priest stolen. This already looks a lot better for Happy than game 1 was. Maybe have one of these mental defeats by LawLiet, just getting the regame from a favorable position. Maybe items can do something here, but he also finds the Parrot of Vitality again. Though, for LawLiet, who doesn't have the quickest fingers at all times, a little shield against Call Nova is quite nice.
Killing the Shadow Priest here would be also quite valuable. Ancient of War. Very important to keep alive. With the creep pull, it works out, and the Warden gets a level 2. Took out the Shadow Priest. But a very different looking early game. This time it was LawLiet under pressure. LawLiet here sweating a little bit in the early game, whereas Happy on his side of the map had a very easy creep, is even going for the instant Haunted. Shows me that he is feeling very comfortable here so far.
Yeah, he had perfect vision on this, of course. Knew exactly, well, you're still busy there thanks to my Acolyte, my Shadow Priest. And now LawLiet can detonate. Ooh, not the greatest detonate here. At least gets a little bit of mana off. Big question now. Can LawLiet handle the heat of the ghoul pull? That's for sure coming against this second base of LawLiet.
Still has some time for this. Tree of Life was started nicely early before the tech. He's taking a lot of Wisp Repair, by the way, to keep this Ancient of War standing.
Yeah.
This all comes from just that one simple Shadow Priest pull, which of course also meant that the Warden didn't have Shadow Priest for a long time, although admittedly didn't need one so far and should pick up the next.
Happy extremely conservative. Staying at the bottom right-hand side, ready for a defense, for an attack that's only now coming. No skill selected yet, no fan of knives. It's not only a different creep route, it's also a different build. We're probably both going for boots. LawLiet gets the tele staff. That's quite nice. Happy so far, empty-handed.
It is quite the early Haunted here. It was Haunted first, with also no harass over at the Expo, but it does look like this Tree of Life should be finishing up. Staff in, DK joins the ghouls, Warden with the staff as well. Ooh, that Berserker is the most important unit in the early game. Nice round by Happy. Close that in quick. And might be a typical Happy thing to do here to lose no ghouls. Oh, one does go down, but that's a deny.
And it's also the Expo held. On the cost of a Berserker, yep, that's troublesome. Gives good experience here for the DK on the way to level 3, but most important thing is to create a 2-base situation while our Chinese observers are once again dropping like flies. Not a good sign for the rest of the game and the rest of the day.
I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. Remember, this was the best thing ever in NetEase? In NetEase, when you lagged, only you lagged, and you didn't lag the lobby. That was so sick. I have no idea how they did that.
Yeah, except that the game continued when you were a player and dropped out, so it was down to the opponent and the observers to call out that we need a pause.
That's true. However, nowadays we have like 2 players and 30 observers, so, you know, the odds would be in the favor that way.
You know what would be great? Resume from replay. Blizzard.
Would be a nice thing, Neo, if only we had the technology.
If only, man. If only. Well. Hunter's Hall coming up. Tech on the way. For Happy also. Rebuilding Altar, rebuilding Graveyard. Everything as it should be. A lot less unique of a game, but not a bad game for LawLiet.
Wait a minute. Where's the Ancient of War? There it is. Last map, LawLiet had 2 Ancients of War ready to creep. Now it's only 1. I wonder if we can hit that level 5 timing again at around 10 minutes 30. I feel like it's going to be a lot harder this time. And if you can't hit that as quick, and if the push of the unit hits you harder and you're further behind, it might make for a more difficult game. I would say this game is looking better for Happy than the last.
Yeah, for sure. Levels are somewhat even. No economy harassed yet, but that's changing now. Acolyte under attack by, once again, the Shadow Strike 2 build. No blink, always gotta be careful. There's a staff, there's a ring, there's a parry. Warden should be safe against coil only. Happy as before. Double crypt, no triple crypt, no gargs. Great saves on these echoes.
Not even a single one going down here is going to mean that the gold economy is looking fantastic. Churning and delivering again and again. I guess this one Acolyte might be going down, but whatever. Necropolis now going to be finished up. Basically, no danger here. Happy even going for the deny on the Acolyte. Really wants to make sure he keeps an eye on the experience bar of this Warden.
Wow, denying for 25 XP, man. That's some min-maxing. That's the level of play that we expect from Happy. Young Fang with gift sub number 1099 to Warden Gaming Official. Thank you.
Warden Gaming indeed here on these 2 map attempts, if you want to call them that. Warden is going to be very limited to specific maps in this matchup. We've seen before that also on Twisted Meadows she can be amazing. Nice little coil bait right there. But on most maps she doesn't work. So if you want to score with the Warden, this is the map to do it on.
Right on. With triple lore this time, by the way. No talents no more. Maybe he thinks that Happy will expect these talents and goes for an earlier web. And therefore, Dryads are the call. Mass production still has some gold to spend. Sweet creeping and last hit. That's not too easy against Happy, who loves to steal stuff away from his opponent. But precise level 4. Fan of Knives intensifies. And DK didn't get much done here.
But he did keep her busy a little bit. She couldn't jump to the next camp right away. And what does that mean? She's level 4, yes, but only level 4. And not even remotely close to level 5. This is a very different look from the previous attempt we saw. Happy is going to be ready for the tier 3 push in about 2 minutes, 2.5. LawLiet, you got to get ready.
Ooh, he thankfully was ready for that, Nova. Shout out to the parry up of Vitality. I say for quite a while, Night Elf should actually buy them from the shop. They once again don't listen to me, like with my pedal idea that I think they should do. Use a pedal for the Staff of Preservation, but maybe in 2027 they will finally see it. Happy is preparing a push as so often. First attack upgrade, Burrow, tier 3 on the way, statues to juice up this army. LawLiet might be ready for the Bears, and with Dryads, triple production I like, upgrades I like, especially that armor upgrade. But Warden, as you say, level 5, no chance.
And it's just such a huge difference, the impact that the Warden has compared to level 4 to level 5. Honestly, normally, when you're facing a tier 3 undead army off of 2 bases, level 5 isn't just need to have, it is mandatory to have, to hold. Doing this with level 4 only is insanely difficult, and something that perhaps only LawLiet can do with a Warden in his hands.
In the Warden's case, is it maybe mandatory?
Yeah, sure. Why not, Neo?
Did you miss me,
very
buddy?
You're a subscriber to r/dad jokes, are you not?
I can't hide the fact that I love a little joke here and there. Laughs are good for your health.
LawLiet is hoping to have more to laugh later when he finally has that level 5. He did Tome of Retrain, finally. While the Bears are creeping down south, trying to get the crucial experience for her to hit the level up. I'm not sure if it's quite enough. Also, he's taking some damage here from this camp. Perhaps not that much, but all that HP can matter. But he does get it! The one Acolyte kill here was just barely enough. And again, impressive late game creeping by LawLiet, even if it wasn't the easiest early game this time around. And with this level 5, the doors again open for a good Warden game.
We haven't seen an Alchemist just yet. Happy has the resources for it. Big healing, mana potion, heal scroll, invuln, Alchemist right there. Also, consumables available for that Warden plus Reju, and this time double Moonwell defense, Ancient of War, AP. This is a very fortified Knight of Position.
It's going to be a lot easier to properly use these destroyers this time, with there being no danger of the Talons. I wonder if Happy knows this. I'm not sure if he scouted for it, as far as the production goes, but seeing this many Dryads with crazy good upgrades already, I guess he should know.
Well, well, well. Can the Warden do some heavy lifting? Fan of Knives, Coil anticipates it. We do have Burrow ready. No dust against it, though. Destroyers chasing bears, but good micro with the Reju. Might be lacking on the Warden, but that's what the Moonwells are for. Focus fire on the bear so far well prevented, but the ghouls still wreaking havoc in this Night Elf army.
And look at the destroyers. Happy also always so great with the positioning on them. They hardly ever are exposed. They're always doing good magic damage against the bears when they can. And Happy is healing through the Warden damage pretty well so far. The Warden, once she runs out of mana, all of a sudden isn't that big of a threat anymore. She needs to rely on her Moonwells and shop items.
Lich is a beast, by the way. Target fire of the Dryads ended up on the DK the entire time. Not a single shot to these Destroyers or Fiends. Warden back. Fan of Knives, reveal against her as well. Mana potion, heal potion, everything still available, but Happy is losing HP drastically.
And there's no TP this time. Normally Happy loves having the TP to use if necessary to get away. Holding on still to that heal scroll for the very last moment.
I don't know if Happy...
here. There's the heal scroll.
I don't know if Happy can do something here. Like, this position is still so fortified. He didn't even chew through the Ancient of War. And I think this is a magnificent hold. Happy grinding his teeth against the Night Elf expansion. The triple lore Dryads, man. Looking fantastic. The one thing that cannot happen again, though, Warden cannot fall. Statues are doing a wonderful job. Happy in fighting shape again.
Great thing about the Dryads, of course, magic immune. Don't have to be worried about destroyers or fiends. But what they're really bad against is Disease Cloud. And that one's coming. Soon to be finished. I love seeing in these big undead armies one single wagon. I've been asking for it for years, but they hardly ever do it. Actually, OneToZero has been doing it a little bit lately. Not quite the same success in this matchup. Still as Happy. The Warden still on her quest to level 6, and there's not many kills missing any.
And I really like this Dryad poking, and then the Warden jumps into the back. There's a clear difference in prioritization between like a LawLiet right now and a Life. Life oftentimes goes for the heroes, destroyers, gets good success with that, with the Demon Hunter, of course. LawLiet takes out the Fiends first and foremost. It's only 2 Fiends. They are supposed to be the counter against Dryads. We got plenty of them. Let's see if that works out as well.
Quite a few destroyers morphed, lots of magic damage. The bears with the roar might be a bit of intentional grief, because that just gets dispelled. Warden looking for more kills. Here's the dust. That is only one of 2 charges. He rebought the dust. That's nice as well. And Happy taking a lot of damage on his units right here. Warden about to hit the level 6. One more. He gets 2 more.
He has a
and
potion.
That's level 6.
He has a potion. Drops the item. Oh my god, the efficiency by LawLiet. Destroyers are falling as well. Now we get the spirits. So many corpses. Nuke on the bear. Dryad's also about to fall. 64, 65. Such a close game. But the ultimate of the Warden might carry the game for LawLiet once again.
Happy trying to surround the Avatar of Vengeance and take it out, but that wasn't quite closed. Disease Cloud is kicking in pretty hard. The Dryads have taken quite a bit of damage with the Warden. Also, it's just finding so many kills. Here's the dust again. 2 more Fiends, perhaps, on the chopping block. Happy has still no TP, but still a couple of potions.
Oh, heal scroll ready. It would be so important for LawLiet to get that one. But no blink to get to the shop. 3 Dryads about to fall. A bear about to fall.
Look how hurt they are.
Yeah, it's gonna be so close, man. That's a lot of supply dropping, and Happy still got the burrow ready. Does he weather the storm? Finally, here we go. Heal scroll necessary. Invuln as well. LawLiet with quicker fingers than in the first approach of Echo Isles.
No dust here. This Fiend survives. Supply is still pretty even, and these undead heroes, if they level up higher, they can hang with the Warden solo, even with the Warden this high level.
LawLiet was playing
Happy
against...
takes the supply lead.
Indeed, he does. LawLiet was playing against OneToZero before in this league, and was exposed to Disease Cloud, of course, and he didn't get any heal scrolls. I like to see that improvement here. It is necessary, but yeah, he gotta lick the wounds, gotta charge up again. Ancient Protector is soaking up the damage. Dryads are coming back in. DK, or maybe a bit exposed here, but he has so many potions still.
What Happy doesn't have right now is more stats. He needs more of them for more healing for sure. Burrow, so good as well right now, with there being no dust.
LawLiet once again so greedy with that Invo potion. DK almost dead, still Conservative, still holding that potion. Alchemist almost coming down. Warden back in. Avatar still up. More corpses and very, very... Oh, that fan! Oh my god, he wipes out 10 food!
Yeah, the 3 fiends and an A-bomb. That's even more. 13 food going down. That was a huge strike for LawLiet. Perhaps bringing him the edge right now in this match.
More statues as you demanded. What a game, and what a tug of war. Big props to LawLiet's macro, by the way. Constant production. Always the right things at the right time. Warden level 7. Happy grinding his teeth here again. And I love these avatar summons. Always pressure, always shaving off HP from Happy, who now... Oh, that Warden. Who now... Is he going back? I don't know. Statue down. Can he accomplish anything here?
And the Avatar Spirits are also like the best counteractive against the wagons. Normally you throw in one wagon, it's really hard for knives to take out if it's good, if it's well microed. But these spirits can take him out over time. Happy though still certainly not giving up. He is pushing on still, has some potions available, but no heal scrolls.
We got Reju in. Invo potion, Fan of Knives one more time. Warden nuked. Use that Invul, man. Don't fly too close to the sun once again. Heal spray, and now Happy realizes this is not what you want. Gargoyle down, Fiend down. More kills for that Warden level 7.5.
Yeah, phenomenal. This Warden having a fantastic game. We're not expecting anything less from LawLiet, who is, after all, the god of the Warden. Playing her so well here. It's a treat to see. The downside is, she does really get stronger from here, unless she can somehow get level 9, though that seems unlikely. And Happy really has his work cut out for him here, man. This is not an easy game at all.
Right on. Beautiful, beautiful game between the two. Beautiful, beautiful support from you guys. Youngfang with the 1,100th gifts up to Womandatory. Appreciate that. Skragor for the 5 years. Also fantastic. Now both players charging up for the next battle. We got Heal Scroll, Invo Potion. It's Echo Ult, Mr. Remo Demo. There's only one shop, and shop control is incredibly important, in case you don't know yet.
And there's also no Zeppelin, so no easy way to protect these Acolytes. It's 3 more Acolyte kills. It's easily hundreds of gold of damage. Warder staffs in again! That's a ballsy move! But the level 3 Blink, man, she is pretty quick.
Boom. Barely any cooldown anymore. Scouts the main for potential temples. No sign of that just yet. Oh yeah, that was 4 Acolytes not mining here for a while. Might help Happy later. We compare gold mines. 4,400 for Happy. 5,100 for LawLiet still. Shop on the left-hand side. Triple lore production, guys. And the 3rd armor upgrade. Love this. Plus, Mountain Giants.
Only 1-0 upgrades for Happy. He is so far behind. Again, one wagon here would have such sick potential. But as I mentioned earlier, perhaps impossible to keep alive against the Avatar. One blinks in. Again, so much damage from her in this game. She is topping the charts.
30,000 damage indeed. Not even the Lich can get close. Blinks in, damage done. Happy pulled a lot of ghouls here. Nuke, but not necessarily enough. Circlet, really, really nice. And the Avatar uptime, also very nice. Poison damage coming in. Warden careful. And another heal spray needed. So much value on this Alchemist.
Warden committing, perhaps for the Alchemist kill. Heal scroll is in. Invo might be necessary. Heal spray again. Happy's getting quite a few kills on these bears, though. The front line disappearing quickly for LawLiet.
As so often, the damage sponsors bears. Dryads in a solid concave, though. Coil on the bear, not on the Warden. She is so fragile, even on level 8 now. Will the Fiends do it eventually? How does LawLiet get out here?
He needs mana. That's the downside of the Warden. Yes, she's amazing as long as she has mana, but right now the mana is low. About to hit level 8, by the way. It's still daytime. The moon juice is looking really bad right now.
It is. It absolutely is. There's no more shops. There's potions, and she needs these potions. Ancient marching forward, wanted to be part of that fight, a little bit slow, just like me. 3 upgrades, Mountain Giants coming. Avatar still summoning some spawns that can't be dealt with. Uptime on the Avatar is very, very high. Just use it, so don't lose it. Draining the Alchemist a bit further out. Happy still shop control though. Triple invul, big healing, heal scroll. He's so ready for everything that's happening in the next fight.
Death Knight also very close to level 5. You got to keep an eye on that nuke. The Warden has felt the pain a couple of times already today. And there's no invul on her anymore.
High pressure situation on LawLiet. Needs a little bit of a miracle. Needs to stall a little bit more time. Warden does a great job at that. Blink fan, blink fan. And another 50% Warden. No items available. But LawLiet got the 14 food with Mountain Giants up.
And it's finally night time again. Finally some moon juice kicking in once more, but 2 moon wells being lost at the expansion. That's not just healing being missing, but also a supply block now for LawLiet. Can't get back up to 80 once he starts losing.
First Mountain Giant. A-bombs are a good solution. Lich further forward, but Happy of course has the coil. He always does. Bear melting, Warden jump, statues back in. This MG needs to disrupt this fight with taunt.
2 Mountain Giants in the mix. 12 armor is pretty crazy, but Happy's army also is respectable. 2-1 upgrades finally. Happy was able to improve on those upgrades at long last. Alchemist may be a bit far forward, dropping low, but there's more healing for him, including from himself.
Alchemist might be forced into an invul now. Level 8 finally took LawLiet forever to get these 1-2 kills. First Mountain Giant almost down. Alchemist TP's out. Doesn't want to give that heal potion over. Mountain Giant falls. 7 supply gone. And Happy is getting further and further ahead with a level 5 DK. Healing soon. A base up top. He has weathered that Warden Storm.
LawLiet so far not aware of the northern expansion, and she can harass those acolytes down south real easy. 20 supply lead. Is that something the Warden on level 8 can overcome?
We again get 1, 2, 3, 4 kills. 5 kills actually.
Quick as that. Boom, boom, boom. Happy knows there's valuable moon juice in the main base. This is a very important resource for this late game Warden.
Do you want to respond to that? Almost open battleground. Wisps are coming in. Sock is lagging. The Koreans are all lagging. LawLiet is lagging. Another game. Another game, Remo. Just drop and go.
Oh, Lord.
I mean...
Reconnect feature, please.
This is clearly a little bit of an issue when it comes to Korean server connections to the Chinese server at the moment. We get more support. Cry me a ribbon. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. But yeah, Sock is definitely out. I don't see LawLiet here in the waiting players section.
We dropped the base?
I think we dropped the base. Pause, 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 maybe. Yes.
Whew, man. This second map has been going on for a long time, but looks like the players are ready to resume. Level 5 DK. How much of a difference maker is that? Coils on A-bombs are going to be sick now, but really Alchemist is the more endangered target.
Right on.
Happy, by the way, this whole time, he still has that big heal potion.
Yep.
He never used it.
Yep. Also, LawLiet didn't necessarily force it with any hero focus, which I think is smart. Because you need the damage elsewhere on units to grind that Warden up. Shadow Strike in a meaningful way, very far away. Might be good in a chase to reduce movement speed, but there never really is a chase. There's always a town portal. But yeah, these Mountain Giants are beasts now. Still would love to see Cannibalize. Also to take away corpses from that Warden for Avatar.
Ooh, good point. Yeah, true.
Smart. Big brain Neo, Remo.
Yeah, Cannibalize, such a cheap upgrade. Honestly, I feel like you should always be getting it.
That dodge was beautiful.
Warden has still a good amount of mana left back here. That Robo the Mage was also quite good. Lots of healing here on Happy though.
Yeah. Statue's empty though. Warden gets out of the fight. Maybe a consumable there to take up 400 gold. Jumps back in. Needs these fans, but I don't think these fans of knives are that effective anymore. Damage is just missing in this Night Elf army. Heroes at 50% once again. Happy's at... Oh! Happy's entire army is at 50%. But he has no heal spray. Does he? He could pop the potion that's currently on the DK. Value! Oh my god!
Oh my god. Sick heal spray. The Warden was only 1 or 2 found knives away from getting all these kills, but now she's the one who has to be careful. Just bought a big invo potion from the shop, but again, lacking mana.
Walls are closing in, man. Walls are closing in. We're getting close to a 2-0 in our 3rd game of the day. Sounds weird, but it is what it is. This is 62 food, but the Mountain Giant... Ooh, that was a lot of moon juice there again. Without the avatar, this is definitely a dead game. With the Expo up at the top, that's also not looking too good. LawLiet just desperate attempts to get Happy out of his base.
Gonna kill an A-bomb here. That one is denied. Warden isn't even too far away from level 9, believe it or not. But it seems to be not enough. The MG's hard to kill. The Dryad's not so much. The Alchemist is in trouble here now. Big heal potion finally committed. 26 minutes into the game.
Okay, there's still 2 invo potions though. So hero focus with Fan of Knives and no second hero might be impossible. I think LawLiet realizes this too. One last Hail Mary with the Fan of Knives, maybe. But man, unsung hero of this game, this goddamn Alchemist. And
the Warden will go down. The Coil Nova to end the game. GG. Happy with a 2-0 here. He claims the big lead in this series. But those were 2 really close games. Those were 2 masterful Warden games, even on the 2nd attempt, where the Warden didn't have the easiest early game. Still impressive for LawLiet, but impressive doesn't give you points.
Right on. This is, of course, insanely heartbreaking. LawLiet was on somewhat of victory road during map 1. Then the disconnect was in a very good spot throughout the majority of the game. But yeah, one base Warden is lacking that extra step, that extra oomph at some point, even though it was 50,000 damage.
54,000. That might be the highest number I've ever seen.
That's pretty crazy, but you know what? We don't have the numbers here, but this Alchemist also must have done 40,000 healing.
Yeah, Alchemist, absolutely the perfect hero for the job. And the mastery of the Alchemist play is not to have him ready and to have him use the heal spray. That's pretty easy. The great thing to do here is to have him in the right spot to heal, but never too far exposed to die. If you are not super on point and always kiting perfectly, it's so easy for the Alch to die to the bears closing in. But Happy never lost a single hero once in that game.
2-0. I think we couldn't blame LawLiet if he's like crumbling now, falling apart now.
A little bit checked out.
A little bit. I mean, he will definitely try. Like, every point matters in this league. Everybody knows, and especially in matches versus Happy, this is what can set you apart from every other gamer that might go down 0-3 against Happy. Most gamers go down 0-3 versus Happy. So he can separate himself and try to climb back to the not bottom 3 position. But yeah, if 2 games like this fail this way when you got so close, we shouldn't blame him if this is not as good of a performance as we've seen before.
Yeah, could go for a 3-0 here. Would be a bit of a shame considering how close these games were, especially the Warden games. Speaking of Warden, mentioned earlier, Warden can be a promising hero on certain maps, but not playable on many of them. Shadow Exile, as far as I'm informed, is not clearly determined yet. Is that a playable map for the Warden? Normally the Warden likes big maps, likes expo maps. The size certainly seems to be there. Is LawLiet gonna dare her once more?
Well. It is a big map, but it's also somehow a rushable map. Like, we see Peli Rifle here. That always indicates, yep, that's... the rush distance is not that great. What is great is the series and the lead for Happy as well. 2-0 for the Emperor on the way to another 0-3. That's 5 points. That's extra money. And that is Sock lagging again. And that is the entirety of Korea lagging again.
Sock streaming, by the way?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
The Koreans got a little conglomerate. War 3 Korea. Interesting, that's only... Like, everybody's lagging, but Sock is the one lagging out. Change server. Okay. Yeah, that is a very, very flawed server at the moment. Better safe than sorry.
Okay. What other server are they going to go for? Just a different CN North?
I guess so. That might... Oh, is it biting us? I think there's some issues with the Russian side of things once again, as a lot of proxies don't seem to be available. Hopefully this is better. But yeah, North 3, it seems, is fine. Looking fine for me too. Ooh, Korean Central is disconnected. That's new. Well, last time this happened, I asked the chat, what the hell is... Usually this is happening when there's a real-life world event kind of thing. Turned out, America just attacked Venezuela, and I didn't notice for like half a day because I was so invested in Warcraft 3. So, yeah, guys, chat, if there's anything happening out there, it might be why the servers are a bit fragile today.
I checked Reddit this morning. As far as I know, there's no new war started, but at the moment, you never know when the next thing might be breaking out. I did read some very depressing news about Iran this morning, but whatever. We are here to enjoy some Warcraft, and I think we just had a little join bug.
Yes,
Let's rejoin.
Game is up again. Ay. World of Warcraft server down the entire day. Warcraft servers fragile today. It's not a good day to be a gamer. But it's a great time to get some coffee. Remo, you take the helm.
Hell yeah, I got to get that caffeine injection. I don't even know. Does Neo drink black coffee? Cappuccino? Espresso? We've been in so many hotel breakfast areas and lobbies together, and I still don't know exactly what kind of coffee he drinks. I never drink coffee, chat, believe it or not. It is not my cup of tea or cup of coffee, if you will allow me.
That's because I try to dodge you in the morning like a warden tries to dodge a coil.
Understandable, to be honest. It's something that I can absolutely recognize as a reasonable strategy. But didn't you tell me a couple of weeks ago that you are slowly morphing into a morning person, much to your disliking?
Bro, I'm a World of Warcraft gamer now. Bro, my nights go till 6 a.m., brother. The sleep schedule is
nice.
Big time fucked again. I'm back, baby. I'm back.
All it took was one really degen game, and here we are. By the way, did I see that right? On the first character, you chose Mage, then you died, and then you chose Mage again?
Hell yeah.
What? But there's so many. Don't you want to play a different class?
Nah, dude. I don't want to be a tank because then I got responsibility. I don't want to be a healer because then I got responsibility. I don't want to have a pet because that's freaking annoying and I have to macro and I don't like that. And then the only option I have is Mage. Also, Mage the coolest.
Okay, so Frostbolt, Blink, Frostbolt, Blink. Is that the exciting gameplay?
Well, it's also Nova, Blizzard.
Okay. Some AoE action. You see, yeah, I know how it works.
There you go.
How did you die, by the way, on level 38?
We went into a dungeon, which is like a cave with bosses and stuff, and our group was... We were already done with the run. We slayed the boss, and we were all happy and moved on, and so what are we doing next? And then we ran into a big group of mobs that respawned, and we weren't ready for that. Nobody made great calls, and then there were like 20 enemies. And I panicked, and then I died.
Yeah, that's what hardcore gaming does for you, right? All of a sudden, when your character is in real danger, you're like, oh shit, all that time, all those hours, dude, they're about to be meaningless. But that's why we go again.
But
LawLiet is
at
also
least-
hoping to go again
Exactly.
with a different hero.
At least I distracted the mob so much that the rest of the group survived. So it was a bit of a heroic death.
That's good. So you're like the guy in the movies. You gotta leave me behind, guys. You gotta go on without me.
Yes, that's me, man. That's me.
Oh, one moment.
Sure. I forgot to switch the scene. There we go, everybody. Shattered Exile, it is. We got the Demon Hunter, we got Immolation. This is currently the most promising setup in Night Elf versus Undead. Because of the creep speed, because of how powerful it also is versus ghouls. And you can add mana burn then later. No ghoul pull. Currently, no expansion. Happy also Tekken. Might be going back to his patented tier 3 push attempts. LawLiet gets the Acolyte here. It's a little bit of extra XP. No push towards the mercenary camp just yet. And Ring of Protection. Really freaking good. Techs are running. No cheeky, early, cheesy expo on LawLiet's side either. Both are gathering information. Both are gathering XP. We got Mana Burn Immolation, the meta build. This is so far the one game where LawLiet is playing as the other elves are playing. Dodges that surround, gets the burn in, and another surround dodge. Well done. Next up, Chase is up with Unholy Aura, with ghouls. This is solid distraction, and creeps are attacking these ghouls as well. Wonder who gets more kills off of this. We got plenty of mana, as the Demon Hunter can't really reach for another burn. And with Coil, of course. Oh, Coil into surround. Let's go. Happy with a good early game, aiming for the next one. As we said before, we shouldn't blame LawLiet too much if he's falling apart here now on game 3 after 2 very, very hard to swallow pills, as game 1 and 2 were. Thank you, Constantine, for the big YouTube support. Hey, you cheer my heart when I see you casting together. Thank you. Bulgaria's in Euro now since January 1st. Welcome, brother. Boots of Speed on the Demon, continuing to chase. But Happy found the replenishment potion. If he's getting some me time, he can heal up in no time. And what's the
I love
plan?
that item, but I know that Happy hates that item. I'm betting you 2 Tomboy right now that he's gonna sell the replenish.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, if he uses it, the Demon Hunter will burn the mana pretty much right away. You can heal with Ritual Dagger or stay on Blight. Oh, boop.
He hates it.
Dude, you're such a
He hates it.
fanboy. You're such a
He hates
fanboy.
Oh, it is 75 mana and 200 hit points, boys.
Well, do you think if the replenishment potion were orange, he'd drink it?
Or black and white.
Black
He's,
and white? Oh, Oreo milkshake, brother.
I gotta say, I never really understood all that Oreo hype. It's something that is not my specific preference. But hey, different strokes for different folks.
We got a Naga. We got the ghoul kill. We got boots on the Naga, but LawLiet with the solid disengage. LawLiet is passing the boots to the Naga just like Happy does. This might be the first time in 4 years that I see a Night Elf do this.
Forces are under attack.
Happy is sharking for some kills, looking for the opponent. It's a big map though, not always so easy to find them, but if you're deducing logically where might the Ancient of War be, most likely it's here. LawLiet has the time, just about to get the next item, another Ring of Protection. That's great for the Demon. Look at this guy go. So much bonus ammo right now.
Well, not on the Naga though. The skeleton block is amazing! Additional damage, additional coil, insult to injury continues. Demon Hunter not level 3, has a town portal, huge detonate to free the DH. Still well controlled though. Happy is playing a phenomenal pressure game. The blocks are mental.
Yeah, and having to fight now without Naga against Naga is so bad. LawLiet should be able to be able to stabilize here until the Naga is back, but this costs so much moon juice. And Happy isn't taking much damage here, really.
He's in the ropes, man. He's in the ropes. He is limping, 2 black eyes. Barely, I think he's barely surviving here. But all right, Happy, let's go. Focuses on creeping now, I think. And we focus on our sub count. Jay Coulter. Yo, Remo. Glad to see you back. Go, Ness.
This might be the last Night Elf game we see today. If LawLiet loses here, this is a bit of a undead extravaganza today with 3 undead matchups being on display today in the Super League. Just no undead mirror. But yes, our only Night Elf for today. And, you know, judging from Neo's voice, I feel like Neo here doesn't have much faith in this Night Elf we're seeing right now on map 3. And that's despite him always saying he likes LawLiet. Is that how far your favor goes, Neo? One little bit of a hiccup and all of a sudden you abandon all hope.
A little bit of a hiccup. Remo,
A little bit of a hiccup.
Remo, tell me, how many
he's
night...
just down 0-2 against Happy. I mean, how hard can it be?
Remo, tell me, how many Night Elf games did you watch in the past 2 weeks?
A couple.
Uh-huh. How many?
Yeah. I saw Life versus Happy.
Uh-huh. That was good. What?
Yeah.
Another?
I saw 1 or 2, yes.
Okay. I watched like 6 dozen. And the level of frustration of Night Elves playing so well up until a certain point and then throwing it all away broke me during that time. So I think I can be excused.
But what if reverse sweep?
Well, then I'm gonna dance around naked.
Okay. We're gonna create our OnlyFans page finally today, guys. You've been waiting for it.
What do you mean? I sell my feet for weeks already.
Yeah, you got very, very interesting Hobbit feet. I'm sure there's an audience for it.
Very hairy indeed.
A player's forces are under attack.
Bit of a calmer mid-game phase here. Oh, look at the Dryad Scout. Yo, the Dryad Scout picks off the Ghoul. Let's go. That's the min-maxing we like to see. And LawLiet heading on over for the Creep Jack. Naga already level 3 though. DK staffing in. There's an orb advantage right now on the Undead. Not sure if this is the best fight ever to take for LawLiet here, to be honest.
Well, he assesses the situation similarly for the first time, agreeing with you. Naga versus Naga. Here's the Nova. Here's the Coil. Demon Hunter right-click damage. No immolation. So far, the Nagi survive, but the question is for how long? Close calls here. That's a lot of potential ghoul kills.
Dryad's also going down here. The statue heal, of course, amazing as always. Demon Hunter chasing after the Naga with the boots. As long as you're fast to react, you can always get away pretty much from the demon. Now he's getting slowed also by the main. And there's no TP, by the way. Uh-oh. If he gets surrounded here, he would actually die, but not enough units around.
You evil motherfucker in the chat. Alamon Nation, does Neo have more compassion and understanding for Night Elves not pressing their items after yesterday's experience? Wow, the dagger to the heart. What a very good comment, I gotta say. Yes, I do.
Wait, wait. Did you lose your character yesterday? I thought that was before.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yesterday. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. We go again.
we do. Level 12 already.
Big camp here for Happy. Bro, the Magi is really good for those int heroes. Naga and Death Knight both not too far away from level 4 anymore. It's not a great sign normally when the Demon Hunter is behind experience of the enemy Naga. Not fantastic.
Agree. The inventory for Happy looking good. The Demon Hunter is extremely tanky, so I have some hope. One base though is never too great for the Night Elf. We do have an orb now, finally. Supply, similar. Happy got great consumables once again. That's a returning pattern throughout the entire game. Invo potion, heal potion, mana potion. He always got the right drink for the right occasion.
He also still has the Scourge Bone Chimes. I feel like that always used to be a sell for the undeads, including Happy. Makes me wonder, is he considering A-bombs perhaps for the late game? You know what LawLiet's considering? He is going talents. Difficult to afford off of one base, but still quite high potential.
Exactly. Also, like, you need the resource, obviously. You also need the time. And time might be the crucial thing here. Happy muscling up on the right-hand side, clearing camp after camp, moving to the red spot. That gives LawLiet some time to cross the entire map to go for the opposite red spot.
Happy right now, not sure for a moment if he might be getting creep jacked, but looks like now he figured it out. Night is far away. He gets this camp easily. And that is going to be double level 4 with Lich level 3 right around the corner. This is starting to get very dangerous in terms of undead hero levels.
We got a Shade by Happy as well. Love to see that. Haven't seen that move in a while. Maybe they're not expected. Happy reads the game even without a Shade very, very well. Now with even more information, can do the perfect reactions. At the shop now, still didn't sell the Vambora. Will LawLiet be at home in time for the push?
Going to TP home for sure. Claws plus 12, good for the Naga. Happy. Is he going for a Sapper maybe? Was considering it for a moment, but not gonna do it. Happy, lots of gold, very low on lumber. Gonna force Night to TP home here in a moment. LawLiet creeping up a little bit more, getting in one more camp. He's got a lot of strong items now as well. And now back at home should be able to fight very well with these Moonwells.
Yeah, we gotta say though, the talent transition didn't go through. We don't have Crow form. We don't have a single talent in the mix. Maybe a little oversight here. Gotta fight without it. He ate some Novas before, so Moonju's low. We got Immolation back in on level 1 with Evasion, 2-1-1 build. Bears melting as always, but that's what they're supposed to do. Demon Hunter is a phenomenal beast with plus 22. And that way he can hold. Supply is still even, and Remo, Happy is extremely low lumber.
And the reason must be that he went for a double Temple of the Damned. Going for Adept training now as well. And another Shade? Is he going double Shade? Indeed he is. No expansion here, no lumber for that. With double Shade, he is going to have a lot of vision here, that's for sure. And we don't even have many creeps left on the map.
So, in the past week, Happy started with Banshees, see that they get countered and transitioned into Necro Wagons when things looked dire. I don't think we're there yet, just mentioning it as a possibility. LawLiet, I would almost like to see Fairy Dragons instead of Talons this time against Banshees, but I don't think so far he knows, and that's also a returning pattern this league. LawLiet scouting not on top Night Elf level.
Wait a minute, did he sell the Ring of Protection plus 5?
Yep.
What? That's like the best item for the Demon Hunter.
Well, it gives a lot of gold, but then at least save the ring plus 3. Stacking up on HP now, which is arguably better against spells anyway. And Zeppelin.
Yeah, getting ready for the Zeppelin drop. Gonna possibly... Oh, Happy Scout though! Oh my god! The fool was smelling something fishy. Now he's got a bit of a
Sepper.
head start notice.
Sepper.
And
Sepper.
Happy with the Sapper indeed.
Kaboom! Perfect. Double Moonwell kill. The one Moonwell position where they were so close together, and that Zeppelin harass is ruined now. Doesn't work that way. Maybe he can use it for micro. Fork Lightning strong on level 2. DK under pressure. DH under pressure. We still have that Vampire. We still have that heal scroll. But LawLiet pushes Happy back. Game continues on even supply. Happy 1400 gold.
Both players here with level 2 Cold Arrow. That slow is really good against heroes and against everything that it works against. Happy, very low on mana indeed. Gonna lose a Fiend here. LawLiet, not with a bad exchange so far.
Yeah, I agree. Not too much left though. DH, raid boss with how much HP he got.
Death Knight.
Fork Lightning, Fork Lightning, Fork Lightning! Ooh. The arm was in the air. A split second too late.
My dog, that was very close.
Mr. Remo Demo, I have a question now.
Okay.
How do you heal up this Night Elf army?
Rejuvenation.
Okay.
Bing bong. 1, 2.
Bing bong.
Did you,
The
did you
witches.
also think about
The witches.
Disney movie right away? But the point I think you're trying to get to is you don't want to make any more bears because you're facing banshees. So the amount of rejuves is going to be very, very limited.
I always like in this situation a Care Bear in the base. Just keep it behind in the base, outside of Banshee reach. He's your doctor, so keep him away. No Mountain Giants here. Now the transition into talents. I still feel LawLiet is blind against this talent transition.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, we've seen it rarely, right? That Night Elves try to go for Cyclone to counter Possession. Which, still not sure if that's exactly reliable. But MGs are going to be coming. Soon. Couple minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay. Upgrade started. It's also a little bit of a LawLiet play to fake Mountain Giant upgrades to indicate that he's breaking upkeep. But in this case, I think it is a full transition again. So this is a timing thing now. LawLiet knows Banshees are up. If he saw that, maybe he knows Master is done already. But Happy taking it rather slow too. He is scouting everywhere. He got his eyes. He got 2 shades. He got a ghoul at the 6 o'clock. Checking the left-hand side. Like every possible expo position is covered. And in the meantime, LawLiet has no eyes on the map except the Zeppelin.
Yeah, I guess Happy wanted to make really, really sure he wouldn't get caught off guard by a Tree of Life coming up somewhere unnoticed. That was impossible on this map because there is literally eyes everywhere. The hills have eyes, so to speak.
He got that entire KGB scouting for him. Moonwells are looking so bleak, dude. Holy. Well,
Acolyte number 6 now made. Classic Happy Ultra Unsummon. And now Happy is the one, I guess, looking for an expo. But good scout by LawLiet. He's got Zeppelin on the lookout. Ooh, he might have just missed it, actually.
Demon Hunter Curse, the detonates don't really work. Because Snipe, LawLiet is about to lose the Moonwell. And that means he is supply blocked. Squeezes out another Mountain Giant, but still needs time. This base will suffer, and then we get one big last fight, possibly.
Rejuve dispelled the once, but reapplied. Very interesting army mixer by LawLiet. He's got a whole bunch of zoo units active. The bears, though, they can't be possessed. You have to save them, and they were saved. Possessions interrupted. It's a good start for LawLiet right here. Next possession attempted. The bear is stolen, though. Happy gets one.
We got the anti-magic pretty much right on top. The talents are all dead. He flew them straight into the fiends. Supply neck and neck again, but the DK is chasing the Dryad. Zeppelin going down. Taunt, taunt, taunt. One more crow. Maybe some fairy fire would be nice. The fairy dragons are actually doing an amazing job. Fiend kill in the ground. Another one. And LawLiet weathers the storm, but was the structural damage maybe too much?
Yeah, the immolation kill there was quite nice to have indeed. Bit of damage on the Night Elf army. The Z-Star would have made that even worse, but Happy didn't quite have the resources for that. However, with the Expo coming up, there might be enough. And now the question is, did that Zeppelin earlier see the Acolyte moving over or not? Maybe he really didn't. Maybe he has no idea.
Yeah, that'd be bad. And also crossing a big map like Shattered Exile with Mountain Giants is not too easy. Happy now, Roar and Rejuve available. Bear, of course, nice to have with the statues, constantly replenishing them. The late game is still very, very much in Happy's favor, especially when that base is coming up. It's all about that second base now.
Yeah, Bear, one of the best units to steal for the late game. To have Roar is just so sick already. There's Dryad Dispel, sure, but it's not going to be endless amounts. But with the Tree of Eternity moving over, LawLiet has another mining option available in a moment. Happy, of course, knows this, sees this easily with the Shades. And can get annoying as well with the shade blocking if he wants.
Yeah, that would be such a classy move, man. Well. Game is slowing down for a second. Time for you to check if your Prime sub is available. Don't let it go to waste. You take money off of Amazon's pocket and put it into ours, and you don't get ads for an entire month. And this is the Super League month, everybody. So big time value from just 2 little clicks. Now we're going to see a lot more clicks in that next fight. Happy wants to close it out, attacking LawLiet's main.
One shade taken out. There's a backup. Can he get in position? Oh, he can. Happy also microing the shades really well. Kind of funny how Happy is the best micro player of all time, and the easiest unit to micro the shade, he can also micro well. That makes sense. And dude, this one dust forced might actually be relevant. If the second one is used up, and then the burrow can come into play again.
Yeah, I would love to see a wisp at the lab on the right-hand side or left-hand side, whatever, just to have scan ready.
Fairy Dragon in Mana Flare form. Wisp taken out. That was a big Fog Lightning right there.
Let's see them.
Fiend caught off to the side, and already the burrow is again becoming valuable.
Right on. We got crows, open battlefield, easy for the fiends to snipe them if necessary. Fairy Dragon position, not... Oh, this one is good. Soaking up lots of damage here. He got a backup, needs to use it. Demon Hunter 50%, but so tanky. No consumables on him. Will we use the staff this time? Mountain Giants retreating a little bit. Big wall for the Dryads to do some damage.
And even the MG count might just be a little bit too low. With 2 Mountain Giants only, it's still pretty easy to get around them. And also the normal damage from them just isn't that high. Happy with a huge supply lead. He's got the Expo running. The Demon Hunter is trying to get back to the Moonwells and then rejoin into the fight. But it seems like Happy already has a bit of an unstoppable army here.
Happy has 2 bears. And it feels like LawLiet is a bit deflated here. No hope. Maybe one Hail Mary, but Happy then is also so ready for the nukes. The Mountain Giants not as tanky as they're supposed to be. They're always fantastic in chokes, but there is no choke on this open battleground. Demon Hunter is back, and this is the last stand for LawLiet.
These MGs, they look way more papery than normal. Neat little deny there, I guess, but 30 supply against 74. Jesus, that is not looking good for LawLiet.
No. I mean, it's not the most effective supply of all time because we still have Banshees in. But yeah, once we chew through the 1,125 HP, this is gonna be it. Staff ends up on the Tree of Eternity, of course, after that Coil Nova attempt. This is just for the highlight reels, everybody. Happy with probably the expected 3-0. It's a pattern repeating, Remo. You know I'm extremely good at pattern recognition. LawLiet playing a great session, has great game plans, but in the end, the results just don't show it. The dude is standing 0-7. This is not what he deserves, but it is what it is. This Super League for LawLiet, and Happy with that result, probably surpassing Fortitude in the ranking.
That's Happy, of course, also building on a huge win streak against LawLiet. I guess we didn't mention that too much. It can't even count that many too quick. It's like 30-game win streak or something, maybe. LawLiet, the last win for him over Happy was in 2023, which is now 3 years ago. LawLiet still hoping for more success there. As you mentioned, the success hasn't been looking too great. By the way, I lost the link of the of our amazing advanced standings page.
It is a new one, Mr. Remo Demo. You never lost it. You just never had it. Because we had to adjust it a little bit for the new point system that we got. I'm gonna slide into your DMs if you don't mind. Kaboom, there it is. I don't know if you have editorial rights and can change stuff, but should be.
Okay. Wait, I'm logged out of my Google account. What is this?
Well, I display the ranking to the people in the chat. Happy now. Top half of the season is over. He lost 1 series and I think 1 map, right? Yeah, 2 LabyRinth. 1 series and 1... That is it. An incredible Incredible season for Happy. One map and one series. That's it. Everything else was 3-0. Sock, Colorful, Kaho, Moon, and LawLiet. Sock played a great series, handed Happy the win. Colorful played an insane series, handed Happy the win. Kaho was atrocious, same as Moon. And LawLiet fought well, like a lion. Maybe was robbed of that Echo Isles game. And then the result stands there as well. Still, Happy has to face Lynn and 40. Infi is a little bit of his nemesis. OneToZero is in tremendous shape. And Focus and Soen never to be underestimated, as Happy reportedly hates the Orc Mirror. So second half of the season won't be easy for Dmitry Kostin.
And as you remember, he was not the group stage winner of the first season. That was somebody else entirely. LabyRinth, also an interesting story, right? He had an incredible, like, career-defining performance on the first season. Second season this time around, what are we thinking of Labby?
More shaky, for sure. Had the toughest matchup to begin with Happy on Playday 2. He got a map, though, so that's quite spectacular in hindsight. He destroyed the Orcs. Like, I don't know how long these two best of fives were. I think all 6 maps, Labby vs. Focus and Labby vs. Lynn, maybe a combined 60 minutes, if even. Like, he is the Orc Slayer right now. That's crazy. But then also some duds in there, like the 0-3 against Colorful. I still believe, Mr. Remo Demo, and I know I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat person in that regard. This was New Year's Eve. I think Labby just had to go to a party or came from a party when that match was played, and that explains the result. Versus 40, I think the result doesn't do the performance justice. 1 and 3 was way closer than that. Labby is up there, I would say, but not the dominant Labby of Season 1.
Yeah, it would have been crazy if he came around again to dominate the way he did. Caught all of us by surprise, man. That was one of the sickest stories in recent years, I think, the way that Labby there was absolutely steamrolling through everybody in the group stage. That was so sick. Of course, left a bit of a sour taste in his mouth then for himself when in the playoffs he didn't play to that same level. Sadly, he was kind of weird, right? Long group stage where he performed so well and amazed all of us. And then the shortest playoffs for anybody, just one match against Happy, no chance, boom, out of there.
Exactly, boom, out of there, he was. Yeah, that was a bit deflating, but yeah, Labby should be fine here. It is one of his best matchups versus Infi, and we also got to talk about Infi, of course. As phenomenal as some of these gamers are in this league, Infi is probably my personal disappointment. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, he was destroying people left and right with Firelord, with Dark Ranger, all these intricate plays, also Mountain King. In Season 1, he was also a very, very positive surprise with lots of wins and 5 mappers. This season, Infi very much deflated. His tricky Tavern Hero plays don't seem to work that well anymore. And he currently finds himself outside the playoffs.
Yeah, so this next match coming up for us here, Infi versus Labby, you could kind of call it the disappointments from Season 1. Both have fallen significantly, at least so far, in the group stage. The question will be, can they bounce back again? But already Labby, 3 more losses than in the entire previous season. And Infi, I don't quite remember his score at the end, but it was quite good. He was quite high up there. And I thought he was coming into this strong as well. Again, there was the 2-3 day tournament before the Super League started. The way he played Dark Ranger first against Lich Dude, I was so impressed. He looked so good. That's such a hard matchup to play. It seems like you have to play Griffin, so you have to play Griffins into Lich first. Dude, it's kind of a nightmare normally. You have to rely on level 6, which he did so many times, reliably and repeatably, with charm, so sick. But, you know, where Labby was peaking at the perfect time last season, now it seems like Infi is slumping at the worst time here early in Season 2.
Yeah, very much agree. That's pretty much exactly what happened. It's the opposite of Moon, actually, who slumped a bit before Super League started. Now, he's doing very, very fine for the most part. I mean, not against Happy, but it's always been the case. I don't think we have to talk about that too much anymore. But yeah, hopefully he can swing it back, man. After today, there's a 4-day break of Super League, and maybe he can swing the momentum around. Of course, a win now would be quite fantastic.
Yeah, we have also had those stories before, right? In the previous season. Fly comes to mind. Lynn comes to mind, who had a very, very interesting season last time around where he did average in the first third. Then he did terribly in the second third, getting 0-3 by Fly, for example, who lost everything before that. And then a fire ignited under his buttocks and he got his shit together finally and then played amazing before losing in the end. In the playoffs to Kaho, and then had what the kids call a epic. God damn it, what did they call it? Epic crash out. Epic crash. I was complaining, was super bummed and frustrated. We will see him later, and we'll see how he's gonna be doing.
This is Labby versus Infi on paper. A phenomenal human versus undead for us. But how well does Infi's style match with Labby, and how well does Labby's style match with Infi? That is the question. Labby wants to attack the higher ups. He's currently ranked 7. 1 game less than a Moon or a Happy, so this is big points for him if he scores high. Infi, of course, needs to secure playoffs here. The series between them, oftentimes very close, also going back and forth. The past 2 results, actually, 4-1 in favor of Infi and 4-0 in favor of Infi. Didn't expect that necessarily, but maybe Labby was just holding back and will show his real prowess now.
Yeah, I feel like Infi plays his highest level that he can play. I think he is incredible. He is the best Tavern Hero player in the world, and this is, I've said this many times before, but I think it bears repeating. It's so cool, so sick, and so impressive when one guy can play what looked at first glance like a cheese strat. If you guys haven't been watching too much Warcraft the last 2 months, you might be wondering, wait a minute, he's playing Tavern Hero? What is he doing? Is he match fixing or something? No, he absolutely isn't. This is how he's playing in this matchup. It's his meta, and he is winning with it a lot. And that is so impressive to me. When you have a style that is your own, and you can make it work against anybody. And like I said, I've seen Infi play this amazingly before, but Labby, he has had quite a bit of practice now against it. Maybe some new answers today.
Right on. We got another sub. Thank you, Young Fang, for gifting us up to Mr. Bud. And with that, hello, Bud Crumbs as well. I'm happy to see Infi back with Tavern Heroes. He made an approach against OneToZero to play Mountain King, and that backfired a little bit. Also played Mass Air versus Lich. That was also not the finest. He does indicate a Mountain King here now, but that should just be a fake. On the other side, Lich first by Labby. No Crypt Lord, no DK, no Dreadlord just yet. That is an option for later, for other maps. But yeah, this is what you could expect, and this is what they've been playing for a couple of weeks. So the game plan is out there, and we'll see who executes it better.
That reminded me of the X-Files. Remember the X-Files? The answers are out there. The answer is supposed to be the Dark Ranger. This indeed seems to be the flow chart for Infi right now in this matchup. If you're facing Lich, you go Dark Ranger, and if it's a Crypt Lord, you go Fire Lord. Don't want to get surrounded though. Labby here with an opportunity maybe to look for a Nova surround, but the Dark Ranger getting out. That is the danger of lifesteal. You have to stay put. You have to stop moving for a while, and then surrounds can get quite dangerous.
Exactly. Infi, one of the greatest gamers this game has ever seen, winning 3 Gold League tournaments in 1 year, something nobody else ever did. Labby has become a tournament-winning player just recently with the Yutiao Cup, so both could be in great shape at the pinnacle of the scene. So far, Dark Ranger is working out well, man. Shuts down an Expo, kills a Ghoul. I think Infi is off to a good start.
And this is the, I think, primary reason why Infi is playing this opening, Tavern Hero, instead of normal Archmage opening. This is what the Archmage cannot do. He cannot stop the undead creeping of the natural early on. He cannot stop the erecting of the Ziggurat early on. The Tavern Hero can harass immediately, then fall back, then creep, and go for a 2 base versus 2 base game. And the Dark Ranger, really dangerous as well, around level 3, level 4, when you're facing ghouls with skellies, and there's no destroyers yet, because they won't be for a while, because, you know, fast expansion and all that. But the danger is, once Undead is fully established on tier 3 with a big army, a level 3, level 4 Dark Ranger can be a bit disappointing sometimes.
Yep, there's no power spike at that range. We'll see, maybe the human units can make up for it, because the human army is better than your army. Sometimes, most of the time. Not if you play Mass Griffins versus Lich, though. This was hopefully a lesson that Infi learned throughout this Super League. But we got the Dark Ranger surrounded. Oh, closes it again. Boom, that's the TP right away, and Infi's momentum stopped in its tracks.
And that's a lot of headaches prevented for the expansion. Now the Undead Expo is going to be coming up pretty easily, and the human expansion is so far from done. This ghoul attack could be quite dangerous with Novas at the ready.
And Dark Ranger at 50%. No backup anymore, no TP, no staff. Infi scouting for what's happening at the bridge. Lich is coming with all these ghouls. Militia called for the defense. You gotta turn these ghouls into skeletons.
One big Nova available right there, but the Arcane Tower finishes. That's a big help already. Gonna make it harder for the Lich and the Skellies here to get involved. Peasant count, what are we looking at? 2 kills so far. That is totally fine up until now.
Yes, I agree. Couple of militia busy with the creeps on the left-hand side. Not the biggest deal, but a little bit of an indicator that Infi is not playing perfect at the moment. Dark Ranger chasing for these ghouls. There's another Nova. Staff might be great, might be late.
Oh!
Shadow Bell! Dust! Boom! Dark Ranger down.
That's a very painful loss, dude. That's Lich level 3, and now the Lich damage numbers can rise heavily, especially with some more Rod of Necromancy. Infi trying to go for a distraction counterattack. Footy's heading south to the Undead expansion, but nothing really they can accomplish here anymore.
Apologize, people. Of course, it wasn't a dust. It was a ward. You will be correcting me in the chat big time. I know that. You're correct. But yeah, Infi in the ropes already. 6 minutes in. There's a ward now to constantly check how far the progress is and how attackable this base is. For Labby, Expo up. Always been a fantastic 2-base player. Pioneering the Lich expansion style. First and foremost on ladder, then bringing it into competitive, inspiring thousands around the world. And now creeping his little heart out.
Getting a fast level 4 Lich is always amazing for the incredible mana battery that then you get with Dark Ritual. Lich, unlike the Dark Ranger, is going to be scaling amazingly into late game. Level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. Every level up is going to be sick, especially against Griffins or Knights, or in fact anything that is not mechanical or magic immune. The point is, Dark Ranger, she's going to be less impressive later on, so she needs to have normally the better early game and mid game. But with that hero loss earlier on, this is going to be very, very hard to manage.
So many units so low, man. Imagine Levy attacking here with 1 Nova. That would be level 4 immediately. But alright, Infi hopefully able to stabilize. Creeping a little bit is the Lich. Big Invo Potion noise. Tech on the way. Graveyard in time. Altar still up or already up. Infi with Defend. For creeping? Or anticipating Fiends already? Whatever it is, his tier 2 is done.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple of times by him. I think he wants to attack heavily into the Undead expansion, kill lots of Acolytes, kill lots of Ghouls, raise lots of Skellies. I think here he's trying to take the lead economically and ideally experience-wise to make sure he's got a decent footing for the late game.
Okay. Thank you for the €5 super chat. 2 story Ted. If you deny with a dark arrow, do you get a skeleton? With life drain you do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is the big attack. There's all piercing damage here at the towers, but still these footmen not looking too great. Labby in the perfect position for this defense, reading the game well.
Just a little bit low mana right now and low HP, but the heal scroll comes in perfectly. Great timing on that, and that's level 4, and that's going to be a lot of mana. I think this attack is not doing as much as Infi is hoping.
That is correct. We got the Mountain King second. No Archmage, no Blood Mage. Thank you also, Big Penis, for the 52-month resub. Infi is again going air against Lich. Mr. Remo Demo, I tried to make sense of this for like an entire series, which was an hour. And I couldn't find a reasonable explanation, except be different. Can you enlighten me?
A couple of times, and it's worked better many times than I thought it would. Normally, as we know, Mass Griffin's not good against Lich because Nova just rips you apart time after time. But if you have a good early game and mid game, if you can keep killing Fiends with Stormbolt and Dark Ranger, Skelly's being raised, and so on, you can keep the game even, sort of, until you're level 6. And I think level 6 here is the win condition. But this game is just not looking great for that at all. Also, by the way, I have to mention, I'm having a lot of spikes here. So if I'm laggy, make lag face, then you gotta tell me and maybe I gotta drop out.
Alrighty, I will then send you the feed, of course. Mountain King under attack. Mountain King under the mountain now. More XP to the Lich. That is not what you want. Also a little bit of a debut gift for the DK. Massive Nova. Dude, Infi looks checked out already.
This is not a good position at all. I mean, this is a classic. You lose the hero in the early game, you're going to be far behind, and your opponent is playing well and giving you no openings. Very, very momentum-based hero, this Dark Ranger. I think kind of like a Warden. If you're behind on experience, you're playing a very losing game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And Labby is rock solid. He had some pushes to defend this map, and he was ready for pretty much all of them. Shows me good preparation, good analysis of Infi's timings and playstyles. And now, oh my god, he got a level 2 from this one defense, wiping every single footman. Infi has not a single unit. He's playing Dota right now.
Yeah, this is looking very, very bad. The experience lead on the Undead is huge. This is exactly the opposite of how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
This Dark Ranger is not coming together right now. Again, like we mentioned earlier, it seems like Infi unfortunately slumping a little bit at the worst time. These games I saw right before the Super League, he looked insane, incredible, unbelievable with the Dark Ranger. But yeah, last couple of weeks, a little bit different.
Would even say that he was even stronger with the Fire Lord, but that of course is a style that only works well against the Crypt Lord, and this is something that Labby rarely plays. Won't say never plays, but rarely plays. You mentioned Fiends, and Labby is agreeing. I want to say, isn't just Gargs the answer? Just mass Gargs and go. What's supposed to stop them?
Yeah, mass Gargs with Nova would do very well against the Griffins. I guess the concern there is always what happens when there's gyros coming out. Fiends, the nice thing about them is they always pretty much work against everything, except against Mass Knights. But can't play Mass Knights against a level 5 Lich. Well, I guess you can't play Mass Griffins either against a level 5 Lich. That's the problem when facing a level 5 Lich. You need to have a better early game than this.
Goddamn, Remo, this human late game, dude. How is that human late game supposed to do anything?
This is certainly where the Dark Ranger has a big downside compared to an Archmage. Archmage into triple hero can play way better from behind. Not to say that being behind against the Lich would be a great position to be in, but better than with the Dark Ranger. She got level 4 finally.
Ooh.
She has to reach 2 more higher levels to get level 6 to have a chance here.
Look at that! Who makes an appearance? The Pit Lord. Big time damage mitigation. No Dispel on Infi, so the Howl of Terror will terrorize the little birdies. That is 1/3 of damage just gone for the time this debuff is active. And he's sturdy against any kind of nukes. He might be missing a Dreadlord or a Dark Ranger. But yeah, Pit Lord, style points for Labby.
Yeah, makes sense as well. I feel like he doesn't read silence so bad from a Dark Ranger 3rd. Doesn't have the nice, beautiful, easy synergy with Dark Ritual, but whatever. You can just buy rods or make A-bombs or ghouls to eat. Not like Labby struggling so much on gold right now. Speaking of gold and of economy, Infi actually does have a supply lead here, but I feel like that might be a bit misleading.
Big birdies. Yeah, the Pit Lord also makes it so you don't really need Banshees if you don't want to play them. If you don't feel like you have the resources or time to switch, gives you instant damage mitigation. No damage mitigation on that Lich. This dude is just accelerating level 5. on him, level 3 on the DK, level 2 on the Pit Lord. Things are looking good for the Korean.
Yeah, interestingly also, when you face Dark Ranger, normally you don't want to make Banshees because you want to make more destroyers and more upgrades because you need destroyers against skelly summons. Anyways, the Rings of Protection right now, very nice to have on this Death Knight, Scroll of the Beast, on the Fiends, and Lich level 3 Nova having a lot of fun here.
But we don't have Burrow, 1 deny, very nice. Not the greatest consumables here on Labby either. There might be a chance for Infi to close it out. Supply looking good, levels of course not that great. Nuke on the Dark Ranger, but that doesn't deter her too much. The big problem, guess what, is the Lich against the Griffins, man. He takes them out of the sky one by one by one.
And the Howl of Terror, I think, here was really nice, actually. There was a lot of damage mitigation indeed. It is a bunch of kills. It's just not enough, though. If the Dark Ranger had a good game, now she would be level 5, and then maybe she can look towards level 6. But it's still all so far away. I was hoping for the Nova onto the Peasants, dude. That would have been sick. But no, better targets, perhaps. The Griffins, more kills being found. Invo Potion to be safe. And that's it with all the Griffins.
Oh man, it's also a lot of losses for Labby. He's down to 46, so no units anymore. But the heroes are an issue. We got an Invo Potion, we got a heal scroll. DK is safe. Mountain King also 7 seconds. Destroyer versus Griffins. Infi holding on to dear life, but DK is in a safe spot right now. Reinforcements are coming in. Statue, just so much sustain. And Labby, with that, is safe, but Infi did a lot more damage than initially thought.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to get squashed in this fight. He fought against a Scroll of the Beast and a Pit Lord with Griffins against Fiends. This is not supposed to be favoring you, of course. Not forgetting about that Lich level 5. Infi did pretty well here, but pretty well is not enough with his strat.
He also lost a lot of workers with that, but he's still up at 19. This might just be fine. If Labby had more time, I think Banshees would be fantastic. Still, but yeah, he needs more Fiends, he needs more anti-air in general. And Infi is on triple production, man. He can outproduce Griffins with Fiends with Griffins. And Labby is in a bit more of a pickle. This Pit Lord, I mean, as great as Howl 1 was, this is one of these spells that doesn't scale too well.
He went for Rain of Fire, interestingly. It's going to be hard to support both spells with his small mana pool. But still, I guess not the wrong choice against Griffin's Cleave. Not that good. Normally, Infi is looking for openings here, looking for some easy kills, ideally to get. He still has such a long runway to go to try to win this game.
I really like the Orb of Slow on the Mountain King. We've seen this more and more and more. Big impact, especially against Abominations, which will not be part of this matchup. That'd be very self-harming going into this against Griffins. More upgrades with the 3 and 2. Big value on them. But yeah, Infi. 60 food mass Griffins also stacking up on upgrades. And this is looking way, way, way better than expected.
For the time being, Infi has to avoid fights. Needs higher supply, as high as possible. With the Griffin army, always you're looking to max out on army and upgrades. Supply and upgrades, I should say. So you can try to one-shot the Fiends, so that the coil saves cannot always be there.
It would still be nice to see Banshees behind this. As you said, Destroyers might be the way to go, but Curse plus Howl. Is there even any damage left if you combine those two? Plus anti-magic, of course. Banshee's huge defensive tool. But resources aren't just there yet because the fights were so costly.
Labby's going for a third base. Back in the day, imagining an undead going for macro games and 3 bases was unthinkable. Nowadays, a very different story. Labby is one of those new school undead players. Ooh, I like the Rain of Fire here a lot. That's a lot of danger against these peasants.
Right on. Like in the good old Ted Fiend push meta days, Pit Lord from afar can do quite a bit. The burrow dodge, lovely. No gyros here for reveal. We get the big Howl of Terror, minus 24 damage now. That's crazy. But how long can these fiends sustain?
That is actually so much damage mitigation, dude. That is pretty cray-cray. Lich low mana, but not for long. You can just eat more snacks on those fiends for more mana. Lich on level 6, that's even more mana, I guess.
Death and
Actually,
Decay.
he's going for the ult. Alright, fair enough. We shall not criticize it this time. The Griffins are actually decently spread. They're not all getting super owned by the Nova. But the web still finding targets and kills one after the next.
The writing is on the wall. For a while, the undead heroes too strong against the dual hero setup of Infi. No paladin, no blood mage. This never really paid off. Level 5 on the DK now as well. The nuke intensifies. Peasants are getting slaughtered. Griffins are getting wiped. And that is LabyRinth with another win here. Infi in the late game stronger than expected. It was really the early game that broke his knees.
Yeah, this is one of those strats. It's right on the edge of being playable. As is also exemplified by the fact that only Infi can pull this off with the Dark Ranger first. And you can't fall behind. Can't fall behind with the Dark Ranger. That's going to be a losing proposition. You're going to be weaker in the late game with dual hero versus 3, with a one-dimensional army, and with lower impact hero. Like I said now a couple of times, you need the level 6 to have a chance. And if you die early, there ain't no way.
Right on, right on, right on. So this is now the moment in the series where we have to question Infi's fighting spirit. Is he fighting for every point? Is he giving it his all? It's like, series started bad. Let's just get over with it. We've seen both Infis in the past 15 years. What kind of Infi day is it today?
I still have faith in him to show us a really competitive game here, even if his Super League so far wasn't that amazing. These other tournaments, sure, they're not as important as the Super League, but they still count for something. And they still were proof that he can have what it takes, that he absolutely can play amazing with the Dark Ranger. You just gotta be sharp, gotta be on point, gotta make sure you don't get surrounded, not once but twice. And then there are absolutely plays like this possible. May I remind you, not only was he able to do these strats, play him and pull him off against Labby and OneToZero. Also against Happy, these worked. Infi has proven it before. It's time to do it now in the biggest league.
Autumn leaves, everybody. It might be a join bug. Yes, sock causing a delay. I wonder if Infi is switching it up now and goes for a different style. He's still got that Mountain King playstyle that we've seen a couple of times. Maybe Labby not too familiar with that. I don't know if that's more successful though against that Lich that can control the dwarf quite nicely from afar.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a blast from the past. This was the meta before the Crypt Lottery took over this matchup where the Lich was facing MK. MK worse at fast expo cancel surely, but really good into the late game with high levels, can control the Lich pretty well. It seems a bit risky though, because if you go MK first and you happen to be going up against the Crypt Lord, which is rare seemingly these days, but it could happen, that's not a good matchup for you. That is no fun at all. So that would seem pretty gambly, I think.
Second try. Do we hear the tick? Come on. Come on. Loading. Tick, tick, tick. The most beautiful sound in the world is a starting Warcraft game. Autumn leaves, a very brawly map, quite a bit of a human map. No surprise that Infi picks this. I have been surprised by many map picks this season, but this is not one of them. Expo, brawls, but what hero is it gonna be?
Infi is again going back to his old reliable Tavern hero first. Imagine if he could also incorporate a third Tavern hero in this matchup, dude. That would be so crazy. Already he's able to play Dark Ranger and Firelord so well, but all the other ones don't really seem like at all playable options right now. He's gonna make again his decision reliant on what the undead is choosing. Abby, question for him is it gonna be Lich or Crypt Lord or maybe even Dreadlord? Certainly by far the most likely is the Lich here.
Yep, he did surprise me though in matches versus Fortitude by going Crypt Lord. He also has displayed that Dreadlord, as you said. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Waiting for the Ziggurat to finish. Lich. Okay. Cool to see that there's sidesteps every now and then, but I think especially against Infi, a Lich is by far the most reliable.
Yeah, if the Lich also ends up having a good early game, quick to level 3, quick to level 4, if both players expand in the middle, and then we have a tug of war back and forth, the damage meters you can get to with Lich first, with Mass Nova, is crazy. So, Eternal Tug of War there could be really good for the Lich if we get to strong hero levels. I think this is going to be the biggest indicator of success here once again. Hero level up timings, and who's going to be ahead on experience. The Lich is fine with having a long game, an even game, dragging it out, trading, and getting up to 30 minutes possibly, 3 bases possibly. It's the Dark Ranger who has to make sure she gets ahead.
Well, I think a Dark Ranger is also fine with a 30-minute plus game, increases her chances for the ultimate, but in all times prior in the late game, yeah, I definitely agree. Dark Ranger, instant pressure. But Labby should be used to that by now. Chip damage, chip damage, chip damage. Oh, surround attempt immediately.
Have to make sure not to get surrounded here. Infi, that was the first big mistake on map 1. Followed then by the hero loss shortly after.
Yeah, I feel like Labby has fluctuating mouse feel, if you want to call it that. On some days, his surrounds are like among the best in the world and they all stick. And on some days, you just can't close it out for the life of him. So, would be nice, of course, if the encirclements work. Good scout by the skeleton.
I think I've never heard you sound like a Counter-Strike player so much in my life. He has fluctuating days of mouse feel.
Yeah.
Dude, wait. I resonate a lot with that. I used to play Counter-Strike 1.6 like crazy. I used to be a USB king on Ice World and Pool Day, but you were never a Counter-Strike player, so I'm surprised to hear you say this.
Mr. Remo Demo, I had a post-game interview with our beloved German orc player Tom one day, and he said, today my mouse feel was just really good. Like, oh, that is really a thing? Hell yeah, that's a thing. And I thought it's just me, but no, it's everyone. So, yeah, guys, mouse feel is a thing. By the way, shout out Pool Day, the greatest map of them all next to Twisted Meadows.
Dude, Pool Day was so sick. I spent a good portion of my youth there, and definitely not doing homework. And it was all worth it. Here we have the expansion play now. Lich would love to get the big last hit right here with a Nova. It's very easy to get if he commits with the right clicks. And there it is. Also damage onto the peasants. Dark Ranger picking up the item. But Labby isn't even expanding. He is playing one base aggressive. Ooh. Oh, I'm not sure if I've seen this response yet to this.
Could also be a tier 2 expansion with Wand. I want to point out a tiny little detail. There was a scout skeleton. And of course he scouted that this expansion will be crept, and then he walked into the creeps to trigger the Ogre Magi to get an earlier bloodlust, so it was harder for the peasants or militia to creep this spot. Nice attention to detail by Labby.
Next Nova could be very painful onto these peasants. The mana for the Lich is a little bit too low. Couple of seconds and he's going to have it available. But really good defense here by Infi. Losing minimal amount of peasants. With the power build coming up, this town hall is going to be done very soon.
And then we need workers of the world unite. Both heroes on level 1 on this brawly map. Labby has to show, is it going to be a one base push or is it going to be an expansion down the road? This is Infi's home turf though. Early game, expo up, echo advantage, a lot of footmen disrupting the enemy game.
Yeah, Labby normally really isn't the one base player. Really doesn't want to go for these game deciding tier 3 all-ins normally. That's more Happy's play. Not so much anymore, but used to be his bread and butter for years and decades. On tier 2, what is the follow-up? It's a tier 3 rush.
Wow.
No tier 2 expo.
Interesting. Why is it bread and butter, by the way? Isn't butter like the worst thing you could possibly think of? Why not bread and sausage, bread and cheese, bread and jam? Something, bread and Nutella. Something cool.
I think it's supposed to mean that's what most of your diet consists of. And back in the day, when this saying was popularized, I think that's just what people had to eat, you know? Back then, there was not Starbucks around every corner, Neo. There wasn't beef jerky at every 7-Eleven. That's what you had to eat. That's what you had at home. Bread and butter.
What a cruel world. No humus, man. God damn it. Anyway, the human is in the undead base now. Let's see if he can get some food here. Juicy acolytes during the tech. This is potentially a disaster for LabyRinth.
Dark Ranger is surrounded though. Might be getting forced to TP away here soon. Coil saves the acolyte last second. That's a big save to make sure the gold economy is still intact. Dark Ranger out-healing much of the damage, but at some point surely we'll have to TP out. One acolyte here, in fact two, very, very hurt. There's the TP away, but great saves by Labby, if I see it right. We got 5 acolytes still left.
Holy shit, dude! What a sick hold by Labby. There was so much potential for a disaster here, but the DK popped out right away. The micro was on point, split perfectly against it out of Dark Ranger range. The coil's then on point as well. Loved every single click that Labby did there.
And I also like what Labby's doing here, setting up the skull, is getting ready for the expansion. Tier 3 Expo in this case. I think he is just a way better player off of 2 bases than 1. I think that makes sense. But Infi knows about it very early. And I'm sure he would love to get some cancels there.
Whew. Is Infi trying this again then? No, creeping. One of the Dark Ranger's strength turns every creep into a healing fountain. Boom, boom, boom. Sasquatch, there we go. That pleases Labby though. He got more time. His heroes need some levels as well. Good items in the middle, especially when it's uncontested. Juicy. And tier 3 is done. No extra acolyte just yet, so if he wants to go 3 base, it has to wait a little bit. Also, resources are a bit short. Wants to go Frenzy, wants to go Orb, wants to potentially go Tri-Hero. And Infi now muscling up another attack. Question is if it's too late.
Ooh, statue kill here would be insane to get, but no quicks around there. Dark Ranger into the main base. Destroyer is going to make dealing her with her a lot easier, but it's not quite done yet. 45 seconds on the upgrade. Labby has to hustle on home with the workforce in trouble.
Dark Ranger level 3 with Black Arrow 2 now creates bigger skeletons. Once again, acolytes of the grid, and LabyRinth economy is already not in shambles, but very fragile. Trying to repair, going for the Haunted. Can he just click it down against the Lich? That is questionable, but it's only level 1 Nova.
There goes an acolyte. There might be more. Dark Ranger has the heal scroll, committing it. Has the invo potion still. I'm sure we'll soon also commit that. We need destroyers. 10 seconds out.
What a mess, dude. What a mess. Dark Ranger still in this insane leash. Holy. Labby was praying for the PTR to hit. Didn't work. Acolytes, still 4 of them up, but he has to invest resources just to get the economy back rolling. Couple of kills up for grabs. Finally a destroyer to the rescue.
It's going to be the footies and skellies being dealt with finally, but it took a long time. It was some decent experience as well for Labby, but it cost him lots of gold to clean this all up. Meantime, the human is almost already at tier 3. Speaking of PTR change, by the way, I'm kind of sad that this one seems to be going through. I feel like the Dark Ranger first is going to be unplayable after that, but hey, at least we had a little bit of time with the lady.
Soulless mourning for 3 weeks already. Sad times. But yeah, I thought yesterday is Tuesday and was expecting a PTR update. Turns out my brain is just omega fried after streaming 100 hours in 1 week. Might be today though. Tuesday, oftentimes patch day. Blizzard people are back from work. Let's see if it hits us tonight.
Labby is still trying to go through with the expo here, despite significant delays and harass endeavors. Oh, we're seeing gyros.
Yes.
Gyros, you say? Oh. Is he going gyro bombs, mass lame? That would be kind of funny.
Well, he's going. Oh, Dark Ranger! Mountain King gets saved here. Dark Ranger to the rescue. Well, we'll surely get some knights as well, right? Yeah, but just 1 Rex.
A player's forces are
Oh, okay. I think I've never seen Dark Ranger with Knight Gyro before. The games I saw was always with Griffins in the 2-base game.
Tanks.
My gyros, in theory, are still good, you know. The concern is always what happens when Lich gets level 5. This game, to be honest, it's still pretty far away.
We got tanks as well. Wonder if he's gonna Zeppelin drop? Not too much surface area there. Towers aren't up yet. Infi with tanks, man. This feels like it's 2009 all over again.
Tanks used to be the dreaded standard in this matchup. It's been a long time since then. Nowadays, tanks have become a rarity, which I'm not complaining about.
And that's the thing, because Remo Demo complains about a lot. Am I right, chat?
I would never.
Oh, not you. It's a different Remo.
Yes, sir. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
true. Good point, good point. How many tanks is he gonna go for? Oh,
Don't say
wondering if
6,
he's gonna
7.
go for Sapper.
Oh, thanks. I started to time out everybody who's still using that in 2026. Go with the time, boys.
2026-7, you mean?
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Remo Demo off the call. It was a sweet comeback, but okay, this is of course not allowed. Shit, now I have to recall him why the push is going
Bling.
on. That first, I quit the call for for a minute. That first tank, I gotta say, not too impactful.
Yeah. Tanks were always the best when we had Fiend meta. Fiend, one base, Mass Fiend, destroy armies. Ghouls naturally with their normal damage just simply a lot better. Probably the main reason why they're not so impressive anymore. That being said though, we're seeing more of them. 2 more tanks on the way.
Alrighty, and how are you dealing with that, Labby? Wagons, of course, a solution. Late game Necros are a solution with Cripple. Town Portal now to defend at home. Labby's army is still very, very, very tiny.
Yeah, true. Infi, big supply lead here. Big gold lead as well. And he's hitting the economy again and again. With his Skelly, he's good against Acolytes as well. Poking and prodding here little by little. But still, Labby has decent income. He's going to be able to build a big enough army over time. It's going more and more into Fiends and Necro upgrades, baby.
Oh my god, I live to see the day. Chat, please look it up. When did Blizzard allow mechanical units to be crippled? It must be years and was never used. But Labby is a different breed, man. Labby is a different breed. We also get Unholy Frenzy because there are no breakers. This can be quite sick. And man, who doesn't love a good Necro play?
Night Gyro tanks. Okay. Defensive setup is pretty good though. At the end of the expansion, 2 towers already. Tanks get really scary when the number gets very high. 9, 10, maybe even more with crazy upgrades. We have neither of that. Tank number still pretty low. Upgrades still pretty low. But still a big attack here. 30 supply, almost the lead for the human.
A bigger tank. I like that. With defensive position though, with tons of towers. Oh, this temple is so important. It has the cripple upgrade. It's a super mega fast upgrade, but still needs 9 seconds. And then of course production as well. Big siege damage. Labby holds, of course, on the cost of lumber. Hard for the knights, man. There's 0 surface area.
Big Scroll of the Beast, by the way, for the Undead Army. To be fair though, it's not really many units sharing the Scroll of the Beast right now. Most of the damage has to come out from the Lich. There's Nova for AoE damage, but also Heal Scroll for AoE healing. And Infi seems to be still trading here pretty well. And not a single Necro made it out.
Ooh, no backup temple in the base as it seems. Another floodgates are open. Infi tanking his way to victory. Maybe Lich is stemming against it. Big time Novas. No shop, no potions. Though Wand of Mana Stealing could be used as the DK is full of mana, trapping the Mountain King. Is there any way out? There is not, because there is no staff anymore. And now the pendulum swings back. Can he seriously hold here? We got gyro bombs, a little bit of pressure on the statue to take the sustain away. Where is the next Coil Nova? There it is! Pelly Good night, I was about to say, but holds with that TP. Last coil, last kill, and Labby is still alive, but with a 20 food deficit.
Yeah, it's also kind of cool here how the Dark Ranger and the Gyros work together. Dark Ranger took out the ghouls, raised the skellies, and the Gyros in the air, dominating the sky, made sure the destroyers weren't a concern. So this was a nice bit of synergy right there. I think a destroyer just died to a green camp. That's a little bit of a whoopsie, as Infi still holds on to that big supply lead.
How do you bring this back, man? How do you bring this back? Well, Banshees, as they say, would be an option, but the tech tree is insanely long. Mountain King doesn't take that much time to get back. If someone finds a solution here, it's Labby. Oh, and of course, Happy, but there is a potential for Labby to do something. There's also a lot of potential for creeping. We still have the red spots.
Labby is pretty high level. Almost triple level 4. That is a lot better what the human has to offer right now. Dark Ranger, I like the solo experience here, actually. Give her level 5, keep killing, get level 6. It might still be the required win condition to win in the end with level 6 with the charm.
Dark Ranger quite a beast as well. Labby! He did this a lot in the past couple of weeks. Just multiple expansions, as it only takes like, what is it, half a minute for an undead expansion to pay off. Why not plant 3 or 4 on a map that allows it? So far, it's only a necropolis, though. Maybe a bit of FFA building hiding against the tank play. But Infi, gotta look out for that. And he has a lot of scouting potential. This should never go through.
2 tanks at the expansion. Once again, the numbers here aren't that scary. Lots of knights, though.
Dude,
and Acolytes here going to be in trouble. There's going to be possibly many skellies raised as well.
Infi's blue balling me so hard here. We got the Necro, we got the Cripple upgrade, but not a single Necro allowed thus far. I just want to see a little Cripple, man. Can I get a little Cripple in this game, please? The Necropolis is falling. Tanks continue to destroy. And how are you supposed to get the army together from the main base to the expo? Infi's positioning is great.
Nova there didn't hit too hard, it seems, and the positioning for Labby seems to be rough. The Fiend's getting cornered, they can't kite back, the Knights are doing really good damage. The DK is surrounded by tanks and Knights. Seems to be opened up, though.
Okay, Fiends are still getting slaughtered, though. 2 Knights on 1 Fiend. Sounds like a video I watched in the 2000s, just, you know, a little bit different. Staff is ready. And the DK is trapped there. Has a health stone. Hopefully he uses it. Unlike me yesterday. Lich is trying to Nova his way free, but there's a Holy Light. Infi presses all the right buttons at all the right times. And this has potential to be a disaster if you push into towers like this, but Infi controls it incredibly well. Knows how far to push this. Labby with solid control, but again, this game is donezo's.
Yeah, nice game. Infi here showing that this strategy can work. Huge gold and supply lead in the end. Smart army composition as well. Playing with the skeletons plus the gyros in unison, making the destroyers a non-factor. And one would think with the DK dead, this game should be over. Level 3 skellies also now pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. 533, so good, man. Lich is back. Dark Ranger hurt. DK hurt. Consumables gone. Item on the red spot also wasn't too great. Has to fight hard against the Greater Dark Minion here with the entire army. And yeah, we're just waiting for the hammers to fall. Boink.
There she goes. And that's it for map number 2. Great play here by Infi, displaying a very high level Dark Ranger here once again.
Very cool, very cool. Maybe this was all enabled by Labby not going expansion, but rather 1 base. Do you have to do this? Is it the right answer to the Dark Ranger? Will we switch it up now? Big time questions. But yeah, Infi played it well with the economy lead. That's exactly his style, man. Echo lead with footmen into bases, disruption, disruption, disruption. And at some point, he built the army that he needs to crush his opponent. And that's pretty much exactly what happened.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically, this also favored Infi quite a bit. If you're not expanding, like we saw there by Labby, if you're going tier 3 first and then you're working with a smaller army for a long time, that's when you're working with a small fiend army and you have to min-max the fiend micro very well. And that never was Labby's playstyle. That was never his strength. That was, in fact, always his biggest weakness. The one base fiend micro might be just simply the better choice for him to not play the one base, but still go for the 2 base versus 2 base early game. Even if the Dark Ranger is going to make things difficult and keep killing your acolytes and ghouls and more skellies, blah, blah, blah. Still, all that additional money that flows in the end from the expansion seems to work out better for Labby, just from what the games we've seen so far.
Labby says go, go. We're waiting for Infi to give us a second go, go. There it is. Ping situation seems to have stabilized on the different server. And the game's about to start. Remo, when we are in-game, I'm going to leave you for a second. My bladder is about to burst. I'm just holding on until I make sure that's not a join bug and we're both in the lobby.
Okay. Is it the coffee kicking in? Do you have to go number 2s?
No, no, no. Big time number 1. I don't know if the 2s is stored in the bladder where you are, but for me that is not the case.
You never know. You know, the human body is it's a piece of art. It's a miracle. It is God's greatest gift. But that's what people always say, right? Like I said, I don't drink coffee, but they always say you drink a coffee, you smoke a ciggy, and all of a sudden you get a pushy.
Smoking in 2026, so bad. You are not connected to the server.
Wait, don't you vape?
It was a joke, because you know I was smoking a lot.
Okay. New Year's resolution for Neo is more smoking.
Not a fan. My New Year's resolution in 2014 was no more New Year's resolutions.
You kept that pretty strong.
Right? I'm a master of New Year's resolutions.
All right, we're experiencing some join bugs here right now.
Yes. I might have to restart War 3 Champions real quick. Usually they had the rule of like 2 join bugs into Flow TV. So far, they don't seem to be too annoyed with the situation. Oh, yeah, we're all in. Okay, good. 3 times the charm.
Doesn't seem so charming right now.
Four times the charm.
Okay.
Game not found. What was your New Year's resolution, Remo?
I made none. Nope. Not. It's all good. All good in the hood. That's my New Year's resolution.
Oh, seems like we have to go Flow TV. And now I gotta scroll up big time for the password, yo. Okay, Flow TV is mandatory now. Password via Discord right there. So I'm gonna take a leak now.
Alrighty. Of course, we're going to have another game after this today, guys. I mentioned it earlier. Today is Undead Festivities here in the Super League Season 2. Happy we saw winning earlier already. I wonder if the Reddit trolls are already getting ready to post their little threads. If all Undeads win today, then, oh my god, it might be time for another ghoul nerf. Throw the PTR out the window. Labby, of course, had an amazing run in the last Super League. During the running group stage of Super League Season 1, won every single match. Still boggles the mind to this day. This was the performance of a lifetime. Then only had one game in the grand final of the Super League. Then the playoffs there was utterly devastated by Happy. I wonder if they're going to be on a collision course again. It's going to be very interesting to me to see the differences in what the playoffs are going to be looking like. Of course, for Super League Season 2, the playoffs are looking very, very different. It's not going to be the same system anymore. Not the Ascension system where we saw some players starting way, 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 way lower in the grid. This time around, it's all a little bit more compact. Finishing higher in the running season still going to give you a better chance to progress further, and with that also more prize money, but it's not going to be as insane. For example, if Moon had wanted to win the last season, he would have had to win like 13 games in a row, which is pretty insane. I also felt like that was a bit too severe of a punishment. This time around, we're going to have a pretty tight playoff bracket, which I'm going to get to show to you soon when the group stage is over. It's not that soon, actually. Group stage still running for quite a while. As Neo pointed out, there's going to be a 4-day break starting tomorrow. Wait, is it 4 days or 3 days? No, 3 days, right? 3-day break starting tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday back with the next Playday 18. So a little halfway point break for the Super League. I wonder if they intentionally try to stack the last day before the break, because the games today indeed do seem very stacked. With Happy and LawLiet, Labby and Infi, Lynn and OneToZero. Very excited again to see Lynn play later. It's been one of my favorite storylines here to follow, to see how well Lynn is doing. And he's been doing pretty well, but he's not been as dominant as sometimes we've seen him be after coming back from a break.
We got a game, Mr. Remodimo.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Hopefully they put in the password. Yes, they did. So we click the button at the very same time. We're going to go back to the good old sinks of WAC TV days. Are you ready to hit that button?
Wait. I am ready.
Wonderful, wonderful. 3, 2, 1, go! Twitch chat, you know what time it is? Pray that the desync gods are AFK today. Knock on wood that we can enjoy this game in its entirety. Last refuge it is. The score between Labby and Infi is 1-1. We go into game 3. Whoever wins this match has match points.
Last Refuge, I feel like a map that's rather rarely seen these days. Many humans tend to veto this map. Not loving so much the Undead Fast Expo with Lich high level with Mercenaries. And that's exactly what I'm expecting from LabyRinth here. Lich, Fast Expo, Mercenaries, and high levels. That's how he loves to play. And I think especially after map 2, reinforcing experience, I assume, that he likes Fast Expansion more than a later Expo, which then in turn should mean Dark Ranger again.
Well, well, well. Maybe Labby is the one throwing a curveball here. He is the #1 Dreadlord player in the world. And our Last Refuge, you can play a fantastic Dreadlord. So we shouldn't rule out this option. Maybe a 5% chance Lich is dominant on this map. This is where Lich shined first and foremost in the hands of LabyRinth. The answer is coming in a couple of seconds while Infi still working on that tavern build. Crypt Lord.
Really?
Let's go!
I am shooketh. Really?
I am excited, Mr. Remodimo, because you know what that means.
That means Firelord.
That means freaking Firelord, bro! I love the Firelord so much. I love every single spell of the Firelord. I love the Firelord model. I love the Firelord attack. I love the games that Infi is creating with the Firelord. I love everything about this.
And don't forget, you also love the way the Firelord walks.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Two wonderful people strut exactly like this Firelord does. I hate both of them, but the Firelord's still cool.
Wait, who's the other one?
Vince McMahon?
Is it Popeye? Ah, no, it's Vince McMahon. Okay.
Is it Popeye? Why would you hate Popeye, bro? What the fuck?
I don't hate Popeye. I was like, why might you hate Popeye?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I got a crush on Olivia, maybe. That's the only reason.
There's another dude who has a crush on Olivia, and he's not a nice guy.
Yes, right.
I wonder if that was you.
Players force
Fast Merc Camp creep.
Oh my god.
Isn't this wait? He knows that likely there's going to be a Phylod harassing him.
Yep. Well, he's
Okay.
confident.
Let's look at him go. Phylod shows up. We have a Shadow Priest for a little bit of Dispel. Not for long, though. Impale looking for the Surround. Locks it in. It was no Beetles. It was with the Impale. The Surround being found. And the Phylod out of here for the time being. Now he could easily creep the expansion with the number of ghouls he has available. Okay, surprise. Impale here, I think that Infi wasn't expecting for a moment.
All right. Big loss, of course, for Labby as the Shadow Priest was stolen without using a... Not stolen, but killed without a single Dispel. Lava Spawn has to be dealt with before it splits. And Infi is not attacking again, as he might be Impale surrounded one more time. Just works on his second base, and Labby has to scout out. I love this so far.
Oh, Lava Spawn split.
Whee.
Oh my god, the last second. Are you serious?
Oh, do you know this new trivia that we know about lava spawns? There's a difference between a level 1 and level 2 lava spawn. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I think it heals for more or something, right? When it
Right?
splits?
You did pay attention recently. Yeah, it's 50% health on level 1 lava spawns, 75% health on level 2 and 3 lava spawns.
Pilot has to be 100% careful not to get surrounded again, because the TP is 100% gone. Low HP, little bit scary right now, and Labby's position looks good with his Crypt Lord. He's got a lot of mana on the Beetle Boy, and peasants that are looking mighty exposed. Impale could be perfect. Boom!
Juicy, juicy, juicy. Militia coming in, ready to save the day here. It's too late for these peasants. Lava spawn stacking up, dealing with the ghouls at the south, but ghouls in the north ready for the Arcane Tower. We do have Incinerate for a little bit of AoE, but Arcane Tower gone and Floodgates open for more beetles.
Yeah, insane attack here so far for Labby. He killed 5 peasants and the tower, and at the moment, all the ghouls are getting away. This is outstanding attack while the expansion is coming up. Admittedly, though, that one is not the earliest over on the undead side. Haunted just now starting, so it looks like Human Expo is still finishing first. And if Infi could get a cancel here, that would be huge.
Town is under siege.
Okay. Man. Luckily, he can still produce this Town Hall. 25 more seconds should be able to deal with the skeletons, but leaves them alone currently. Infi, oversight. One more worker dead. Another worker dead. He's just sacrificing them right now. Trades it for the counter attack where the footies easily deal with this Expo.
Pilot has a Telly staff. Might be very necessary against the surround. Who's coming back for the next round of attack? Up in the north, there was a lot of peasants going down. But in the end, the human expansion is finished still way sooner.
Ooh, there's a lot of ghouls falling now. The Ritual Dagger a little bit too late to save him up. Firelord 2.3. Staffing home back now into the ghouls. That's number 3. This might be number 4. So ghoul death stacking up. Infi, still a solid hand of footmen. I think the momentum is with Mr. Iceman.
Crypt Lord almost level 3 would be a big level up here as well. Would love to see Boots of Speed on the Beetle Boy. Look for easier pickoffs. Philo right now, not enough mana at all for a Lava Spawn, so not so easy to get another cancel. Would have to rely almost entirely on Footman.
Can he build a defensive wall here? 2 towers for slow, kinda nice. Beetle in the way as well. No tech just yet, but Infi has the necessary lumber for it. Arcane Tower up, as you say. Main base by Labby could be pretty exposed if Infi wants to dive.
Wolves are getting ready for the counter attack. Might take another Telly staff for the Firelord to get on over.
I thought he's gonna trap all the footmen here with a ghoul wall. That would have been disastrous, but not seizing the opportunity.
It's level 3 finally for the Crypt Lord. Firelord on the way back home. He's very mobile. Wants to get some healing though first. Clarities especially to get some Lava Spawn again. Finally. As the ghouls are doing a lot of damage here to these peasants.
I gotta say, I never thought I'd say it, but Infi seems to be overwhelmed with the macro. There's so many little attacks by Labby that Infi just can't follow up.
We have a lot of footies here defending. Classic Infi favorite move to go for. Tons of footies. If you throw in a heal scroll right here, this is a very formidable force.
Right on. Ghouls mostly get away. Couple of kills. Level 3, level 2 lava spawns. And a region scroll. Yummy, yummy, the value.
And that expansion now finally mining. Tech has begun on both sides. Decent little tech lead on the human. And a good impale also, interrupting much of that healing. I am damn sure Infi wants to go for a heal scroll right here.
Looking good, but not from the left-hand side shop, where the Crypt Lord is. Might be time for boots. And heal scroll. That was a lot of expenses. Infi also. We got another sub. Voila! Thank you for the 29 month of having the pleasure to pronounce your name probably incorrectly. Ghouls continue to suffer. But is this enough, Footman? Are they healthy enough? Not willing to dive just yet. I still would love to see a dive for the main base where the graveyard is coming up, but no. Infi has different plans.
Yeah, there's a Footman. And there's also a lava spawn that might be splitting later on. The Fire Lord is now out of mana, but he summoned them earlier on, so that's all fine.
Crypt Lord.
Crypt Lord.
Crypt Lord. Ooh.
Wait. With boots? Can he run him down, maybe? Can the game be this easy?
Oh, the attack animation was up. The goal blocked by Labby to the rescue, threatening his surround. Fire Lord turns to the side, but the Footmen, I think these Footmen are just overwhelming. Ziggurat number 1 down. No supply block just yet, but there's a second Ziggu.
Yeah, classic Infi play here with the footy power move. And yeah, with his own signature playstyle of Fire Lord. So sick. And once these lava spawns split, I feel like this is kind of curtains.
Well, in the lava spawn split, there might be a one of negation, but Crypt Lord is back. Very, very, very low health. Used it as a bait, it feels like. But these Footmen, he just can't handle the Footmen.
Another split. And there's the big heal that we talked about earlier. And this expo is broken.
Oh my god, what an attack by Infi. Perfect execution right there. Labby also unnecessarily losing so many HP on his Crypt Lord. And with that, of course, had to play extremely defensively. All the workers getting slaughtered. Now the Haunted's being cleaned up. Wand of Negation has arrived, but you can't dispel Footman yet.
Could even look for a surround here on the Crypt Lord. There's nothing really to save him.
It's 11 Footmen.
Hell yeah. Classic Infi move. Is he waiting for the next bit of mana for the next lava spawn? He's almost got it. Looks like he is getting ready for it. There's a surround! He got him! Crypt Lord dead. That's it. We go next.
Oh, Infi keeps the momentum alive that he has against Labby in the past 2 tournaments they played each other. Infi got big wins. And while OneToZero had the perfect counter to Infi and kind of swatted him off the map, with his Labby, Infi seems to have the right ideas and also a way cleaner execution. I gotta say, I am pleased with Infi and Labby maybe picking the wrong styles against Infi.
Yeah, I think that's kind of fair, to be honest. Crypt Lord, I think in general, just simply not Labby's best hero compared to Lich, where he looks so much better. So I feel like there, a different style would have been better. And also playing one base, not the best. If he just plays Lich fast expansion, don't get too fancy, don't get too crazy. I think that's where he has the best chance. And not attempting these seemingly straightforward approaches, I think is backfiring on him right now.
I guess so. Labby, who would have thought that he gets 2 losses versus humans in this league? Yesterday against Fortitude. Sock still there with another chance here. We were discussing does LabyRinth have the best undead versus human in the world? Well, the answer was so far is no, but of course still all the chances. We are going on to springtime, where once again we have Expo plays as a possibility. I have the password entered and I'm ready to rock if you are.
Yes, sir.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now I'm a bit split on springtime because I may be contradicting my previous point. I feel like this map is really, really good for Crypt Lord first. Not to say it can't be good for Lich as well, but I feel like with the Crypt Lord here going for a fast expansion and level 2 into Harass, I feel like it's a map, honestly, tailor-made for a Crypt Lord. But maybe that's not enough reason to play it if you're Labby. Maybe when you're so good with Lich, you should just go Lich.
Young Fang with another gifted sub to Affiliaire. Is that due to an affiliate link? Also, thank you, Trussell, for the tier 1. Much love. We got Labby trailing against Infi. 1 and 2 down. Might be another loss for Labby. That would be number 3. And Infi with a big chance for big points. How do you like my affiliate joke?
Very good, Neil.
Thank you.
I was writing it down. I'm gonna send it in for the Guinness World Record for best jokes.
Ah, nice. Make my day.
I'm glad to see Infi do so well here. Not gonna lie, I felt pretty disappointed with the recent results of Infi. I feel like he has been underperforming heavily here in the Super League. 1 and 5 score. Kind of crazy. Not even 10 points after the first 6 games. Looking to change that severely today. A win would go a long way. And I feel like, indeed, he's looking very strong in this matchup right now. This is likely going to be a Dark Ranger game again, but he must make sure not to forget about the first map. And the first map told us that the Dark Ranger, if you make some mistakes, will quickly look foolish.
Agreed. I think this is the matchup that everybody more or less expected from this series. So let's see how well the prep was going. Not risking, like, he's not afraid of playing Lich against Pally Rifle, which is always an option, even though I think Infi is not a Pally Rifle player versus Undead, and he's also not one of the great Pally Rifle players.
Players' forces are under attack.
If you want to throw a curveball, it would be here on Springtime. But yeah, not the case. Don't have to discuss this. Pally Rifle dead in this matchup. Whatever. We got an Expo. We got a Dark Ranger. It's exactly as we suggested, but it's no harass. It's Dark Ranger Instant Expo.
Oh. Really? I thought the main reason you played Dark Ranger was to be aggressive, or in the other hero matchup case, the Fire Lord.
A player's forces are under attack.
In that case, I almost am tempted to ask, then why Dark Ranger? You can also do exactly this just with Archmage. In fact, you creep faster than this if you play Archmage.
Well, let's see how the timings work out and what Infi's plan is. He must have a solution. Maybe, you know, it's preference. Infi has been looking at an old man and the horse for 17, 18 years. Maybe he's in his goth phase now.
Are you trying to say that an 80-year-old man with gray hair down to his knees is not very attractive, Neo?
Well,
I find that offensive.
every kettle has the other thing that fits. But not for me. Biggest turnoff is the horse, though, I gotta say. Hate horses.
Maybe the Archmage and the horse are the pot and the lid. Who knows?
Lid, that's the word.
I feel like this Lich has a surprisingly easy early game so far. No harass for the first little bit. Expo now coming up. Now the Lich is in the aggressive position, can force attention on the human side. And if he just keeps running around in circles here around the tree lines, I feel like Infi's forced to stay home. And I gotta say, I feel like this Dark Ranger opening just looks worse, being so much more passive.
Well, we'll see if we're proven wrong. So far, unfortunately, you're right. Ghouls easy kills here, but on the other side, this expansion on the north will also be killed. We have no staffs. We do... Oh, this Arcane actually goes through. A couple of losses here. But no place to Town Portal too, so both are killing each other's bases, with the Lich, of course, having a massive Nova and the potential for lots of kills.
It's 2 fat Novas and Peasants dying and an Arcane going down. I would say that's a really good spot for the Lich. He is, however, out of mana. That is the one concern here. But not like he can't recover mana.
Labby got a sweet surround in there as well against the Footman, so -1. But Infi just continues his rampage, and maybe this is something he played against OneToZero quite a bit. Just, he doesn't give a damn about expansion, he just wants to trade, and then the Dark Ranger can suck these Acolytes, gets it, and he loves to destroy Haunted Gold Mines with Footman.
course, got the TP still, so you can TP out if it's really, really necessary. Militia fighting against the ghouls right now, praying that the Lich doesn't get level 3, but guess what? He is really, really close. One well-placed level 2 Nova could kill all of these peasants.
Oh my god. The Lich is kind of surrounded without a staff. How much carnage is there in the undead base? Oh, quite a lot as well. Lich freed himself and everything for Infi is in dire straits. At the moment, he has the supply deal and Labby is backing off with potential for kills here again. Labby expanding left-hand side. Ghouls are very, very hurt. Still able to save them. 2, 3. Footman gets 1. In the main base, we got rid of Ziggurats. So even if the expo comes up, Labby has to rebuild them big time. He's kind of evacuating his main base right now.
LOL, this is a wild game, dude. The Dark Ranger just got level 3 from the Ziggurat kill, or should I say the Nerobe. That is really huge. But Lich in the main base.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Look for the Nova. Look! Oh! R.I.P.
That was beautiful if you hold it with the undead, man. Ow, mamma mia. We're down to 4 peasants and the Lich is still hungry. Farms cancelled.
Lich is stuck.
Oh, step bro. No, don't let him get out. Don't let him get out. Oh, the footman here. Oh, the bouncer doesn't let the Lich get out. And now Labby's at 17 food. 1.5 bases, I guess. There is no altar. And he's supply blocked.
Oh my god.
Lamau!
Oh my god. It's checkmate, isn't it?
I think so.
Can't get the Lich back. Oh, if only he didn't run into the back of the base. Definitely a mistake by Labby. He could have stayed between the farms outside the wall and used the Nova from there. Oh, I think Labby just kind of gave this game away, man.
Is it 4.5 points for Infi with moves like this? Footmen are coming in. Dark Ranger hungry as well. Little bit of time to recover in the main, but he needs so much, man. How good of a StarCraft player is Labby if you only have ghouls and acolytes?
Ridiculous how long he has to wait for the Lich. It's too long. It is game over. And Infi finally with a second win of the season.
And that's why you play Dark Ranger instead of an Archmage, Remo. Incredible how you didn't see this coming.
That was a fun game, dude. The base race, the acolyte and peasant slaughter, so sick. That Nova, oh my god. But Infi, smart play. Dropping the hero right there, killing him off. So cool. So cool still that Infi can continuously make this work. With Tavern Heroes in this matchup against the best in the world. It seems to be only him. So sick, so impressive.
God damn, man. Hopefully this is the shot in the arm that Infi needed. This extra motivation. We're back in the lobby, by the way. No Flow TV. He does have potential to do this and to catch up like a Kaho as well. Big win. 3-1 against Focus, 3-1 against Labby now. Infi catching up, and with that, he left the bottom 3 spots, which means you don't go into playoffs. So there's now Soin, LawLiet, and Elegant. Infi rank 11 with 7 points. Still, at the moment, a somewhat disappointing series, but against LabyRinth, he scored big time. That's something not too many people expected. And Labby, after half of the season, only rank 7 after the Super League Season 1. Probably a disappointing performance for Labby.
Yes, there's a chance here to have a good season at the end of this regular stage. After the 35 play days, he might still make a top 5 finish, top 6 finish. Absolutely still possible. Maybe even can get a bit higher if he gets this, or goes on a sick win streak now. But yeah, what a different look. I mean, it was 14-0, and now we're already at 3-4. So this is a completely different look. I think I wasn't the only one saying that last season Labby just kind of overperformed. He played so amazing, better than ever we saw him before, and it's not quite the same level. But this is also going to be another test of him as a player, where not everything is clicking amazingly, where not everything is working out seemingly naturally for you. When there is adversity, when there is difficulty, how do you deal with that? Can you still be one of the top competitors? Can you still be a big threat for the tournament? It's going to be the question to answer in Season 2 for Labby.
Right on. The second half, that is. Oh, okay. There is no break for everyone here, apparently. We we set our eyes on rank 3 versus rank 4 in the Super League at the moment. It is one of my favorite matches in Warcraft 3 history. Thinking back to like AWL days. It is the Necromancer in OneToZero against the War Chief that is Lynn. Lynn is back after a 4-month hiatus, and he's looking damn fine. Especially against the Night Elves. He also looked damn fine in the mirror match versus Soin. Where he looked atrocious was the match versus the Undeads, versus LabyRinth. He suffered a 30-minute 0-3 loss, no chance. And OneToZero has shown yesterday versus Focus already that this matchup can be incredibly good. This is hopefully a match for the ages. Who claims rank 3 at the first half of the season? Is it Lynn or OneToZero?
Yeah, we've seen some different strategies also coming out from Lynn, and other orcs. I gotta say, I feel like Lynn has been playing very wrong against Fast Expo recently. I feel like the all-in is completely the wrong approach. I think Counter Expo Tier 2 is amazing for orc. Uh-oh. Somebody lagging? Is it me?
I didn't see. I was still doing production shenanigans. Maybe it's everyone. I don't know. No, OneToZero says sorry. Go.
Okay. Alright, seems to be good so far. But yeah. Larry played lots of fast expansions. Very interesting, very exciting play styles. OneToZero. Is he a Fast Expo player in this matchup? Not really, right?
He is a Ted Fiend player in this matchup most of the time. So, at least when he was successful. Not this game here. He has various different styles. Everything except Fast Expo, I would say. He can play DK Ghouls. I think that's his least successful. Then he plays his 1-2-0 Fiends with a 4-Ghoul opener into a Fiend transition. He can also play regular Ted Fiends. It's very hard to read 1-2-0, I'd say, at the moment.
Lynn also being not too easy to predict. Sometimes Farseer, sometimes a Blade Master. This time it is Farseer, Fast Tech. What looks likely to be Wyvern again.
Well. We'll see. I am not a fan of the Farseer at all. I think it's a losing strategy. I don't think it adds anything if you compare it with the Blade Master. But if there's a player that can prove me wrong in this regard, it shall be Lynn. But yeah, Blade Master is usually the more successful strat, and I don't really understand at the moment what the Farseer offers that the Blade Master does not. But I'm also just a 1300 MMR player, so what do I know?
Yeah, it's interesting that in recent months, and I guess 1 or 2 years maybe, we saw both Blade Master and Farseer have their time in the sun with the Wyvern build. Wyvern then, after a little while, seem to be dropping out of favor again, but they are back, Neo. I'm not super happy that they're seemingly the mainstay in the meta again, but hey, whatever it takes to win.
Can you imagine Happy in a Superman costume, dude? That'd be hilarious. Because you said super happy?
Yeah, super happy, Superman, super Clark Kent. I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think Wyvern are the best orc unit. I think orcs didn't play Wyvern because they don't like the playstyle, which is hilarious in competitive Warcraft. Should play the best. I think 1-2-0's strength with Fiends plays into Mass Air. So it's a bit trickier against 1-2-0 than a lot of other undeads. But yeah, Fiends are the way to victory. Wyvern.
I would still like to see, in this matchup only, Undead's possibly delaying Tier 3. I feel like the Ghoul opening is good for creeping. But then what about on Tier 2, you make double Crypt, and you make a Slaughterhouse, and you buy a Wand of Negation, and you just make Fiends for a little while. Delay Tier 3. I feel like that's something that is a bit overlooked right now by Undeads. But 1-0's creeping here is looking pretty good, and the Farseer did not manage to stop level 3, so normally we call that not the greatest early game.
We had a lot of resources on Lynn buying a tally staff. Interesting. Shadowhunter double beastery as expected. Wolves couldn't stop or delay the tech, and there's no expansion here on 1.2.0 either. So far, everything goes according to the norm. Tier 3 as well, Shadowhunter out. In the past series of 1.2.0 and Focus, it was a lot of decisions that were made at the beginning of Tier 2. One player running into the Nova timing, the other player running into Hex timings. Gotta be a little more careful about that strong Tier 2.
And I think the DK is feeling fairly strong as well with all those items he found. And importantly, the level 3 he received. Farseer, even killing an Acolyte here wouldn't be big because there is a backup. We got 6 or now 5. So still full mining.
Interesting play by 1.2.0. Moving the DK out of the base where he knew the Farseer would be to block the Shadowhunter when he was marching across the map. That must have been on purpose, man. He was just waiting for that hero to arrive. Got some good scouting out, didn't expose anything. It's kind of now forcing Lynn into creeping. 4 level 3 Farseer and 1.2.0 himself. Lots of time to catch up.
And in time, scouting the creep, threatening his steal, and threatening the Shadowhunter.
Yeah, shocky coils. There's no heal wave, of course. Oh, skeleton block is a possibility with Unholy Aura. Wyvern is coming in, but no poison. Can you just gun him down? That's 2 coils. Or 1 hit and a coil. Oh, 2 hits and a coil. Hex a little bit too late, but distance created.
Lots of time with no creeping, and the DK keeps the opponent busy. And that's what the level 3 DK does for you. Their replenishment is sweet, isn't it?
I thought the skeletons could cancel this. Would have been a swag move. I think from the first 6 minutes of the game, we can say that 1.2.0 is coming prepared.
Yeah. Looks to be in a really good shape here, and a really good spot here so far. But the Wyvern are still kind of dangerous, especially against the ghouls. The targets, what are they going to be? Hex is ready. 1 ghoul already dead. Going for the bigger fish, though, trying to fry the Lich. But there's plenty of coils.
Speed scroll. Lots of items involved here. Shadowhunter unable to connect for a Hex. Now trying to get the guaranteed kill. Deny by 1.2.0. Razor sharp on map 1 already.
Fiend's on the way, and now a Wand of Negation purchased, and it's on the Lich. Yes, I've seen some unders lately also do this incorrectly. Have Wand on the DK, so you have 2 saving mechanisms on the hero Death Knight, which means when he gets hexed, there's no saving anymore.
A player's forces are under attack.
Looking for a different noun. I think I'm missing the noun there. Anyways, you have the wands on the Lich, so he can dispel, and the DK can coil, so there's always some security.
Noun schmaun. We got a Ziggurat turned into a Spirit Tower. 10 seconds left for the Wyvern to harass. Hopefully Lynn got the eyes on the Flyers here, as there is a little bit of a fight during the creep spot as well. I like that split he does here. It weakens the creep speed for sure, but it also puts emphasis on 1.2.0 on the main base. Causes a little distraction as well. That's neat.
A player's forces are under attack.
Pretty impressive 1.2.0 though as well. Having the towers in the right position, even had the statue back at home to help a little bit against the harass. Lynn still gets 1 kill. This is still gonna cost some gold here, maybe up to 200 gold. Lynn being annoying still, but Lynn is still having to avoid all fights.
Right on. And I really worry about the heroes of Lynn, man. There's 0 progress. Usually that's totally fine on like tier 1, but once the Wyvern are out, you really want to catch up in levels, and he's behind with both of them. At the moment though, 1.2.0, oh, he wasn't mining for a bit because this one Acolyte was affected with poison, and there we go again. There's one just semi-covered spot, and Wyvern poison, very toxic.
In more ways than one.
Under siege. Player's
It's about a 400 gold harass so far. That's pretty neat. But you mentioned the creep speed earlier. Indeed, that is very slow here for the Orc. And he's going to be trying to creep up triple hero soon. TC. We've seen Lynn in his prime in this matchup with like Wyvern against Undead, you know, so recent prime. Very often be able to pull off a pivot between Wyvern and Berserkers in 2 different directions, being very hard to deal with, being very hard to counter with Undead triple hero. I wonder if that's something he's thinking about. So far, we have no barracks being made, but if the game goes long enough, maybe he could still look for something like that.
TC could still be a mighty, mighty weapon against the Fiends with the Storm. Got the Ring of Protection that we both love on that TC. But he goes Shockwave.
What?
He goes Shockwave. Full Lamo mode, man. I say for weeks and weeks and weeks, orcs have to trigger their dirty side, their horde side, the Lamo side. And Lynn appreciates the word of a prophet.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, against Fiends, it's ridiculous how much worse Shockwave is. But yeah, against buildings, I guess it's good. And I guess here we go into the Acolytes. Shock, waiting for the chain. And that's some good damage.
There we go. Rinse and repeat. Economy damage pretty much throughout the entire game once the Wyvern appeared. Heroes could still do some damage to the Haunted. Again, gotta be careful about that Spirit Tower. In straight up fights, this army by Lynn is pretty weak at the moment, but he shuts down that mining man. 1-0 came prepared, but how could you prepare for this?
And he lost nothing so far. If he passes the TP here, this will be a beautiful escape.
Oh!
Very close. Burning the heal potion, sticking around a little bit longer. Do the Wyvern all survive? Yes, they do.
God.
Wow. Sick harass, dude. That was crazy.
Oh my god, he also killed the Spirit Tower. So, floodgates for the Wyvern are open now for the entire rest of the game. If Lynn continues to play this rhythm. 6 save on the Shadow Hunter as well. It's just a gorgeous Lynn game, man. The only thing he cannot do is fight the army of 1-2-0.
But given enough time, maybe there will be a moment when he can. Banking up gold here still. Now spending it, going for the tiny, actually. Not waiting for too much longer. Good scout, though, by the Shade. Oh, the Shade could block it. Maybe. Does he get into position?
Oh.
Not quite. But he knows right away.
Yeah, he was right next to the lab as well. It's like, yeah, a little bit of distraction only. Young Fang with another gifted sub to Lynn Guagua. Thank you for 1,103 subs. Once again, if you guys have a Prime sub lying around and you don't like ads, spend it on our channel. No ads for the rest of the Super League then. Good bang for your buck at the moment. Continues to creep now is Lynn. Wants that level 2 heal wave. Wants the endurance aura for more movement speed and more base attacks. Going through with the Wyvern. Since the War Mill is up, I would love to see a defend upgrade. Just to make them a little more sturdy.
Plenty of Wyvern on the way. Lynn is very close to 2 huge level ups on the Shadow, on the TC. Keeping 1 ring on the Shadow Hunter, by the way. Feeling that the TC isn't the only possible target to be threatened by the undead focus fire. 1-0 here. Has to do big damage right now against this expansion to have a chance late game.
It's so few units for 1-0. Damage for Lynn is high. Wyvern, speed scroll. Not too many weapons, of course, but he can't break the Fiends just yet. Aiming for the Destroyer, full mana. Wyvern are suffering, but slowly but steady, the Fiends are disappearing. Reinforcements must be coming in as well. Endurance aura unlocked. Shadow Hunter, silence. He has that ring, but he doesn't have a potion. Turns around, catches a coil, and is safe to the shop, though. And in the meantime, the rest of Lynn's army is destroying anything that's on the ground.
Sick game by Lynn, dude. Can anybody play it quite like that? I'm not so sure, man. Shadow comes back from the main with a mana potion, ready with the next heal. Silence, though. Shadow in trouble, and the speed scroll doesn't quite save him. The nuke takes him out of the game, and the chance for 1-2-0.
Oh, stop dodge by 1-2-0. Sick anticipation. Keeps the Lich alive. Now Farseer on the horizon. Dark Ranger on the other side. Things are getting wild here. Lich on the menu. Got that potion. Chain Lightning a little bit too late. Exposes the Farseer. 1-2-0 with the coil. Not enough. Ghoul chasing. He calculated this before. Lynn has the money for a potion. Needs it. Gets it. Oh, man. What a sick engagement of the two. Dark Ranger is getting caught on the tail end of this fight. Falls as well. Even though Lich and DK were coming in. Lynn holds the expo. Heroes are falling. Sick plays, big gains. But how is 1-0 trying to come back into this now?
By the way, this is I'm pretty sure the first time we ever cast a game where TC has Shockwave and Stomp build.
True. There's no endurance aura. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you saw the opening there to get a big hero kill, but as you mentioned, with the Invo Potion, nicely preventing that was 1-0. Strong Farseer, man. Plus 23 damage with Kodo. Level 4. He seems to be the carry this game for Lynn.
As you say, both heroes got a ring. Once again, Lynn can't fight. 30 seconds still without the shadow. 1-0 facing 2 bases. He mined 1,200 gold less due to that Wyvern harass in the mid game. It's absurd. It must be this one last fight before the Expo really kicks into hyperdrive.
The mana for Lynn isn't that high. Needs a speed scroll, I think, as well to take a comfortable fight, but doesn't have one. Not quite enough gold there, despite the expansion running for a long time. Some peons were also taken out. TC might be going down here quickly. There's a heat wave for him, but maybe only one. Shockwave over Stomp is the priority here in this fight so far.
Gets the chain wave combo. Again, -1 Fiend. Soon, -1 Destroyer. New Destroyers are coming in. The Wyvern numbers are not that high just yet, but should be high enough with the combo of Wyvern and Ensnare. Couple of coils, couple of Novas, but in the great scheme of things, does that make the difference when there is 2 base Orc? 1-0 needs way more kills, but he can't get it. Beautiful Stomp into Hex, into Chain Lightning combo, and with that, DK goes down. No more movement speed, no more healing, no more Destroyer, no more hope. Lynn gets redemption versus the Undead after LabyRinth smacked him around. 1-0 isn't able to do that because Lynn triggers his inner Grubby and plays a little bit more eco-harass style, and it works so beautifully.
Yeah, that was kind of sick, actually. That was a surgical strike that ended up doing so much in the end. It seemed like 1-0 was in a really good spot to defend this as well. He had the tower back in the base early. He even had the statue there for a while to defend against the 2 Wyvern harass. But that collapsed there by Lynn, bringing everything in together, doing so much damage against the economy. Had the big lead, goes for the tiny. Beautiful play. That was masterfully executed.
Exactly. Whew, beautifully done. Orcs have to be dirty. They gotta. This honorable way of the Horde is nonsense. Straight up fights don't matter. You gotta grab a lead somewhat early on, and then in the end, you can shine. And this Lynn DK focus reminded me a little bit of Francis in his prime, with how strong of a hero focus that was, with so much disable, Stomp, Hex, and Snare. Gives you so much control in this fight. And then he took advantage of it. 1-0. Losing the first map. That's not a rare sight. He oftentimes loses the first map and then takes 3 in a row. Let's see if that pattern repeats.
Springtime gonna be his map of choice, where I feel like Blade Master looks quite popular from the Orcs. They love getting the circlets, stacking up some items here and there. It's a pretty compact map. Pretty small and quick to get to the corners. Very similar, actually, to Hammerfall. I guess we have a little bit more creeps here, though.
I have 0 coffee left, Mr. Remo Demo. I will go to the kitchen real quick in the west wing of the Back to Warcraft headquarters and leave you with the early game.
That is where the new marble ballroom is being made for 300,000 Twitch subs. It's going to be a very worthwhile investment. Get that premium cappuccino. Did you guys watch that movie with Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman? They're both kind of old and like at a retirement home, and it's called The Bucket List, maybe? And then they keep talking about this special coffee that they want to drink, and it's coffee that is... I hope it's not going to be too graphic and gross for you, but the people who saw the movie know what I'm talking about. Apparently this coffee where cats eat coffee beans, then they poop them out, and those coffee beans are grounded into special coffee. Is that true? Does this kind of coffee really exist? It's called Kopi Luwak.
Yes.
Chat is saying.
That is correct. That does exist.
Still mind-boggling that is actually a thing.
I heard it's very overrated.
Yeah, I hope so. Also, how the hell do you come up with that and think to yourself, you know what, this is a great idea for selling to people.
I always think that about cheese. Especially, what's it called? Like Schimmelkäse.
Oh yeah, moldy cheese,
Moldy
I guess.
cheese.
Yeah.
And also, shout out to the first person that drank cow milk.
I mean, that's not so much of a stretch, though. We all grow up drinking milk. Cows have milk. You have domesticated cows. You know, got to make use of those resources. Got to be efficient, just like in a Warcraft game. And if you leave milk staying around too long... Okay, full disclosure, I don't exactly know how cheese gets made, but yeah, it's something like that. And then one day you're kind of hungry, you're like, yeah, man, this ain't too bad.
Okay. Ain't too bad was the Farseer on map 1. King of segways, man. I had hated that hero with the passion against Undead, but Lynn did show the way, even though I think he could have had the same result with the Blade Master eventually. Doesn't matter though. A win is a win, and a harass is a harass, and let's see how many kills Lynn can get.
And the last hit is the last hit. That doesn't go to the Farseer so far. One ghoul. Oh! That's a W. Normally not supposed to happen. A little bit sloppy here by OneToZero. You're not supposed to be losing ghouls right here. He's trying to be cool oftentimes with coiling at the very last millisecond. I don't know if you've seen this before. Drives me mad. And sometimes it costs him a ghoul.
Well, happens to the best, doesn't it? Lynn again, 1,000 gold, rushing tier 2, another indicator for the very same Wyvern play. OneToZero should 100% anticipate this, seeing the Farseer. Might open up the tree line already for that Spirit Tower, which the Spirit Wolves try to prevent.
Really, really not supposed to lose the ghoul here in the main, and I guess this time he won't. Blight Regen kicking in nicely. The goal this time for the Farseer will be stop DK level 3 by the time the Shadow comes out. And chances for that aren't looking too bad. Indeed.
Trying to get some last hits. Still Farseer down to 50%. Shop is up in a second, right alongside the tier 2 tech. Beastery right in OneToZero's face, so we're not playing a guessing game of swords. We're playing a Wyvern game with a half attack advantage. But yeah, OneToZero, you gotta get that air defenses up with towers ASAP.
A player's forces are under attack.
There's the tier 3. OneToZero perfectly has the scout on it. One ghoul in the main base, by the way. Almost was nibbled down by that wolf. And the DK just trying to pick up as many items and experience as he can. He's gonna get very close to that level 3 here in the end. Oh, with the wolf kill. Maybe. Couple seconds only on the Shadow.
Ooh, maybe a scary situation, especially with the DK not having a town portal. No insurance to get out of it. Lots of coils, of course. But yeah, here's the Hex. With the Blade Master, this would probably be sketchy. But opens up that surround. On map 1, OneToZero tried to pressure that Shadow Hunter. Now he's trying to pressure the Farseer into a surround. Doesn't work either.
Forces are under attack.
But it's all stalling for the tier 2.
Double Mantle is super sick, by the way. Really good in the early game already. Even better late game for the Lich. That is amazing. And the gloves also really good. And the ring, I guess, also not bad. DK, while he didn't get level 3, I guess that wasn't perfect, but the items are wonderful.
50% on that DK now. Is that the last Hex, or do we have one more? Oh, we have one more. Can he reach?
Scroll. Is it? I don't think it's enough, is it? One more Hex?
He's trying. Can he get up front for body block? Then it is.
Oh, that would be so sick.
Damn! The dribble by OneToZero, though.
Not the highest damage here, of course. Blade Master here would have been a bit more punchy.
Right? I keep saying that, but they don't listen. I went as far as saying orcs who don't play Blade Master aren't real orcs. Oh my god. Is it? Is there?
Oh, he's trying to bait again with low HP. OneToZero likes to bait with low HP. Another Farseer.
Uh-oh! B to W, rip everybody. Happens to the orcs as well. I think this was somewhat on purpose though. Altar is free.
Player's forces forces
Doesn't cost that much. You want to level the Shadow Hunter anyway. And keep the town portal for later eventually. But we have an interesting development here in the production line of OneToZero. Because this game, it's not Fiends, it's Gargs.
Indeed it is. It's flying vision also above the trees. That makes dealing with the Wyvern Goldmine harass way easier. DK with the coil ready.
Oh, that Fiend, that Wyvern escape on 5.
Yeah.
A player's forces are under attack.
And snare on the Garg. Oh! Where did he land? What is this?
What? Save Orcas.
Oh.
What the hell,
listen.
man? Fix the tree line.
Okay, one Wyvern still went down. Painful loss. The other one at least was saved. But yeah, that's a Farseer and a Wyvern going down early. That's not amazing.
Bro, isn't it cool how Warcraft 3 can still surprise you after 22 years? With moves like this. The greatest game of them all. We need statues in here very quickly. We need levels on the orc side also very quickly. This time later, Warmill, TC in production, probably... Well, I don't know actually. Stomp? Shockwave? We'll see about that. Lynn, very willing to brawl though. And if you look at these HP bars, very reasonable decision.
Oh, here's the Hex. The Lich in trouble. The Lich is dead. OneToZero reacts too slow. Not saving his hero. The Lich is gone. But the Wyvern is still in trouble. These Gargs are working out really well. And there's no bats so far to counter him.
Exactly. Usually it was 4 Wyvern into 2 bats. He never really got the 4 Wyvern up. We got another engagement. But the Shadow Hunter seems to be safe. What about the Wyvern, man? Very, very different game with all this air presence of OneToZero. TC can't really help against the Gargs. And I'm really curious if, with this being a Garg play, if TC is still the right choice.
Aura first to save the Wyvern. Oh! Saved it on 3 hit points.
Oh.
Yo, sick.
Dude, these guys are gamers, Remo. These are real freaking gamers.
Yeah, really cool series so far, man. Really narrow moves here.
And it's a big numbers game, right? When it's Wyvern versus Gargs, you need every single one of them on both sides.
Wolves seeing the Orc creep. Is there no Gargs left? There's one now coming from the main base. DK not going for the kill, but rather for the steal. And he got the steal on the creep. TC, no ring of protection. That's a paper TC.
Ooh, dodges the coil with an invul though. Also, Lich was just arriving. We had a Nova ready, so perfect disengage by Lynn. 1-0. Is there a bit of added stability now? There's still so many ghouls in. Destroyers always wrecking an Orc army in the late game. We have a Raider transition for more control instead of bats.
It's not a comfortable position for Lynn at all. He wants more Wyvern, he wants more bats, and more levels. Lindo is, I would say, by far the greatest Orc right now. It's playing from behind, running around the map, looking for his openings, and not losing his cool. Other players oftentimes get frustrated going to an engagement that is not favorable.
Did you not see the game against LabyRinth, brother? Oh, did he lose his cool? But yeah, in general...
That's why today is going to be so different.
True. Obviously, in general, you are correct. I find it fascinating that we were waiting for Lynn for like 4 months, right? It's like, how will this matchup develop? What's the meta? What's he thinking about? What's his new approach? We just dial back the time, man. We just go mass air like it's 2024.
Yep, and I was hoping for something more. I was hoping for some Torrents maybe, but apparently not. It is the Mass Wyvern again. But here is the pivot that I was talking about earlier. That's something that Lynn also did in the past. Triggering Alchemist, triggering Gargs to go up against Wyvern. Now he's trying to pivot into Headhunters. And Headhunters are really, really, really good if there's no Dark Ranger on the Undead.
Right on. I mean, I do appreciate an Alchemist with Acid Bomb against Headhunters as well, but it's just not the same. 100% agree with that. TC then also very nice for movement speed. Still no second spell right there. Still no ring there. We got Chemical Rage. I love that spell a lot for more damage. And 1-2-0 feels confident enough to expand upper right.
Yeah, this is a great timing, actually. I would say this pivot into Headhunters can be strong, but it takes a long time to really get going. So if you can expand and get ahead that way, that would be wonderful. But good scout here by Lynn. Easy cancel with those mobile Wyvern.
Very cool use case for the Wyvern, I gotta say. Is a little bit of a pickle now against the Gargs again. Maybe he can kite them back into the base. Little
Cool
Beast,
help me.
Hello,
Help
Cool
me.
Beast. Yeah, can't decide.
A player's
It's a
forces are
neutral
under
Cool Beast. It's a Switzerland Cool Beast.
Must be rich then. God damn, Kirby's, what are you hiding?
Well, I guess it has no expenses the way it lives there.
Yeah, looked rather modest. One Wyvern goes down, only a single one is left. Has 1-0 fully identified what he's facing? Maybe not, because making more Gargs here is not what you need against Headhunters.
Yeah, some players scout better than others, and 1-2-0 not scouting too much. Even though we had a shade before this game, it might bite him. This army doesn't give away that he goes Headhunters. Could still be everything, really. And Headhunters are coming, man. Upgrade is through. Attack upgrades are coming in as well. Lynn did buy the necessary time for all the tech, but really buy the necessary time for the army.
Looks like the Kodo probably going to go down. Wants to trade it at least for the statue. Yeah, this level 4 Death Knight, that's a really good level up to have. I would say, roughly speaking, this is looking better hero level wise right now and hero strength for the undead, but better army wise for the orc.
Big question, how the Farseer scales into all of this. I mean, we appreciate Chain Lightning later on, but it's really not a great spell up until level 3. Shadowhunter and TC, how will they carry? Interesting setup for sure. Stomp it is this time. Devotion Aura, really nice. Always is. And we got Cement, so no Destroyer attacks into the base. What's 1-2-0 stalling for another Expo approach?
forces are under attack.
First Bestiary here gonna go down. I would say losing one Bestiary here actually doesn't matter at all. It's mainly about Berserkers now, I would say, roughly. And Lynn isn't coming home to defend. Creeping up still, looking for the level ups, got the TC2, got the Shadow 3, and didn't buy a TP, but rather a heal scroll on the Farseer. Are we base racing here, or what is going on?
With one Raider and one Wyvern, I don't know how successful that is. 1-2-0 tears the production apart, would love to see a shop snipe as well. Lynn knows he needs levels, and with that rat camp, he will be able to afford a town portal to save the majority of the base, but 2 production buildings and shop done and headhunter done is a lot of losses. Plus time for expo, of course.
Yeah, it's a lot. And if you TP home, force the undead away, and then you can go for a tiny, then okay, I guess no harm, no foul, but can you afford all of that? Not so sure. It certainly isn't a TP. It is the long run back to the main base. But Lynn did benefit a lot from these creep camps. His hero is now way stronger with levels and items.
Alrighty. Can he weather the storm here? Ensnare coming in, piercing damage, amazing versus Gargs, amazing versus Destroyers. And overall, great damage output. Little bit of a supply lead. Claws, as you mentioned. We also have a Wand of Mana Stealing, which could come in very handy. Still not over, but Lynn needs a big moment to clobber down this expo now.
Forces are under attack.
Does he know about the expansion? Does he have assumption about the expansion? Not exactly sure about that. TC trying to come in with the Stomp. The Alchemist, by the way, also might be vulnerable here. TC getting focused heavily in Vuln on the Alch. TC running away. TC, though, might still be dying. Trying to pass an item. Something. TC! Last hit brings him down. He almost was away, but couldn't make it.
Shadowhunter with the heal wave last second. Still chasing. Lots of damage on the undead side as well. But the acid bomb might tick him down, actually. It will. Chemical Rage. The Alchemist gets the W. Double kill for OneToZero back in the series. But what about this army? Okay, still looking fine. Lynn, only a hurt Shadowhunter. Some exit kills would be beautiful. He needs some end snares. He needs some big ones. Is there any resource to get the heroes back? I don't think so. Farseer is back. Shadowhunter as well.
PC though, still benched for a long time. He's still supply blocked. There is so much gold streaming in. Even with the Alchemist not being so amazing anymore in this matchup. At this point, the lead seems to be so big here. Lich and DK both so strong. Items, by the way, crazy. So many amazing items on these undead heroes. And I think Lynn is looking towards the end.
Oh man, only a Farseer. What can this Farseer do all along? A Blade Master, maybe. A Farseer, I don't know. The wolves are eating acolytes, kinda nice. Keeps the supply close. Alchemist again, down to 50%. Can't be coiled, has no inventory. Fiend freed. It's only Farseer headhunters, man. This feels like DreamHack days.
The mana seems to be running out quickly. Good save there on the Destroyer. That one barely getting away. The army size now significantly dropping, which means the regen on the Blight is insurmountable. And it's GG. And it's 1-1.
Such a classic OneToZero series so far. Getting a bit outplayed in map 1, then turning it up from map 2 onwards. And was it a map issue? Was it a performance issue? Is it a Farseer issue? What was the key to victory here for OneToZero?
I'm still also not very sold on the Farseer, similar to you. It can win. Is it the best chance to win? Not so sure about that. But the biggest mistake here clearly was over-chasing into the main. Losing the Farseer is not necessarily a game-losing mistake, but if that gives the DK level 3 and then gives OneToZero all the momentum for the mid-game, I think that is the game-losing mistake. Where Lynn kind of miscalculated, right? He used tons and tons of Hex, trying to get kills, couldn't get him, had the wrong feeling right there. Not the mouse feel was off, but the Hex feel was off. Wasted lots of time, and then to double down on wasting lots of time, like I said, lost the hero and lost the best chance to win that game.
We lost no time in between this. Whoever wins the upcoming map has match points. Echo Isles it is. Interesting situation. Undeads love to expand here, even against orcs, and then people like Soen and Lynn felt like they have to go for all ins and sometimes voiced a bit of frustration about it. Now it's Lynn's first pick. Knowing that then expansion could be done, I'm curious how he approaches this when he looked relatively weak versus LabyRinth Expos.
If it's a one-base game, I feel like Farseer Wyvern is incredibly strong here. Mainly because it's so hard for Undead to creep easily early. Ooh, but what is this? Are we seeing a barracks, Neo? Oh my god, we're actually seeing a barracks in the early game. Can you believe it?
Huh?
So this is not going to be a Wyvern game, but rather Headhunters or perhaps even Grunts.
Since when are orcs building units prior to the 7-minute mark? That's crazy. Just like the dedication of Soul 8man to the scene is amazing. Thank you very much for the 30-month sub. Okay, Lynn, show us the way then on Echo Isles. Of course, a map with many claws as well. Always have to be mentioned. Might be a potential for a Blade Master. Lynn also experimented a little bit with mirror image recently. I think every combination under certain circumstances are playable at the moment, but it is the tried and true Farseer Grunt into Headhunter.
Oh, yes it is. Is he peon scouting? Oh, he's peon scouting. The rarest of sights. An orc actually scouting in the early game, trying to figure out, of course, if it is expansion. And if it is expansion, this might be a quick game. This might be a Farseer Headhunter into Firelord all in. Like I mentioned earlier, I still feel like the better strat for orc is to counter-expand with Raider Walkers. Raider Walker, normally terrible against Undead, but when they fast expand, amazing against Undead, because the Destroyers are so late. I feel like Lynn was way too aggressive against Labby's Expo plays.
Yeah, this didn't work out. He tried Farseer Firelord on Autumn Leaves, but that was... It was an attempt, let's say, that shouldn't be repeated in the same fashion. And Lynn is a smart person, probably learned from that. And it's a very, very different map, of course, with different rush distances and expo timings. And first and foremost, we have to see if OneToZero is expanding, but he got that skull in the pocket. 7 acolytes as well. Farseer sends the wolves to do some damage. And now we'll see how much he can delay that haunted goldmine.
Shadow Priest pick up early on. The Farseer with the Peon Scout. This is really cool. Double purpose right there. Peon Scouts to see what's going on with the undead, creeping, and expo, and also goes for the Shadow Priest. Really neat. Last second coil. All right, this time it doesn't get punished. Thank you, 1-0. One ghoul saved, but another one might be dying. And this seems to be a really good start so far for Lynn.
Cool, yeah. We have 2 base, 2 base. This is not what 1-0 wanted. This is probably what Lynn wanted. Now we have a similar game that we had before. 1 base, DK Ghouls versus Farseer. The question is, how good is Orc without their best unit, the Wyvern?
Forcing out some coils from the DK. If you can force the Death Knight to stay level 1, this is fantastic as the Orc player. But that's level 2. Now we finally got the Aura, which makes everything easier and better if you're the Orc. Shadow Priest so far didn't get to dispel too much. Can be quite nice against some Skellies in the right moment, but also want to make sure not to lose it too easy to the coil.
Lots of mind games, of course, rattling through their heads. How do you follow this up? 1-0 sold the altar, has to rebuild it. That is some unnecessary expenses. Trying to get some expenses off of Lynn now as well. But yeah, I like that Shadow Priest, just as you say. A little bit of healing reduces the need for a shop. 2 forward burrows here. Might be a point to attack later. If this is a regular Farseer Headhunter build, I'm really curious how Lynn responds to Dark Ranger Ghouls. Because I can't envision a counter to that.
If he plays it really well and out micros 1-0, I think he can still win this, although it's not that easy. In my opinion, the key unit to out micro standard undead with Farseer Hunters is normally Zeppelin to load up, you know, and stop the Skelly snowball. But this map, we got no Zeppelin, so it's gonna be a difficult matchup on even more difficult settings, where a player like Lynn can shine, though.
It's kind of funny, though, right? Like, Lynn pretty much destroyed the biggest threat that there is. That's an undead expansion. And they're like, well, what's the longevity of the strat now? Like, what can he do to not get completely trashed in the late game? Yeah, the lack of Zeppelin definitely hurts.
Yeah, strong hero levels. The hero advantage can still go a long way if you get a strong Farseer and a TC second. Oh! This was the way the Farseer Hunter, when it first burst onto the scene and looked so overwhelming, was played all the time. Then countermeasures were being found and danger was being presented. Then the TC made way for the Shadow Hunter, which was the safer pair of hands on tier 2. But now back to the TC we go, and back into double bestiary we go.
Ooh, okay.
It might be a reverse pivot.
Into Wyvern now, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, Echo Owl's probably not the greatest map for Raider Lane, as there's only 1.5 lanes, basically, to maneuver across.
A player's forces are under attack.
All the Magi taking the scenic route.
This is very confusing with full vision observer mode.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in the shoes of the players who have half the vision we have.
Okay, the Acolyte sees the TC, and that is very suspicious. Because if you're facing Wyvern, normally it's always Shadow Hunter.
It's Raiders, bro.
Raiders. I mean, a couple of Raiders are always nice for Ensnare. Normally going too heavy on Raiders is the problem. Is it mass tier 2 Expo?
I guess. Does he have... Yeah, he has resource. He needs a bit of lumber. But Peon is coming. It's the...
There's the Peon.
Lynn tries to make the strat work. I swear to you, for like 6 years, I don't think it ever worked. I'm a doubter. I'm a hater. But prove me
A
wrong.
little hate watcher, Neo.
I am.
It's not a bad position for it, though. The DK is really underleveled. Then has great map vision. TC leveling is looking decent. He's getting shop control right now. Fashi is keeping tabs on the opponent. But yeah, you need to have way superior resources if you want to hang with tier 1 versus tier 2.
Yeah.
Tier 2 versus tier 3, I mean.
The thing is, I really don't like this strategy, but I also can't think of a better one. And I was an advocate of orcs laming, so let them lame. I'm just very curious of the execution here.
Looks like Lynn is trying to find the timing right before tier 3, right before Frenzy and Orb. Orb is there. Frenzy not yet. Oh, catching a statue is big already.
Ghouls as well. TC in position for the stomp. More damage. Level 3 thanks to the creep last hit as well. Huge moment for Lynn. Oh my god.
And also, in this aggressive position here, can threaten a continued counterattack into the main. Getting the item would be huge. Nova being lined up, though. Ring +5. Oh, that's so good for the TC.
Oh yeah.
Don't you dare sell that item, bro.
Expo 70%. 40 seconds to go. We still need levels on 1-0 desperately. And the first Wyvern is coming in. So it's like a reverse pivot of what you usually do when it's mass Wyvern into Raider. Now it's 2 Raiders for control into Wyvern alongside the Kodo. And this might be a little bit of a surprise for 1-0, who doesn't have a single Fiend yet.
Yeah, Lynn doing a great job here, finding pickoffs, not overextending against the big undead Frenzy army. And I say big in air quotes, it's not really. The big problem, the big drawback here is the Death Knight. He is way too underleveled. Not being level 3 at this point in the game is kind of unforgivable. And I think Lynn identified this in the early game. He saw how slow the DK progress was.
Oh.
He knew this tier 2 expansion could work so well.
Damn, that lasted with the storm. Beautifully done. Lynn, you know what it is? I think the secret is he's using a randomizer for his army now and his strategies. This is so confusing from 1-0's perspective. There are a lot of counters out there at the right timing for the undead, but you need to figure this out. You need to identify this. And Lynn, he's playing like a mass confusion strategy, and 1-0 doesn't have the counters up. A counter to anything, always Coil Nova, but we might turn up the heat here, hero focus wise as well. Wyvern move to the side, more ghouls are streaming in. Can they carry this fight?
The Black Arrow always has the potential, of course, to snowball and win the game for you. In the end, the Destroyer has to fall in, messing up with the right click. He didn't properly target right there. It took him way too long, and he doesn't kill the Destroyer. That was a big micro mistake. That should have been an easy Destroyer kill that he misses. It's a lot of losses for Lynn right here.
More Wyvern streaming in. Raider, more control, going for the statues now. Dispels it for more mana. Now the Wyvern are able to get some kills. Boom, 8 supply gone from 1-0's account. Huge supply lead alongside this expansion, which is now paying off. Raiders fallen. Can we get a speed scroll? We don't have a speed scroll. Heal scroll maybe even to stay in that fight. Kodo a bit exposed here. Heal scroll necessary. Got it. Scroll of the beast also. We go for the heroes. There's no TP. Lynn. There was a lot of doubters for this strategy. Oh. No way.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The escape by 1-0. Holy.
Trying to get the Destroyer. Oh my god, look how hurt everything is. What do you do for a Raider right now with Ensnare? Doesn't have one though.
1-0, the Chinese phone number for an ambulance. He needs one right now. And Lynn, let's go. See, this is why I love the 1-0 versus Lynn games, man. Every single time they face each other, it's just cinema.
Yeah, super sick. Expo keeps mining this whole time. It seems like clearly the right unit to go for is the Wyvern here. Takes the biggest strength away from the Dark Ranger, the Skelly, Snowball. Some of that we are now seeing against the creeps. Where 1-0 is trying to get a little bit stronger.
How do you break this, Expo, man? You raised that question very well. Trying Gargs now. As there is a TC, understandable. There's no Shadow Hunter for the Hex focus. Lynn going for more units. Defend upgrades. Love to see it. If you have the resources for it, of course. And now the Wyvern lane and the base begins.
OneToZero is not too far away, though. He can get back here to save the economy in just a moment. Acolyte's a little bit late to move, maybe. TC level 4 is actually really nice as well, by the way. It's a great aura to buff up everything. Trying to go for the Haunted. If he miscalculates this, this would be very bad. But no, doesn't go through with it. It is still Wyvern going down. The undead army, we can feel it powering up.
Holy moly, there was a lot of losses with TP, with Wyvern. There's ghouls and the skeleton at the right-hand side. OneToZero knows now. There is one burrow. Would love to see reinforced defenses, but lumber is still an issue, as it always is for orcs. No shredder, of course.
Players' forces are under attack.
Pillage is coming. So we pivot from Grunt into Headhunters, from Headhunters into Raiders, from Raiders into Wyvern, and from Wyvern into Raiders.
Yeah, sick game by Lynn. He's very speedy now with that TC aura.
Ooh, interception.
Getting intercepted, though. Let's trying to get in range for the Nova. He's got a lot of damage as well in his inventory. Ooh, Lynn with the escape. A clean one this time. He needs more supply if he really wants to face this army.
Yep, 57 is not enough. It's tier 2 versus tier 3. Obviously, higher tech comes with an advantage. Going for the DK. Exposed, but once again, we raise the question without Hex. Is that good enough? Big losses here, but the DK is still ensnared. Ensnare Lord stops him 6 feet under.
And maybe that is enough. He's got more ensnare still. The Raiders still all here, but the Wyvern are forced away. The TC Stomp is being the X factor here. The Lich is surrounded, and the game is over. GG, and Lynn does it again. With a mass tier 2 expo that is so hard to pull off against a dangerous, strong, under tier 3 army. So sick. So sick. This is the War Chief.
I say this for the second time today. I love to eat my words. I hate the strategy. I hate the Farseer. I usually hate to be wrong, but not in this case. None of these strategies are in the hands of Lynn. So many strategic switches, and you were here with me like 10, 12 years ago where nobody ever switched tactics, really. Like, oh, you don't have the time for that. You don't have the resources for that. You decide for a strategy and then you go for it. And now we have such a fluent Warcraft 3 with switches everywhere, whether that's Night Elf versus Undead or Orc or also humans. It's so much more interesting. Capital S in RTS. And Lynn with the 2-1 lead now in the series.
Yeah, super sick. And this series absolutely delivering so far, if you ask me. Just a beautiful showcasing of strategic decision-making and adjustments, reaction, and just masterminds at play. So far, Lynn is coming out ahead, but it's not by much, man. This is a small margin. It could still go either way as we are heading into map number 4 of the series. We're heading to my new favorite map, Shattered Exile, to be displayed next. This is a rather big map, and a rather big map in the past basically always used to mean that orcs would play Blade Master and Triple Hero. The bigger the map, the longer you can drag it out, the more you can rely on Triple Hero, Blade Master strength. Is it finally time for the Blade? Or is this just a pure farce here day to day?
Could very well be. I think it's a extremely good Blade Master map. On the other side, this could also be a Dreadlord map for 1.2.0. Very good expansion possibilities. Oh man, so many questions, dude. It's so cool that we have this diversity. And so cool to have Ivy by our side. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the 26th month. Love to have you here with us. And love to have game 4. It's match points for Lynn. He was slaughtered by LabyRinth. It looked like he was hopeless in this matchup, but maybe he was just hopeless versus Labby and wasn't prepared for that. He came prepared for 1.2.0 and it shows. Trustled 500 bits. Has there ever been a time with more viable heroes, opening unit strategies? Great time to be a Warcraft 3 fan. Thank you. Back to Warcraft. No, there was not. Not even close, I think. It's also been rarely a time where players had such a well-defined profile It is indeed a great time. Shout out to everybody involved with balance. And now slaughter me for that, you fools. We got a DK. We got a Blade Master, though, with a Barracks. So it's a mix of what we've seen before. Shattered Exile, Cross Spawn, no Ghoul Scout, no Peon Scout this time. The Acolyte confirms it, though. If he has to go for Dust early, if he will be under attack by Wolves or a Blade. And we'll see that in a second. And OneToZero is switching it up. Finally, I want to say. He had a rough start against other orcs before, and then he switched to Tet Fiends. And oh my god, did that strategy look terrifying only in OneToZero's hands. Now Lynn probably expected that. Switches to a Blade Master, and we'll see how well that counter works.
Yeah, I agree. I also think OneToZero is really strong with the strategy, especially around that first initial 50 supply timing. With Lich level 2, DK level 3, Dark Ranger level 1, or maybe 2 if you're lucky, and then trying to go for that very powerful timing attack. I think the strategy does fall off later on. The longer it goes, the better it is for the Orc, especially if the TC third gets to level. In my opinion, level 3 TC completely destroys the Tet Fiend build in a Fiend army. But getting to that is pretty hard, man. Level 3 on a third hero, not so easy to get to.
Mr. Remodimo, I said the very same thing in the matchup of OneToZero versus Soin. Turns out, not every orc knows you need an Invo potion against the Dark Ranger Silence. And if there's no Invo potion, you're gonna have a tough time. Like this Blade Master so far, because we had a nice coil snipe on the DK, close to level 2.
Yeah, that is actually amazing for OneToZero and terrible for Lynn. He spent his entire first minute in the middle doing nothing. He didn't get the item, didn't get the experience. The DK now is basically one full level ahead. So Blade Master has to get stronger by paying money for it. That's right, guys. Money solves all your problems. He went for double circlet. Very expensive. It is very good, but that's 400 gold.
Right on. Yeah, especially like, since this is a claw, it's even better. Blade Master, of course, relying a lot on heroes. Very nice snipe by OneToZero. Very nice contest. Orcs have spent quite some time at the middle, whether that's in this matchup or against Pally Rifle, and I've never really seen it be worth it. This camp is just a little green camp, but it's easy to underestimate how long it takes to kill, I think.
Yeah, the creep out here by OneToZero was really sick, because he went for the small green camp, knowing that if there's a scout or if there's a creep happening in the middle, he can intersect. And that was really well done. Securing another last hit here. Almost now level 2. Blade Master has very, very little experience.
Fiends coming. Blade under-leveled. Blade under-equipped. Lynn faster with the tech, but not by that much. Just roughly 20 seconds instead of like 45, which it oftentimes is. Mr. Vez, thank you for your Prime 30 month. Can't be a better day than 300 games in the Super League. Go, go! OneToZero.
Yeah, that's right. All 3 undeads in our group stage playing today. Happy, of course, with the win. Earlier on, OneToZero against match point right now, but I would say this early game is looking very, very good for him.
Agreed, agreed. Inventory for the DK also looks good. Fiends in the hands of OneToZero is always an art, a piece of art. And another creep jack. Does not prevent level 2, so critical strike unlocked. And yeah, this Blade Master, if you go mirror image, you can creep like crazy. If you go windwalk, you want to harass, you want to slow down the DK, you want to inflict damage to the units. We've seen none of that.
Acolyte Scout taken out. That might be more important than one might think at the first glance, because Lynn is not playing tier 3 standard. He is going double bestiary into a Fiend build. And that's very weird, because lots of Fiend means lots of web, means lots of danger for the Wyvern.
Well, Wyvern have this magic move of making Fiends disappear quickly if you get the numbers up. Could also be a Raider pillage move, but then the tier 3 is a bit odd. Shattered Exile, very big, lots of room to maneuver, lots of ways to dodge your opponent. So that might be a play.
Very interesting. And maybe then is again going for the Wyvern first, and we might be looking towards a very late game Berserker transition. It's only if there's Alchemist, I guess, because you could just go Dark Ranger as well. Although she's not the greatest against Wyvern, she's still decent. What's the item here, by the way? Roll with the Magi, that's pretty good. Lich getting hexed. Death Knight showing up, though. Death Knight looking pretty strong right now with that level 3.
Thank you, Schnock, for the 45-month resub. Love to see that. Both undead heroes quite hurt. Blade Master crit for the first time. We want to see the big red numbers, as we've seen so often on Shattered Exile. I think we had a 400 crit before. Oh no, we had 3 crits in a row. No, 4 crits in a row. That was crazy. It was 800 damage in 3 hits or something. Still not enough. But yeah, the Saint Sword has to be with them today again. Pressure rises. Hex focus. Oh, OneToZero. Are you once again not respecting the Hex timing? Now he does.
PP out. He got the item. Pendant of Energy is pretty decent. Not the greatest, I guess, but it's also some space finally for Lynn to freely creep up. There's a lot of room to grow for him on his heroes. Getting a Ring of Protection here is decent and especially great for a TC 3rd if we should see him later with tier 3 soon finishing.
No Expo this time. Potential for a tiny at some point after a 1 fight. We might get the Wyvern upgrades very soon. Chain Lightning in the middle doing quite some damage. We got an Orc and Undead creep here. Chain Lightning in the middle, Nova on the outskirts. Just inspired by the best races there are.
Once they're getting a big item, but that's not the best item there is for him. The Scourge Bone Chime's Aura, not going to do much for him. This camp gives lots of experience, big item, and also double tones. So always a nice little boost for whoever gets it. Lynn looking once again towards Economy Harass. There's a tower coming up, but there's going to be, again, an opening to attack 1 or 2 Acolytes. Probably just 1 for free.
We got 5 seconds till Envenomed Spears. Nice timing. Well crafted. Thank you for the support. Wakaka! Spirit Tower. 10 seconds. Gotta weather that Wyvern Storm while still creeping. No response by OneToZero just yet. Relies on the towers. And I think that's alright. Should be minimal damage if he's not finding an opening for the left-hand side one. Yeah.
Got a kill as well.
Got a
All
kill
that's
as
an
well.
Acolyte taken out, and a Fiend. That's 300 damage in gold already. Lynn looking not bad here. Not bad at all.
And that Blade Master has lots of room for improvement. Just like our sub count. LabyRinth. Thank you for 30 months. OneToZero gets a big mana potion as well. Ooh, it's gonna be a lot of spells. Dark Ranger is out. Shadow Hunter not level 3. No sign of a TC just yet. And it looks like Lynn is committing to this Economy Harass. Ghouls all wiped.
Wyvern plus the Blade. Fighting on together. Going to the lab. Oh, do we have some plans here? Maybe.
Zeppelin could help the heroes, but there's Web as well. A second Fiend saved by the coil. Beautiful arrival. The Doctor saves the Fiend. So Lynn at 500 gold. That is a little bit suspicious when an Orc is on tier 3.
Tiny Great Hall, though, is certainly going to be scouted for.
A player's forces
The
are
army quality, the unit quality is probably still better on the Undead right here. And the items, by the way, are nice.
You know what's not nice?
Ice Spice.
Having 4 Acolytes in the gold mine.
Oh. Can slip your mind sometimes.
Does it though? Should it though? We've seen this before. A little bit of a gift to Lynn. I think it's just strategic masterclass by OneToZero to save resources for the late game.
Sure. Let's go with that. So far, the main base for the Undead now. Not in trouble anymore, but that's the next big creep for OneToZero. Lynn would love to try to punish this, but he's got only dual hero, and he doesn't have that much mana. If he wants to go for a creep jack here, not much time.
Bro, I gotta say, 1-0 is falling apart quite a bit. How many fiends fell to the Blade Master roaming? Lynn is playing a little bit like Moon plays against Human with roaming Dryads to intercept reinforcements and kill them off. This Blade Master also has crowd control, not with like Dryad Poison, but with Blade. And we know against Destroyers and statues it triggers 120% of the time, but apparently also versus Fiends, and this is worth so much. Plus the 2 town portals that he forced, that's also 650 gold. It's way too many expenses to create an army now, especially on 4 Acolytes.
And then trying to slowly set up an expansion over here with Peon. It's going to be towers to start things off. 1-0 though, in an attacking position now towards the Orc main base, where we do not have reinforced defenses. Oh, actually, it's finishing in just a few seconds. That would have been a sick timing if 1-0 committed, but he's taken another step in a different direction.
Oh man. 1-0 was in the base. He's building a temple. He still didn't notice the missing Acolyte. That's nuts. We got Reveal. We got Coil Nova possibly, but also an Invo Potion. Wyvern, Wept Fiend, not pulling back. Oh, now they are. Purge on the Destro. QED. Oh, here we get the kill. Wyvern falling apart quickly. They are fragile glass cannons. If not healed up, we get lots of heal waves ready. And that Blade Master, quite a weapon.
There's so much mana here on 1-0. He's just gonna outlast it. He's gonna out-sustain this, isn't he? We have an Ensnare, but no, Devour needs to get that in quickly. The hero's now in trouble as well. Heal Wave comes through. The big mana potion here, absolutely crucial. Stomp is in, but no opportunity really for a kill. Blade has to take out these statues.
Uh-oh, TC fell to the coil. Statue gone, but the Kodo might just follow. He has the Katga's pipe, as you said, so much regen. The Fiend is free. Only 1 Raider. It's dual hero and 2 Raiders against the tri-hero of the Undead. Fiends are streaming in, now not intercepted. He's still on 4 Acolytes, by the way. How ridiculous. Lynn doesn't have a second base. Blade Master might get surrounded here, but with Fiends, it's tricky. Statues, though? Nice point of attack.
That's level 4. Important level up here for the Blade Master. He's still not too well equipped. A little bit unlucky, I guess, with the items in this game. No claws of attack or slippers or anything like that. And 1-0 got a lot of kills here.
And another grunt falling thanks to a sweet body block. Shout out to Invincible for getting that kill. Blade Master level 4. How high are the crits? Minimal, as you said. Dark Ranger level 3, so strong. What's the potential Hail Mary by Lynn? No pillage, no raider. His army is 2 wyvern.
A player's forces are under attack.
Boy, Acolyte still only in the gold mine. It is almost an 800 gold lead from that alone. But in the fights, 1-0 just trades so much better. The Fiend army, man, it's pretty good. Especially when facing low-level Orc heroes, and Lynn just calls it GG.
Can you imagine the feelings when Lynn watches this replay and he looks into 1-2-0's base and he sees that he lost this game against 4 Acolytes? Emotional damage, man.
Emotional damage. Yeah, it's not a good feeling. It's also not a good feeling, though, when you never find any damage items on the Blade Master. This was really unlucky, to be honest. But it started off also with 1-0 doing it really well. Pulling the creep, stealing the lasses, stealing the item in the middle. It's such a big move, man. The Blade Master, very momentum-based hero. If you get off to a good start, you keep finding items and more damage and more kills and so on. It all works nicely together. But here, 1-0 with his Tet Fiends, man. That's still a killer strategy for him.
Right on. I think when one player is on 4 peons and loses a lot of fiends traveling and everything that happened in this game, items can't really be an excuse. It was 1-0 fighting so well with the Tet Fiends against the Wyvern. Lynn had a lot of advantages here. Couldn't convert that into a win. That's on him, I feel. And now it's 2-2. It's very good for us, of course, that we get an extra, that we get an encore. 1-0. He has a 5-game win streak, and he might keep it up today if he wins just one more. Lynn, of course, contesting for the top 3, where he, I think, according to him, belongs. He has a 2-game win streak against LawLiet, and so on. One of these streaks will be broken now.
Else to the year. Map 4, by the way. Couldn't that have been a game to turtle up a bit? You know, go for reinforced defenses, maybe even go for spike barricades. Actually, against Fiends, that doesn't make sense. But at least go for Reinforced and maybe a tower. Couldn't you have gone like Torrents this game? Just run around the map, keep creeping, triple hero, go for Torrents. This was the thing like half a year ago, where Torrents actually looked quite good in the right game, on a big map, in a long game against Undead. Where are my Torrents?
Mr. Remodimo, the torrents got reduced in resources. They are on a more, like a better fitting building. They can already be rewoven when they're dead. They are magic resistant. Their pulverize is hella strong. I think they need to fly, have fortified or divine armor and chaos damage to ever find a place in this meta.
Well, I have a very soft spot in my heart for Torrents, so to all that and more, I say yes. Let's go.
I haven't shaved in so long, I feel as hairy as a torrent. Do you have a soft spot in your heart as well?
Oh, now. To the ends of the earth, is what I say to that. Farseer, Headhunter once again. No grunt opening even. Straight Farseer Headhunters it is this time around. And I don't mind it at all. I feel like this can work quite well on this map if you creep well, if you get the necessary levels. And also, if you get the Zeppelin. I think Zeppelin has to be a must here.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Not hating on that Farseer. It worked well so far. It is a map where you can pimp the Blade Master, but Lynn sometimes complains about the items and then moves away from it. We've seen Farseer succeed, so hey, no criticism in that regard. Also, short rush distance, which always amplifies a Farseer harass, comes down. 2 last hits, of course. It is a difficult early game for the Farseer player, because the Undead got so good against it. We'll see. There's a lot of strategies to play for OneToZero. It is a return to a simple ghoul opener.
Oh, last hit. Stolen. Oh, that's big, actually. That's a big swing for the early game. And that's a pretty big mistake by OneToZero. A very unforced error.
Got that one, though. Okay, then the techs progress with Headhunters. Ready to take out the ghouls. It is an invite to a Dark Ranger, of course. Shouldn't fall into a trap of going Dark Ranger second, I feel.
Yeah, that's where orcs love to go Wyvern then. Rest of the last hits go to the DK pretty easily, so disaster averted. Not getting level 2 after these first 2 camps would be really bad. That one certainly was locked in.
Feels like the calm before the storm. Just a little tug of war, a little bit of poking. It is solid damage done. Takes the ghouls off the map in a bit for free healing at the base.
Feels like a very calm phase in the game still, but as Lynn here, you gotta be vigilant. You gotta make sure your positioning is on point. It's very easy here to be a little bit too slow on the Headhunter movement, and all of a sudden you get surrounded once and maybe twice, and that would be really bad. You want to keep that Headhunter count high as long as you can.
Gaudi coming in with the 913 sub. Good games. Hello from Mexico. Nice. Didn't know we have 2 Warcraft fans in Mexico alongside Lucker. Shout out.
Mexico. Greetings. Dude, tacos would be amazing right now.
I was wondering when is the moment Remo gets hungry. Either that or the Lord of the Ring reference was missing. Finally, we got 50% out of the way.
Dude, imagine if Twitch in like 50 years with like beaming Star Trek technology, instead of gifting subs, viewers can like gift a taco. Bro. That would be so good.
I wouldn't trust anything a viewer sends me.
Nah, you gotta be positive in this world, Neo. It's such a friendly place.
Yeah. Yes, okay. Good. You can eat all of that. Enjoy.
Okay. Well, good. Shadowhunter is our second hero this time. DK is getting out of this early game with an experience lead. Not quite level 3 yet, which would be perfect, but he's not far from it. Eyeing up the middle here, trying to see if maybe Lynn is creeping up something. That's not quite the case. The big middle camp's still up for grabs. And the DK about to lock in at level 3 with Lich on the way.
A player's forces are
In previous games, we've seen brutal encounters at the beginning of Tier 2. I think OneToZero learned the lesson to not contest the middle against Farseer, Blade Master, and especially Shadowhunter. That gives the big camp to Lynn. Of course, he has to go to the outskirts, but lower XP gain and a healthy hero is better than no XP gain and a dead hero.
Sobi Mask, also amazing item. The DK there, by the way, almost in time for the steal, or maybe even a kill. Lots of Hex has to be used here. Not everything gets away in the end. It's a single Headhunter dying, but a big camp, and that Sobi Mask is going to have a lot of value this game.
Indeed, the orcs are always complaining. We don't have sustain, Now Lynn gets it for free. Just like we get Cleanser's Prime Sub, 26 months. Thank you. So, Tier 3 on the horizon for both. We go Kodo. We stick with Headhunters for now. Isn't this just a layup for a beautiful Dark Ranger?
It sure is. Pretty certain we're going to see her unless there's going to be some Wyvern. So far, no sign of that. We're seeing a TC third. What are the items looking like? These will have certainly impact. DK is very tanky on his items. That's neat to have, but not really the priority. It's more about Lich damage. That so far is pretty low. While the Farseer has Ring and Gauntlets and Claws. Like to see that. And a Sobi. I would say so far Lynn's items are way better here.
Will they determine the outcome? Not too sure. Consumable on the right-hand side. Lynn might have his eye on the price on the red spot, but that would be very risky. Maybe pull back to the expo and go from there. Frenzy timing around the corner. Destroyer timing will still take 70 seconds. TC out. Attack upgrades out. Next on the list, Invul Potion for that TC. You got the ring already. And then Lynn is almost ready to fight if the burrow finishes, and that's finished as well.
Giving the armor and strength items to the TC. Love to see that. This so significantly improves his survivability. Just these two small items. And 2 claws on the Farseer and mana on the Shadow. I feel like all these heroes are quite well equipped over on Lynn's side. Army size, so far not that amazing. But he's starting to work on that as well. And if we get to a big Berserker army with strong upgrades, the damage output can get crazy late game.
I still have zero faith in a Headhunter build against Dark Ranger Frenzy Ghouls. But hey, maybe the Granite Golem does Lynn a favor and takes out 1 or 2 of them. Chain Lightning level 2 is an excellent choice, as you mentioned, alongside the right clicks. Totally with you there. Item, Claws plus 12, will help the Dark Ranger, will help the Lich, getting rid of all these Headhunters. Reinforced defenses coming in as well, so OneToZero can't overwhelm Lynn with a Destroyer push right away. And overwhelming it will be as 60 food is prepared.
Farseer has plus 24 damage with Orb and Kodo. That's pretty sick. Solo experience here for the TC. Unlucky with that item. Scroll the Beast is definitely the worst. But he's got good items outside of that and good levels. And almost now at 50.
Did you see the game where we had a plus 40 damage Naga level 6? That was insane, dude. That was a coil with every right click.
I don't think I did. Sounds...
Oh, it was a Knight of Mirror. Of course you didn't. Of course you didn't.
Nah, those were really high on my VOD ones. Okay, OneToZero's items now also looking a lot better there, though. Lich got the Claws plus 12, got a lot of good items. We'd love to see those slippers over on the Dark Ranger. Oh, and now, very important fight for this series.
Ooh, not much damage uptime for OneToZero. Tricky situation. Nova hitting so hard. fired. Headhunt is getting torn apart here. Lynn doesn't have a heal scroll, doesn't have an invul. The golem is still strong. Oh my god, what an ambush this is! Trying to stem against this destroyer, still healthy. Can't say the same about the Headhunters. Super close calls with the Destros. Needs a coil, keeps it up. Ghoul Skelly's on the ground. How can Lynn recover from this?
Where are the stomps, dude? They only came in now towards the very end of the fight. We only then saw the first stomp. The TC not having the invul potion here was so painful. But he's looking for more kills still. Shadowhunter almost dead. Passing the item. TP on him. Trying to get more kills though. Another stomp. Looking for yet more pickoffs. Chain Lightning doesn't get that one. Heatwave is in. Mana now very low on Lynn.
Oh, can Lynn beat the undeads? Or will the undeads beat Lynn again? Just fleeing. Supply numbers are quite even, but skeletons, of course, don't cost supply. It's a bit misleading. Question now, is OneToZero continuing to fight? We got a coil ready, locked and loaded. Any targets Coil Nova actually allowed up, but the Lich is traveling too far behind. Stealing an invul potion here is nice use of the resources as more ghouls and more statues are coming in. Dark Ranger creating some distance. Nobody gets the red spot, but Lynn needs a bit of recovery right now, and my doubts are rising.
Another decent item here. Circuit of Nobility picked up by the undead. Red camp item is going to be really, really important. Lynn returning to the red camp with low mana and kind of low hit points. This is looking a bit risque.
Agree with that. We got Coil Nova lined up again. Lich, can he get in range? Focusing on the creep so far. Only a town portal, no other consumable, no invul potion, can't stay in that fight. Headhunter numbers rising again with the second barracks. But now Dark Ranger's level 3. Good night.
And that can be the knockout blow at times. The Black Arrow now so strong against these Berserkers. Lynn with a low mana. This is looking like a very, very hard fight. Great ensnare though. Yoinks in the Destroyer. Looking for that big target. Silence on the TC. Again, he can't stop.
Destroyer almost falling. DK is diving deep. Might be a trap. Destroyer safe to the side. Another Purge catches him there. Big time Nova. Chain Lightning on ghouls, but it only reduces the number. Doesn't get rid of them. Lynn, you need a miracle here. Everybody says this is unfightable, but with Lynn's sanity, you might be able to create that sad miracle here. The sustain of OneToZero, of course, a million times better thanks to statues.
Stomp going for the Death Knight. He does not have a Hex, though. Man, now basically all gone. The TC is in trouble. So are the Berserkers. More and more kills. Lynn is falling quite a bit behind here.
TC with the TP. Gets another Purge out, but it's time to leave. 5 food difference, but that is finally, after 2 fights, the red spot claim for OneToZero.
And that is the big lead for him for this map, for sure. Chances of him winning this series here on map 5 looking really, really good after Lynn came out strong in the gate with a 2-1. Been really hoping it's not a sick item. Let's take a look. Ancient Jago pretty good though.
Pretty good. More movement speed, more attack speed. That's fantastic. Movement speed advantage, always great. We don't have any upgrades on the ghouls just yet. That would be maybe the nail in the coffin. We stay at 50, so does Lynn. With double barracks, recovery was fast. But what about the longevity?
Almost no creeps left on the map. A little bit more experience. Oh, that's Lich level 4 actually. God damn, this guy is looking so strong. Fully slotted on the Lich. DK also with strong items. And Destroyer morph into the main base. There is reinforced defenses, thankfully for Lynn, but that's a terrifying undead army.
No spikes, unfortunately. Ghouls stay healthy. How do you engage into this? Lynn diving deep in his own base, trying to use the burrows as towers.
Destroyer mana slowly fading. The Dakota Beast, a little bit in the wrong position. That's the perfect target, of course, always. Nice stomp, though. Destroyer goes down. 1 ghoul at least. Hoping for more, but a long-range coil. OneToZero right now is the eye of a sniper. always finding those kills perfectly with his spells.
Right on. He's not overcommitting. We've seen Elegant yesterday on this on Twisted, diving way too deep against Sock, gave a huge lead away. This shall not happen to an expert like OneToZero. Lucky that the statue Miss Rally wasn't punished immediately. There's an atypical lack of control in this Orc army.
OneToZero seems to have everything that he needs to win this series right here, right now. The Nova is again beautiful. The TC Silence couldn't even stomp because he was out of mana. And now the Skelly Snowball is just ruthless. Taking out one by one, diminishing the Orc numbers and raising the Undead numbers. Backed off by very strong heroes. Lynn about to lose his first hero. Not quite yet. Heal Wave saving him at the last moment. But this is just a losing battle.
So many ghouls so hurt, but he can't put the nail in the coffin on them. They dance around the statues, getting healed up. Another destroyer falling, but here's the next nuke. Saves the life with a storm for now. Destroyer's diving deep, but you called him sniper. That was another good eye. Executes him. Coil Nova, game over. 33 supply. OneToZero weathers the storm, getting 2 wins in a row at the end of this series where he always shines. And takes another victory, takes another victim at Super League. Expands his win streak to 6 wins in a row. Beautiful comeback with tech switches. Lynn, a good performance, but not good enough to beat OneToZero.
Yeah, some brilliant moves in there, but some of it also seemed to rely on spur of the moment, improvisation, and just his sheer level of strategic brilliance and skill. Is that always replicable? Is that always something that works? Is that always something that you can fall back on as a reliable strategy? What is the reliable strategy right now? In this matchup against Undead, it seems like Lynn currently does not have the answer.
That was rough. That was rough at the end. Lynn then ends the first half of the Super League on rank 4. Life could actually surpass him. I think it has to be like Life versus Kaho or Life versus 40. Did that happen already? I'm not too sure. And he needs a 3-0 there to catch up, or like to tie it up a 3-1. Not impossible with how good Life is playing. OneToZero, I think, can be extremely satisfied with that half of the season. Just very few players are as good as him. That is 40 that is happy. I raised the question yesterday for OneToZero, like, okay, buddy, they got good results, but if you look at the table, a lot of the players you faced were at the bottom half of the rankings. So how good are you when the competition is rising, like against the Lynn, against the Happy, against the 40? And he gave us the answer. He scored 4-2.
Yeah, really, really impressive showing. Little bit of a shocker, thinking back now, looking back to the second playday where it was a 0-3 against Moon.
Yeah.
That almost seems like it doesn't make sense now anymore. But that's something we've seen also in the previous season. I'm sure we see it again, that there's some fluctuation in players' shapes. Lynn was one of them, for example. Last season on, Lynn, also an interesting story here for me. He's looking good. He's looking formidable. He's looking like the best orc still, but he's not as deadly as sometimes we saw him being coming back from one of those breaks.
Yeah.
So Lynn, clearly not yet in top shape, I would say.
Heating up. Compared to the Labby series, this was a huge improvement, though. So he played bad versus Labby, good but not good enough versus OneToZero, and the only undead that's left is Happy. So what does it tell us?
Honestly, I think he has a pretty good chance there. Historically speaking, he sometimes almost has the better stats against Happy compared to OneToZero. These two very often seem to bring out the best in each other. That's going to be a series I'll be very, very excited for. And if Lynn is in top form, he absolutely can blast through Happy. In fact, that is what happened end of Season 1. If we may remember, where Lynn defeated absolutely everyone on the way out of the group stage.
Well, didn't he lose to Fly?
He lost to Fly, and then he got turbocharged Dragon Ball Z style, and then he defeated everyone.
Okay, gotcha. Usually this is the time of day where I tell you the games for the next play day, but they're not shared, and the next play day is Sunday, at some day this weekend. So we can't do that. Chat is asking, Mr. Remo Demo, will you cast Gladiator Cup? Happy versus Life is up. I will take a break, but if you want to continue, I'll pass it over to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Nice.
Happy versus Life. Is that the best of 7 stuff?
It's usually play all 7, play best of 7. I don't know.
Yesterday was also play all 5 in Life versus Focus. We'll see. We'll see what it is, but yeah, absolutely.
Beauty.
Yeah, just gotta get the settings started. 3 minutes, 4 minutes maybe, and then I'm gonna.
Well, you do the setting, then I hold the line. Otherwise, we lose the viewers, and if we reconnect immediately, we hold the viewers. So we shouldn't let this go to waste. So go, Remo! Set it up. I can do a little, I guess, recap as we're halfway done with the season. Happy and Fortitude, toe-to-toe. 40 the only undefeated player between the two. Happy hasn't faced Lynn or 40 yet. He did face Life and Kaho. Lost one series there, but only one map. So overall, the most dominant player. But dominant wins aren't as rewarded anymore, point-wise, as last season. If it would have been the old point system, Happy would be far ahead. Now, with the new point system, lower wins are good enough, and Fortitude is winning a lot. Losing maps to Focus and Colorful, it was dipping there a little, but also strong comeback, especially versus Sock and especially versus Labby. I think it shows that Fortitude is on the way up. So those two are the two prime players. For me, a positive surprise to see this very strong 1-2-0. Prior to this league, I said Lynn is going to be not in the playoffs and the worst performing org. I ate my words. He is still the best performing org. And I like to think that I motivated Lynn with my tier list. And I am the reason he's up there in the ranking. But that is, of course, a hot debate. Life is a positive surprise. Last Super League, he didn't manage to convert his strong ladder performance and a strong grind into points. But now he did. And he's top 5, deservedly so. Played good mirror matches. Played a good session versus Lynn, which he lost. Played an extraordinary session versus Happy and Sock. And maybe that's a statement towards the rest of the league that Life is only getting started. He's still playing hundreds and hundreds of games every day, basically. Every minute, every hour. That's why he's our Medusa the gamer. And still gotta face, like, he is Happy out of the way, and Lynn out of the way, and Labby out of the way. So I would say Life's future looking bright. For Moon, little bit of the opposite. He started strong with somewhat even opponents. He had a strong win streak. He still has some juggernauts ahead of him. Labby, Lynn, 40, Life as well. Sock, Focus is sick in the matchup. Elegant also not too bad in Night of Mirror. So for Moon, it might be difficult, and we might see a descending Moon with the second half. For Labby and Kaho, I think we could just group them together. A little bit disappointing, but also lots of heavy hitters out of the way for both. The second half should be a lot easier for them than the first half was, with Happy, Lynn, and 40 out of the way. They can gather a lot of points. They will probably surpass Moon within the span of the second half. Kaho is charging up big time as well. That mirror match versus Colorful was a statement for sure. Focus, average performance is, I guess, an accomplishment for him in a tier 1 tournament where he oftentimes underdelivers, just like last season's Super League where he found himself at the bottom of the barrel. This time, solid midfield, solid games. Very fluctuating performances, though. So good versus 40, Colorful, and Sock, and then really not great against Infi, especially, and 1-2-0. Sock and Infi, both underperforming, I think, big time. Got some heavy hitters out of the way, so there's also potential for Infi. It's just the question how motivated he is. If he puts his heart and soul to it, he can still ascend to very, very, very high. And then that leads us to the bottom, where there's a lot of players that played really well but could never score. Colorful versus Happy is a prime example. LawLiet today versus Happy is a prime example. For Soen, there's still so much more potential, which he starts to tap a little bit. I can see a rise for sure for Soen, but he also has Happy, Labby, Kaho, and Life ahead of him, which is not too easy. So that is my recap of the Super League first half of the season 2025-26. And now, of course, the question if Mr.
Yes. Very good, very good, Neo. Very good, very excellent. Yeah, I'm ready to start the stream. Go, 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 go.
Okay, then enjoy the Remo demo. Enjoy the Happy versus Life series. I'll be back with Dach Inferno later with Sparta, casting the German league for you. Gonna be good. Tune in. eer0 versus Ina, for example, and Leon is playing as well. That starts at 8:30 today, a little bit later. So yeah, Remo, have a great time with the chat and take care. I'm gonna stop my stream in 3, 2, 1, go.